to relive yesterday's moments, but boy, I love them also for getting to know some of the hype moments in other languages commentary. That is such a cool thing to listen to, so shout out to that. Let's take a look at the brackets because a lot of things happened yesterday. We got, actually, Jenkins, our first two teams in the top three.
First two teams in the top, yeah, Secret and Tundra. And one of them is a last chance qualifiers team, which is pretty cool. Puppy looks like he is on par to hit that second place this year.
Yeah, he's so close. He needs to win only one BO3 to be able to get there. Slowly progress.
He doesn't like it, but it's in the stars.
It's how it's got to go.
Yeah, but that one's going to be one of their hardest matchups today, not just because Tundra is a terrifying team right now, but because the last time these two teams met, they got crushed by Tundra. So, and we can't forget about all that EU DPC experience throughout the year. These teams know each other like a glove by this point.
Yes. Finally, in the lower bracket, we did have some 2-1s happen. If you haven't watched it, OG against Gaming Gladiators, Game 2, one of the better games at this TI so far. Like some crazy comebacks, some crazy plays coming up from this primal beast, Ace, that played it. Extremely powerful. One of the better performances on the hero.
And Celery, did you see the courier bait? Where he sent the courier like way on the other side of the map, and then there was the smoke coming in, and they were like, they were doing Roche at the time. Like he made it look like they were somewhere else with the courier by like feeding his courier
That's
away.
Next level.
It was
next level.
It was super next level. Yeah.
Speaking of Celery, I think he won over a lot of hearts recently because he pledged all of his winning money to an animal sanctuary.
Yeah,
which
in the making.
So I thought that was very cool. We also said goodbye to Entity yesterday, which was a little bit sad, but I think they had a great run. Also one of the better series that we watched. I mean, that Game 3 versus Liquid felt so nail-biting. Yeah. It could have gone either way at any point.
And we see the love that, of course, for example, between Blitz and Stormstormer. We saw it in the video in the start as well, the hugs. A lot of love and respect for each other. And of course, for Entity, this was their first ever TI. We say goodbye to 5 first-timers. With that, we still have 15 left in the running, though, and that's quite good. We'll keep track of that for sure. But one thing that we also wanted to keep track of was two-time hopefuls, because there's not that many players left in the competition that have previously already won a TI. We actually only have 4 players, 3 coaches. Here's the 4 players, Effie.
I am so excited to see Y and Faith Vian here. Obviously, these two have played together on Wings. They won a TI together, had a bit of a sad story afterwards with how the organization fell apart, but here they are. They were so close last year, and they are, again, so close this year. They are playing in the lower bracket, but they're still feared by a lot of teams. Matu, it's his last year playing before his retirement, so the entirety of Team Liquid is feeling that way, just feeling that pressure. And
playing like it's not his last TI.
Absolutely.
The way, like, he just not to give a damn. Like, he's ready to go. And on the other side, there is also Puppy, the only player that has ever attended a single TI, and seems like he's ready to take it. He's ready to take it again, live that ages.
And he's doing it as a player all the time, because normally when you're old-timer, you turn into a coach. So here's the 3 coaches that have won a TI and are now coaching.
That's right. We got Zhao 8, we got Aoi, and we got Heen. So one interesting point about these guys is that Heen actually won as a coach, whereas Zhao 8 and Aoi won as players. So I wanted to ask you guys what you think is the difference. Does that make a difference? Is the experience as a player more important? Or because as a coach, you would have made these motivational speeches that you need to do before. As a player, maybe you can't do that, but you know the pressure yourself.
I would say it's a little bit of both, where the experience of being a player offers you something very specific that maybe someone who's a specialized coach doesn't have, but also someone who is a specialized coach who has been working with a team for a long time and is capable of talking to and motivating people in a certain way is also a skill set that being a player doesn't necessarily provide for you.
Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. And there must be also such a world of knowledge in all those guys' brains about what it is like playing at a TI. And we'd love to pick their brains at some point, but we can't. But what we do have is a Dota 2 historian that is going to teach us a different lesson.
I see you're still thirsty for more from the Dota archives. I'd be happy to oblige you. One thing we've yet to discuss is, of course, what makes Dota truly shine. The teams. Disparate individuals coalescing, united in a bond of kinship, of determination. A singular goal, to lift the Aegis and be canonized in the lore of Dota. Brave souls, committed, daring, intelligent, industrious. Legendary.
I think about Dota, I think about the first Navi. Come on, that's what kind of got everyone. Everyone was a Dendi fanboy growing up.
They win basically TI1 to TI3 in the finals.
That was like the hypest squad to play the game ever, in my opinion.
It's minute 3, we're all top, you know? It was like a bad Counter-Strike idea or something like that. Like rush B, you know? We're just rushing B every game and we're somehow winning.
Team Secret, they've got an all-star lineup. They have been the ultimate favorite for very many months.
I think the original Secret roster was like super iconic. S4, Puppy, Kuro, that team was like super awesome.
Going to this TI main stage and picking first pick Shadow Fiend into second pick Anti-Mage. Sunglasses are like I don't know what you're smoking.
If Artur wants to do some stupid stuff, you go with it, you know? And you'll make a good meme though. You make a good meme once you get out and lose after that one. Because the reverse video is too good, you know?
Sunglasses, that's the reference. It's fine, you know, you can pretend like you're the shit, but don't vocalize you're the shit.
Not quite how one would have put it, but indeed, as the fable of Icarus tells us, fly too close to the sun, and all those sunglasses will be good for is blocking the glare as you tumble back to earth, your wings melted. But not all wings wilt in the heat.
最喜欢观看的队伍是 TI6 的 Wins， 因为就他们的战术打法都比较有意思，比较新颖吧，然后战术也比较多变。
The first team I was a big fan of when I was watching was Wings Gaming. They picked so many weird heroes and didn't understand anything. I was like, these guys deserve the win. Everyone else is just doing the same thing, and these guys are doing something special.
Honestly, like watching Wings, it looks like they had foresight cheats or something. Like they just knew when teams are going for the towers, and Faith Gun would already be TP'd there, and Shadow would be like hiding under the tower. It was something insane.
I think how quickly Wings went from an unknown team to the best in the world was really crazy. Like people, there were like whispers about, hey, this team's pretty good and stuff, you know. And we got voted into that summit as like the joke team, like we were atrocious. And you know, we scrim Wings and they beat us in like 15 seconds. They proceed to win that summit, and then they proceed to win TI. And we're like, wow, those guys went from like, who's Wings to, oh well, wow, they're the best. Okay, that's who they are.
You couldn't help but not root for them. Like they were like the supreme definition of like a dark horse.
我觉得国外队伍让我选不是最能代表的，可能就 OG 了。因为他728的时候就是在一个不被看好的情况下就夺冠了，很励志。然后过了1年以后，大家都忽视他以后，他又以一个完美的姿态去碾压了所有对手，继续夺冠。所以
other teams came to these events and they weren't even close to OG. I think the first one, TI8, I think LGD got really close, could have won. So I can't really say, but TI9, like absolute domination. I don't think any team had a chance to beating them. It was just so ridiculously one-sided.
Ah, yes, OG. I wondered when we'd be hearing that name. The underdog story is a popular trope amongst players and supporters alike. It's hard not to root for those of whom failure is expected. But perhaps in some cases that expectation is misplaced. Some of these chats really are jolly good at Dota after all.
For me, it's Puppy, just because, you know, he's the only player who's been to every TI winner. He's just been so good for so long.
I mean, Puppy was just the first, like, really good captain in Dota.
And he also played Dota, first Dota, and he was always on top.
I mean, of course I'm contending for that one probably, but it's... But I'm sharing it with Kuro, I would say, and Seb.
Я думаю, Себ, потому что это игрок, которому там уже 560 лет, который играет с начала доты, поиграл там на всех позициях, не знаю, поразговаривал со всеми на всех разных языках.
Seb has been here forever and staying here, also winning majors and stuff coming out of retirement.
Like he wants to win everything he plays, so he takes like personal offense when he doesn't win.
Now till Notail is the most iconic players of all time for me. Mainly it's about his one, and then also the way that he leads the team. I learn a lot from him as well.
如果让我选那个一提到 Dota 就感觉国内国外都很有代表的。从团队方面来考虑，就是如果从职业选手的角度来考虑，肯定是 Notail。但是如果从就是个人魅力或者个人喜好的话，肯定是苏梅尔。
如果要我去第一时间想带 Dota 最能代表 Dota 的选手，可能会想苏梅尔吧，因为他当时就在我还不是很厉害的时候，给我印象特别深刻。
Look at Sumail. He made TI when he's 15.
I think he's like the poster child for like rags to riches, like pro player from nothing, just because he's just insanely good. And at TI5, there was probably the single biggest gap between a player and every other player at that tournament. He was just like completely untouchable. Everyone else could have just snapped their keyboards in half when they got on stage because they see this little 15-year-old kid on the stage. You know, you just can't do anything. He's just too good.
Dota allows all to flourish. Young, old, veteran players and the unknown. With each international, with each opportunity to clasp the aegis comes a chance for glory, for a new order, a new master. Which player will drag his comrades to the summit of success and look down upon the bodies of their foes broken and bruised at the foot of the mountain of victory? Well, this is the archives, not some kind of juice joint or snap house. Go on, get out. Go watch Dota if you want to find out. Go! Go! Good night.
That was a fantastic lesson with our Dota2 historian, Pyrian Flax, a trip down memory lane. It's always interesting to hear the players' thoughts of who they think are the iconic.
But the names that we hear quite most are like Puppy, Seb, Kuro, Notail, Zhao 8. Like, I think these are the greatest 5 players that ever touched the game. Some of them, like as talked in the video, they go way back to Dota 1 days, and they were also great at playing Dota 1. So, you know, they've been playing this basically for 15, 16, 18 years, some of them.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're still active and still having an impact in how they play, how they affect Dota and the scene right now is just beyond impressive. But I'm really glad that they brought up Sumail, actually, because the legacy that he left, just kind of taking the scene by storm, coming into TI as a 15-year-old and winning it all, I think that achievement in and of itself is kind of a step ahead of a lot of the others for me, simply because he wasn't even a legal adult yet. You know, he doesn't pay taxes.
Everybody says this is the new Sumail. Like every year, there's always a new Sumail.
But they're never as young.
It never really happens. Very rarely happens.
Yeah, he would not be able to play Pango at the time, if Pango was available. No driving license, with 15 years old, cannot play it. But yeah, he had other heroes that he played, like just, I don't know. The way he played game back then, like completely different. And as they said, like no one was like Sumail, 3 empty spaces, then everybody else.
The way he played Dota, definitely completely different. And we're going to also look at something completely different. It is Slacks and Casey.
We are completely different. We're completely different in the best way possible. Guys, we've had a talk today. I know it's barely after 10 a.m., but I need you to act like you've had all the caffeine in the planet. Who's excited to see some Dota today? By the fans, but I have been told the #1 fan of Beast Coast. Are you guys going to be nice? I know you're LGD, but can we have a handshake? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Now, when you came up to me, you said, I am the #1 fan, the #1 groupie of Beast Coast.
That is correct, yes.
Now, why is that?
Well, if you check my Twitter bio, it says I'm the official Beast Coast groupie.
Oh, I didn't realize that Twitter was always correct.
Well, I mean, I'm married to my lovely wife, Paige, the brand director of Beast Coast.
Paige, get up here! Get up here! All right, tell me about your outfit. We are representing the mascot in style.
Well, this is Crest, our lovely little guy. He's our mascot. He's cute. Everyone loves Crest.
What about?
Crest is the Beast Coast mascot. They're a little amphibian. They're kind of like a Pokemon. Am I allowed to say Pokemon?
Yes, we're all friends. Don't worry.
They're kind of like a Pokemon, and they live in the ocean and near South America, and they're really cute, and everybody loves them.
And are we going to be wearing this the entire day?
Probably, if it's if the weather holds up. It's very warm in this suit.
You don't have to promise us anything. Okay, I want to hear one more time. Who's here for Beast Coast? Who's here for PSG LGD? Who's here for Slacks?
Okay. Before we go back to the panel, I did want to tell one little story. Every single day, this lady has been first in line all 4 days. She wakes up at 5 a.m., and it is an incredible thing. First in line, last to leave. I just want to know, what brings you in here so early every single day?
I just want to watch good Dota in a good seat.
Oh, what? Is the Dota good?
Yeah. It's good.
All right, the Dota is good! Give it up for the most dedicated fan in the arena, and we'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Casey. Indeed, I like how Casey kind of ambushed the audience. Do you like Slacks? They're like, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Very good.
Shout out to that girl, though. I respect it so much, just wanting the best seat in the house, so coming in before everybody else. That's true dedication.
And value, because there's definitely some great games coming our way today. So you want to have the best seat in the house for these. We've got 4 series coming your way. It's all in the lower bracket. 4 elimination series. This is brutal, but good, because this brings out the best Dota in all of these teams. We're going to have, of course, later on, we have Thunder Awaken and Aster. They got dropped down yesterday. They're going to play up against the winners of our first 2 series with OG and Liquid, a rematch from the group stages. And Beast Coast PSG LGD will be our first match. Jenkins, which one are you most excited for?
I mean, these are all really brutal. Beast Coast LGD, you have either the favorite, one of the favorites being eliminated, favorite from China being eliminated prior to the event, or South America potentially losing one of their teams as well. It's getting to the point where like entire regions are potentially going to be dropping out, which never feels good. But of course, at some point, it's got to happen.
And the saddest thing is when regions knock each other out, with Beast Coast and Hokori, for example.
Oh, they knock themselves out, yeah.
If LGD wins today versus Beast Coast, then they're going to be going up against Aster next, which means that there's only, at that point, there will only be one Chinese team left. And obviously, both of these teams have a lot of fans and are carrying their own torch, so to speak. So it's going to be a little bit sad regardless of the outcome. But I'm really excited for this first game more than anything. I think that LGD have had an excellent story. They've never dropped down to the lower bracket before, so I wonder where it's going to take them.
Maybe this is what they need.
Yeah, and I mean, Beast Coast, in the lower bracket, they play different Dota. They're just so volatile, and they did manage to beat EG, which was a little bit of a surprise there, you know, considering how well EG played in the group stages. But Beast Coast, you know, when they get there, they just some different beasts. Like the way they play, that you know that, and if this team gets momentum, I think this first series is going to be really interesting.
They'd beaten LGD before. ESL One Fall, they 2-0'd them. However, in group stages, in the last year, it is they're 0-2 in Animajor and 0-2 at TI10 to LGD. So it depends on what version of Beast Coast we're going to see and what version of LGD.
Yeah, who knows? At LGD in the lower bracket, as Effie said, we don't know what that looks like yet. We obviously, well, we do, because they did 2-0 Boom.
Looks scary. It looks really scary.
But just speaking of which form they're going to be in today.
Oh, hold your horses, Effie. It is time. It is time for our first match of the day. The horn has sounded, and that means we need teams. Bring out PSG LGD. International. We have no idea what they're going to bring to the table. All 8 before they want to go further this time around. We got ourselves C-Smile. Give us an extra round of applause for C-Smile, please. Unfortunately, the rest of his team has to play from the hotel rooms in isolation. So extra love there on the stage and extra respect. This team, regardless of whether they are in isolation or not, they are going to give it their best. And this should still be a tough series for either team. Who's going to be the one that you're looking more forward to most, Lacoste? This man right here.
Definitely, this is the guy that, he is setting the meta trends with his heroes. This is something that he does so extraordinarily well that every region is like, oh, Zinki, we need to see what he's doing to be able to copy that. Not necessarily copy to full extent, but also like take some ideas from them and then try to implement that into your own team.
Yeah, actually, I remember when he was one of the first people to play the 4 null talisman Coddle from the support role. He was one of the innovators. He's constantly playing it in his pubs and asking for it. And this was before Coddle was the beast that he was in the meta at that time. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Nobody knew you could one-shot creep waves with Coddle until you go this ridiculous build. You're like, dude, you're a support. We're getting null talismans for us. Like, you can one-shot waves now. And these Coddles were getting so farmed. I remember LGD, they also did the IO Helm Dom, where the Lycan shared the unit, and Jinkyu was running around with the shared micro-control unit. It was insane. Like, this team is so innovative.
We also can't forget their carry axe that they popularized and perfected around the time of the Animajor last year. That was one of their best performances, and also they were the trendsetters in that regard. It just became in every game, every pub afterwards. But yeah, just going back to Beast Coast a little bit, unfortunately, they are sick and they can't be playing together, but that also means, Sheaves, that they're playing without their coach.
It does indeed, Jen, because that's going to be, it's going to obviously hinder them, but at the same time, this squad has been together for so long. How much I think it will.
That's what I was going to say, is I think this is the team that would probably care the least about these restrictions.
Potentially. I remember watching an interview with Stinger, and he basically mentioned that they were uncomfortable during the group stages, but got better around day 3.
Well, let's bring us on the draft for this first game of the series.
PSG LGD versus Beast Coast. Game 1.
Game 1, and so much on the line for these teams. PSG LGD, we said it at the first day of the entire event. If PSG LGD doesn't come first, it's a disappointment for them. And for Beast Coast, they stuck together with this roster after TI9 because it worked, because they got top 8. They would love to go further this time around. Of course, last year was a bit of a disappointment for them, but they stuck together, and here they are again, going further for both of these teams. I mean, top 8 is nice. You look at the achievements, it's like, wow, you came top 8 at TI, that's great. No,
you're not satisfied. No one's satisfied with top 8, definitely, because if you're carrying the momentum, like with each win that you get, like you want to go further. And I just want to mention, like, K1 as a carry player, he's the guy that did set a lot of trends as well. People were studying his farming patterns.
Yeah, they were.
You know, you are familiar with Arteezy farming patterns, but K1 and at that time, like he was stepping away from his own team. Team needed to play 4 versus 5 pretty much until he said, okay, I'm ready, guys.
He demands salves, he demands clarities, and the funny thing is he does this in pubs too. It's just how K1 is. He just thinks his brain cannot work in a non-efficient way. I do want to say one thing about Chris Slack being the only one on stage. He's probably the one guy that would find this really funny. Like he's such a troll. He is such a troll. You can see him in all of his interviews trolling Avo because he knows that Avo won't want to directly translate what he's saying because it just sounds stupid or it's goofy or something. So
And I also want to mention that when RNG played on stage, it was only Noah. He won the hearts from the community, and C-Smile probably going to do the same thing, being the lone warrior there.
Absolutely.
But speaking of RNG, it was Somnus, after he announced his retirement, found Ame in a pub right afterwards and basically cheered for him. Ame said in an interview that it made him emotional, but he is just carrying that torch for him right now.
Ame's too buffed at the moment.
Yeah. But to just look at the draft a little bit, I think it's actually really interesting what Beast Coast did here, because yesterday LGD played their Undying first pick, and they paired it up with a Visage on 8th. So I was wondering what Beast Coast's approach to that would be, if they would play against the Visage, but they decided to just take it for themselves, even though when you think of Beast Coast, Visage doesn't really come to mind. So I think that's really cool. I wonder if they've practiced it before, if they're just super confident in it anyway. I mean, this is a team that can play every hero. And go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I'll go ahead. It's no surprise that they picked up Snapfire in the first stage, because this is the most versatile hero for Beast Coast. They do play it at 4 out of 5 different roles, which is pretty impressive. And also, I mean, having that flexibility does so much for your team. And again, one of the reasons why Snapfire is so popular, not because Undying's also there because of the Tombstone. Snapfire is the only hero, pretty much, besides Ursa. It's a better version of Ursa that can kill the Raid Pact, and it's Raid Pact meta.
Exactly, so that is definitely the reason why Snapfire got catapulted into success right now. And this happens often with heroes when they're picked to counter specific heroes, but then teams remember just how good they are and how easy they are to first phase. This happened with Lion during the Animajor last year, when people kind of forgot about him until Puck was the #1 hero in the meta at the time. So he was just picked to counter him, and teams remembered that they could pair this hero with a lot of things and first phase it. So that basically happened to Snapfire, who had been a little bit forgotten. But obviously the Little Shredder, excellent in killing Tombstone, and she's just a strong side laner, so you can play that early aggression versus LGD and just try to make their lanes harder.
The nice thing about Snap as well, aside from the ability to like kill these like ward type units, is the fact that you just never lack damage. Like you can go for basically any other heroes. You can go like late game, team fight, whatever. Low cooldown stuns, and it's like if you want to kill somebody, no matter how far behind you are, if you stun them and then follow up with the Mortimer's Kisses, they're going to die 100%. And I think that's a reason why a lot of people really like Leshrac as a hero. Batrider maybe a little bit weaker, but feels the same Shadow Fiend. Like these heroes, no matter how far behind you are, you always have the comeback potential of pressing a stun and then the big ult.
This is one of the, I'm going to call it a support, we don't know where it's going to go, but one of the heroes that does scale so extremely well into the mid game, into the late game. Like some of the heroes do tend to fall off. Like for example, I don't know, Undying here, if he's not having a good time in the lane, the hero is just not going to give 100% of what he's supposed to do. But Snapfire, you always have team fight, you always have save for your own team. You do have, like as you mentioned, these war type units that you can kill. Just overall well-rounded hero.
Yeah, and just we mentioned the Leshrac briefly a little bit earlier in conversation, but I think this is a very high value hero for both of these teams. I think Beast Coast mostly are going to be looking to pick it up for themselves. It's one of their staple heroes, particularly on Whisper. But if you pair it up with something like a Visage, who gives you the early tower push and aggression, and of course the Snapfire with her minus armor, not only does it give you objectives, but it gives you that death wall that everybody is so raving about this match.
Lesh has an 81% win rate in main stage, and I think the games that we've all watched, it looks amazing. Even the games that it loses, it is a very difficult problem for the enemy team to address. It seems like Bloodstone's just
I was about to say
but only in his hands.
Only in Leshrac's hands.
Not tied to any other hero. Like none of the heroes do build Bloodstone.
It's like the Meteor Hammer of this patch. It's just OG Meteor Hammer, and now it's only Bloodstone Leshrac.
Oh, you don't like the Naga Meteor Hammer?
I guess that was one in occasionally people would do the Naga.
I don't think it was great, but it was definitely fun because you felt really good if you pulled it off, because it took a little bit more skill than the other
You're stunned for 1.5 seconds now.
Do you remember the Nyx Meteor Hammer?
That was cool.
That one, a couple of heroes with the Meteor Hammer, right? And Pangolier, so far he's not afraid of any of these heroes. PSG LGD did a good job protecting him in the second banning phase, removing the Bloodseeker, Batrider, all these abilities that go through Magic Community, even Naga Siren with the Aghanim Scepter, which is not that popular, but could still work. We see different builds of Naga these days where they tend to play map a little bit more aggressive, play with the second item with the team.
Mm-hmm. with this Enchantress coming out, not only does it add to the early aggression style that Beast Coast seem to be building for themselves, it also opens up the potential to Mirana, who's become a lot more popular this TI. We've seen her played in the 5 role and the 4 role, and a lot of teams, even Secret, have played it in the offlane role on resolution. So this could be something that LGD are looking at simply just to counter the creep in the early game. It wouldn't be bad. You can pair it with something like a Sand King or any kind of stun setup on the offlane. But if you do that on a side of LGD, if that's the approach that you choose to take, you have to pick some versatile team fighting type of carry.
And also Enchantress does provide the spell mechanic against Pangolier, something that is very annoying if he gets the shield crash off, and there goes the Mirana. 2 range heroes, like Beast Coast, they don't have really heroes that jump the backline. No, they're gonna need to have something that like these heroes are afraid of. Puck is still available against Mirana, against Pangolier role. They do have like 1 silence, no reliable stuns. This could be a good Puck pickup.
I don't like that for Beast Coast though. I feel like they've already got these 3 backline heroes, and Puck is something that's a little bit dangerous, right? I think you kind of have to go the double melee route here.
So they go for the Void pickup, which combos really nicely with the Snap. Mortimer's Kisses into the Chrono. You're going to kill almost anybody, but it's also a hero that can just like sit on the Drow. You can do it without Chronosphere. You just BKB, jump on the Drow, and she loses all of her damage, and none of the other heroes do anything to you. Or you Chrono her if she's too much of a problem, you kill her from full HP.
I've seen this matchup go both ways.
It goes both ways.
Because if Faceless Void doesn't get his timing on a BKB, it can get rather difficult. Because the silence does ruin the hero, and they do have a decent amount of burst damage on side of PSG LGD. But looking at some of the save mechanics that they have on Beast Coast, you do have like healing from the Enchantress, you do have Cookie that could push you out of the trouble, even Visage Bird to split up the combo potentially from PSG LGD.
But not only that, just on the topic of Faceless Void, he offers utility in that he can stop the Panelier's Rolling Thunder if it's too much of a nuisance, right? It's not the ideal way to use the Chronosphere, but it is a BKB piercing disable. It also gives him a way to kill the team's tombstone if it's in a bad location, right? You Chrono, kill the tombstone, get out if your snap is compromised. I think LGD might be going for something like a Centaur here, actually. Because if you look at this Drow Ranger, the only thing scaring her right now is the Faceless Void. But if they have another means of disengaging, she already has these 2 heroes to body for her in the Undying and the Pangolier, right? I think a 3rd one would be just the right amount that you need, because
Beast would be kind of sick. It's like,
Beast is cool too.
It's like similar, except it beats the Void. Well, then again, there's the Enchantress, so you can't go the Boar build again. That's why Void Enchantress is so nice, because you can't go the Boar build to beat the Void, and then the Axis build, I think Void does very well against.
And PSG LGD did ban out the Puck because they have limited amount of silences. There is Drow Ranger silence, but it's very difficult to execute. Like your Mirana doesn't really have a setup to kill the Puck, so they need like something elusive could still work out really nice for Beast Coast.
There's also Tiny still in the pool, which I can never see the first phase.
The first phase bans are always
But that archetype of hero who can play on low cooldown and who can jump the backline as well alongside the Faceless Void would be a really nice thing for Beast Coast to have, because I don't think they want to be in a situation where they're depending entirely on their Void to be able to take these fights. I mean, obviously the Visage does something really cool that other heroes don't, in that he forces enemy teams to play into him, because if they don't, he's just going to take all of their towers. But you need a hero that can capitalize on that right now for Beast Coast.
Mars's ban, we're looking at probably like a melee hero. I agree with you, Effie, in the fact that like they kind of need somebody to go in front line for the Drow Mirana, a stunner, so like Sand King Slardar maybe. Maybe go for the Slardar. So minus armor on top of the Drow, reducing armor to 0. Quite a lot of damage between those 2 heroes.
If Beast Coast needs more tank in the front line, there's still Kunkka available just to be able to have like reliable catch, because they're also like they lack a little bit of a playmaking coming out from the mid lane,
and a frontliner. Like they kind of need a guy to run in.
Yeah, I mean, this is Beast Coast. What if they just do some? What if they just flex the snap to mid? I don't necessarily think it would be bad either.
So if they flex snap to mid, then it means they're looking for a 4 position.
That's just a potential. They don't necessarily have to do it, right? But that is what Beast Coast were famous for way back in the day. It's what kind of got Chris like some of his notoriety, is that snap mid that he just unleashed upon other regions, and they started to do it too.
It will be the Storm mid.
So another backline jumper for the Drow. They're going, and also a hero that can jump and kill the Pango before he gets his roll off. So they're kind of doubling down on this backline jumping.
And also having Snapfire plus Storm Spirit, you even like Faceless Void, you always have kill opportunity in this game, and there's no real like counter to it other than Undying Heal, which is not gonna be enough.
I think that the Storm Spirit is good simply because there is a lack of real disables on the side of LGD, but I do feel that LGD have really good heroes to take this Roshan early and just play tempo. Like this Slider minus armor is going to shred this Visage, and if Drought gets a couple of items, Mirana does her job, rotates a little bit early, and they're playing around this Tombstone, then I feel that Storm maybe will not be in a position where he can play into that because it is a hero that needs a little bit of time to pick up some items.
Yep, sounds like a well-rounded lineup for both teams. We're just going to have to find out which of these two teams will get a head start in this best-of-3 series. We'll play a little bit better in this first game, and we're heading over to our commentary team to do it. It is Trent, Lyrical, and Gunner.
Thank you so much, Sheever, and my goodness, Dota fans the world over, we got a great one for you today. Beast Coast facing off against LGD. I'm so excited. I can't wait for this game. These two teams are awesome. How you guys feeling about the draft, though?
I think it's interesting how it played out. I'm a little worried for Beast Coast offlane, but Whisper has been owning this whole tournament. He's probably the best offlane in this tournament right now. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays it.
He's got to pick it up. And we were wondering right till the end what he was even going to be playing, right? We talk about this like Snapfire law, like where it's going to be going, and then very likely though we're going to be picking this up with the Visage to carry things through. So the question is, who wants to take that early edge, as the panel was talking about? Who can really get that first big objective and carry the game from there? And how much can you do on the Storm Spirit? Coming up with that final pick, giving that option here to our man on the stage.
Right. Well, in the early group stage, this pick was looking insane. There were like 10 picks, 80% win rate, and then I feel like there were a couple of losses on the main stage, but now pulling it back here in this elimination matchup, this would be so huge for either of the teams if they could make it happen. But as we get into this game number 1 of this best of 3, the crowd feeling ready, feeling the love for both these squads.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot on the back of Chris Huck this game to have a lot of impact on the Storm. He doesn't have many stuns on his team besides the Chrono, and you don't want to depend on Chrono to do everything for you. And it's a good matchup, Storm versus Pango. It's kind of one of the more famous matchups. When you pick Pango, you think Ember, Puck, Storm is the big 3 to counter you in the mid lane. So he has a little advantage draft-wise, and it's just a lot. He is playing versus Silence on Drow. He's playing versus the Pango, which, you know, in some cases is good versus him with the built-in BKB, even all the save from Undying. So he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, it's not like a hex, but, you know, it's if you make one bad zip a little bit too close, you don't have that initiation coming in first from one of your allies. Certainly could be a problem there for C-Smile.
Well, and we also should mention real quickly, too, there's, you know, so much that's kind of been made about, okay, the aggressive style that we see out of South America and stuff like that. And I think that's very true for Thunder Awakened. But when you look at Beast Coast, this is a team that's very comfortable going into the late game. And with this lineup, you've got a Faceless Void, you've got a Storm Spirit running out there late. There's some interesting stuff going on. Is there a particular team that you feel like you favor if we get to that late game scenario?
I think still probably LGD. Beast Coast have a more early mid-game timing with the Wraith Pact on Visage. LGD don't have a Wraith Pact buyer, so this early, you know, 15 to 25 minutes where the Wraith Pact really matters is in Beast Coast's favor, in addition to, you know, that's the big Storm timing. He has this Ag timing later in the game, but there's not an amazing follow-up outside of a snap, I would say. So probably when it gets to the late game, the power of Drow Slardar will kind of kick in once we get to the 30-40 minute mark, but I think early game, it's very good chance that, you know, they get run over by Enchantress on the pressure mid, Visage on the pressure bot, even just a random Chrono here or there, getting some important kills into Roshan.
Like you were pointing out there, Lyrical, certainly not been their forte necessarily over the year as well. Like when you tend to tune into some of the Beast Coast TBC games, you'll often find that they're behind.
Right.
You know, they tend to drop sometimes in the laning stage. They don't quite get like that same aggression as like maybe like 2 years ago, where you'd always see this rotation of like Hector's playing a stun in the carry lane, right? He gets the stun into the rotation from mid.
Speaking of some rotations, Mame in a lot of trouble as they run him down. He might just be dead as the chase continues. That is a first blood. Whisper claiming this early. You get this start for a Visage can be very scary as the lane goes on.
One of the big things with Visage is this hero plays to win the lane. The entire concept of the hero is use all of your mana to deal so much damage and hope you get the kills so you buy the mana back, which was, you know, one of the slight concerns about Snapfire. You can't melee body up for the Visage. It's a lot of commitment if you go in, but they get the first blood. That's a lot of regen, some stats that Whisper will get, and now is where the lane looks hard.
Yeah, that's where Wise was putting that big work there on the Undying. Of course, a hero well known for trying to do this, right? Bully right back. Also, just trying to spend all of your gold for mana. Sitting with a full-on fruit stand here of 6 mangoes, ready to spam some decay.
And in the mid lane, I think this is where the supports really want to rotate, especially the Enchantress. I think we're going to see an early rotation at even the 5-minute mark on the Siege, where, you know, nothing to say maybe dies once, even he'll die again, and that's where the game completely breaks down if it happens.
You're seeing Stinger up there also already trying to put some harassment and took over the range creep. That piercing damage, pretty good at being able to deny out some of those creeps, but needs to watch out for the arrow coming from XinQ. So we'll keep our eyes on that, but again, down bottom, the aggression and why just drops again. We talked about Whisper. Watch out for this guy. He has been having a hell of a tournament.
Yeah, and this is one of those issues with Undying. Like, you see it early in the tournament, and obviously the hero's still very strong, but there's certain matchups that you don't really want to be playing into. You're hoping for, like, double melee strength heroes, right? That's kind of the dream. And what do you got here? Here's a range strength hero, and you have a Visage, right? People are always, like, they understand that Undying's so strong, especially through, like, the mid-game and even some parts of the later game with the vision from the Tombstone, but when you can find these lane punishes, this is where it feels like you're actually, like, able to sort of remove some of the benefits they're getting from that hero.
He just keeps buying mangoes. He brought another one out too. So why? Hopefully going to be able to use those. If he keeps dying, that is not going to end up serving him too well. But
a lot of free mangoes when you die.
That's fair.
But yeah, so Visage is the way you beat Undying a lot of the time is a lot of summons, and Visage has the summons, he has the laning versus him. The birds kill the Tombstone in the mid to late game with all the attack speed, so really nice matchup. It's generally just that Undying has a slight edge in the lane if his carry is able to be aggressive with him, but they don't really have the opportunity. I think they kind of lost it, especially with that first blood, just giving so much gold away. And now LGD is just hoping to go for an even lane bot.
Yeah, it feels like so often you'll see the position 5 try that exact same play, where they come down in the lane, you're really hoping to catch the carry, and rarely works, but that time that it does, it just does so much for you. It reminds me of like trying to snipe the early courier mid or something for the mid laner's bottle.
The bounties and pubs.
Yeah.
Sitting with a ward, sitting behind the tower.
That's the nice way to go. Well, again, this bottom lane, definitely very happy for it for Beast Coast. Nothing to say. Going to take some pressure mid and see Smile right on top of him. Oh, miss uphill. Oh, gets out of there. Just barely.
It's the whittling down, though, right?
XinQ is walking behind him, though, on the mid lane.
Yeah, and this has been something for these Moranas.
Oh, a nice move. XinQ, it's got him caught. Can he survive? Fairy Fire. Try turn. Oh, see Smile. Able to live. See Smile gets the kill first. He turned a catastrophe into something still not great, but better than nothing.
It's not the worst. Gets XP. He gets to TP back mid. He's missing probably around 3 creeps. So it's neither of the mids actually get really an advantage from this. It's mostly that now he gets the full reset, but Ping obviously gets the bottle kill now from Morana. So could be worse.
Yeah. At least it was exciting, right? You know, I'm gonna cheer a little bit. This is all good.
Ever the showman.
It's these main stage Moranas, though, sometimes struggling for these earlier plays. Some games going really well, other not so much. As now XinQ can run to Stinger. This is a tried and true matchup for the Morana. Obviously, you can try and arrow into the creep if you can, but look at that positioning from Stinger to ensure it's not going to be possible.
Very well done. Yeah, they're definitely taking it to him here on the earlier side. And, well, Hector, in the meantime, up top, K1, still able to farm, but you can see that in spite of some of those nice moves and the lane going well early, the CS heavily into the favor of LGD.
Yeah, Whisper has, he's 2 kills right now, but he only has 10 last hits, so this is the draw Undying. Just a strong lane to just sit there, last hit. If you can't push them out, they'll always CS you.
Everyone's rolling the dice up top here as well, and a jump in, tries to get Stinger.
It's not going to be quite enough. So XinQ can't get that one. There's more aggression down bottom, too. Just madness all around these lanes. Gojira in some trouble. We'll try and survive through as the K runs off. But Ame right on top, denied. Nicely played. There was about 60 damage total there, and he took every one of them.
Something interesting is Fateon, it looks like he almost might just rush the Mask of Madness. He picks up an early Mordred Mask, which I don't know if we've seen that much. Especially after the nerf to creeps. So the laning stage of it's a little weaker, and it's better in this mid-game where you're actually hitting heroes with it. So he probably recognizes that Hector can't jungle. He has to sit in the lane versus him, so he'll always be able to hit him. It gives him sustain, as opposed to the offlaners usually by the Helm or the Ring of Health. So it's an interesting way to play.
Yeah, and Stinger, of course, like wanting to do a little bit of rotations early on too, so creating this 1v1 scenario that you want to be advantaged in for the slider.
Nothing to say, gets level 6 first, and C-Smile will now get it. So
Faith Beyond, yeah, I feel like it's just like a dice roll up here, right? Like one good bash from the Faceless Void, turn into something, one good arrow. Everyone just battling over these creeps as the Harpy spams it out.
Keeping
The
it.
6-minute rune, very important for both teams.
And it looks like it is going to spawn up top. C-Smile picks that one up. It's an illusion, so not a kill room, but can get him out of dodge if there starts to be some trouble. Still very even early on here as the rotation comes down bottom. That keeps him alive in case of a gust, and Ame is just going to fall here as Whisper. It's another kill happens, so good rotation from C-Smile.
It's really important when you're losing the CS in the lanes and you know that just sitting there extending the laning stage is not favoring you as much to just connect your cores. They bring the Storm to bot there. He's probably going to sit here now and just make it so that if Ame TP's bot, he feels bad. He feels pressure from the Storm. Now his Snapfire is getting experience mid, so he'll get an early level 6. And it's just a big question, is Ame going to TP bot, try to accept this pressure, or is he going to TP top and try to pressure with the Slardar?
Yeah, it's a tough call to make. And, I mean, Snapfire probably, in my opinion, one of the absolute best 5s for when you're in this state of, like, maybe feeling you're a little bit behind, you're pressured to make moves. Getting level 6 on Snapfire, it just feels like the freest way to kill, like, any core in the game.
It's just so much damage, especially early when you get the Snapple around the 8-9 minute mark. Cores aren't even expecting it.
No.
They just get one stun, the Snapple just kills them.
You can see up there, too, getting closer on that Faceless Void ulti as well. The Chrono would be a huge setup for it. They get the root on the Faith Beyond, just trying to mess around with them a little bit here. But does get the deny from Stinger as well. The rotation, moving in, Snapfire right on top of him. Xingqiu going to be forced to leap away, uses 2 of them to get out. So just being a little bit of a bully there as Whisper down bottom is also going to be in a big way trouble. Ame finds that kill. They drop the Tombstone for it as well. And just like that, LGD, they pick up another one.
I think it's a little scary for them to bring all their supports top and abandon the Visage. I think they keep having success when they bring heroes there. Here's so much damage this early. If the Storm goes there, the Snap, they'll probably just kill the Drow every time they go, but they abandon him. The Pango walks over casually, gets a free kill, TP's mid.
Yeah, it feels like they're being pressured in terms of Hector. I just want to make sure that he gets off to a good game. Being a Faceless Void and, like you said, not really wanting to go to the jungle this early on, so that pressure is really hurting them a bit here. But another rotation here. He's out with a good rune.
What can they find? Atheon interrupted before he can get the crush. And another kill for Beast Coast. You can see, though, that LGD, in spite of the kill advantage favoring Beast Coast, they're doing a good job of farming up the rest of the map, biding their time, waiting for their moment.
They're making so many moves, people can't even, like, rotate mid for the wave and just, like, run back in time, so missing out on a couple creeps here. But Gojira gets there now, so we'll be able to grab that. And
also, interesting from him on the Snap, he's actually maxing his E and going Medallion. This is a build, it was like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
I think it was very popular. Nowadays, a lot of people go 4-4-0, they rush the Force Staff, they go the Shard. So I think he's trying to buff up the physical damage, especially from the Visage in this early game, give them a lot of tower pressure, tanks them up.
Yeah, you kind of have a choice, right? Where if you, let's say you go 4-4-0, you're essentially going to amplify everything that Storm wants to do. Those little gank plays, that big burst damage is Whisper, though. Again, same issue. Like, the rotations...
Whoa, he missed. They miss. Oh, nothing to say. A rare miss for him, indeed, and that Chronosphere just going to be used to get Whisper out of there. LGD, not used to seeing those. That's not enough for the kill on the second go. And Beast Coast gifted another chance to survive through it. And Hector getting away. Gojira moves in. They're not going to dive for this. The Visage Bird's also going down. Xingqiu shows up. Arrow connects. All right, this is a very weird state of affairs down bottom. After they didn't kill Whisper, everything else is just kind of
TP Storms with full mana.
Looking for it. Jump in. LGD, they stuck around a bit too long. Silence, though, long duration cookie for round 2. C-Smile looking for the chase. Wants to play aggro here. But Drow keeps hitting him, and he has to back out. Now, this is all space for Vatheon up top to just keep farming. Well, basically, the only thing they get is a kill on the Undying. Very weird series.
And now a race to the haste rune in the river.
He gets it. So C-Smile picks that one up.
Okay, so Chrono gone. Was for the save, though. That's great. Obviously, Rolling Thunder being used there as well. That's going to be back pretty quick, though, if they want to put this pressure on the mid lane. Got to be looking for Gojira with the level 6 soon, though. Very close right now.
The really important thing as well is all the TPs were used. Only Whisper has TP now, and he's going to have to TP to his lane to have some impact, and he has to resummon birds as well. Another gank, his birds die, and he's out of the game for 2 minutes. It's just scary for the map right now for Beast Coast.
Look at LGD. All 4 heroes immediately converge up top. They want to try and take this tower and claim one of these objectives, while simultaneously bottom, they're going on to Beast Coast a little bit here. See Smile with the haste rune. Out of mana, stepping away. But they do have those kisses ready.
Yeah, not much you can do in this situation. Nothing to say, sort of holding into the mid lane, so it'll just be a tower trade right now. But yeah, back to that build on the Snapfire, though. This idea of, do I want to go for this ganking potential with the high damage nukes that everyone usually goes for the snap, or am I going to try and buff up this big tempo, this whole plan that we have? Because they could Roche extremely early at this point right now, with even just like the smallest win from Beast Coast, which is something that is also in the cards for LGD when you have this Slardar. So it could be a slightly earlier timing on that battle of the territory in this game.
Both teams have this really early Roche. Even the fight. Both teams have really nice fighting potential around the Roche pit, so the next probably 4 or 5 minutes is going to be, especially when it hits nighttime at 15 minutes, that's where teams are going to be looking for just one kill, forcing a Roche fight. LGD dropped the Tombstone, you can't really walk into Roche. The side of Beast Coast, if they don't use Chrono, you also don't want to walk into a Chrono.
I feel like the Tombstones have been extremely hard to kill, I will say, for a lot of the matches on the main stage, but this game, pretty good from Beast Coast. Like, quite a few different range heroes, good mobility. Yep, Snapfire is like the ideal one, of course. We've often seen, though, unfortunately, the Snapfires have been missing, going over those uphill kills. And unfortunately, you're not getting any more attacks with those higher levels.
I also think the scary thing is that since it's maxed, you want to always use it. But
yeah, that's true.
For it now, Chrono connects onto 2, and Gojira immediately there with the big ulti. Rolls through, tries to interrupt. Will it be enough? Silence now onto C Smile. He'll die, but they get 2 in turn. Now trying to get a little bit of separation. A good roll ends up bringing down Stinger, but then the cookie, and now onto Ame. A couple more punches. Hector has him for the double kill. They get the invis to try and survive through this, and nothing to say, still sticking around, but he might have stuck around a bit too long. Do they have any detection? It doesn't look like it. So like that, Beast Coast win a very nice fight here. Gets set up for a good mid game.
Yeah, that was a really nice Chrono.
Yeah, they dropped a sentry in the middle of that fight as well there too, so unfortunately their last one being used, or maybe there could have been a chase opportunity there. Nothing to say.
It looked a little scary when Chris got stunned by the Pango roll after jumping in, but there's enough damage between the snap and the storm slightly jumping in on the Chrono just to kill both the Slardar and dying.
Yeah, she was at half the damage in that fight there.
The arrow, Zinq timed it perfectly. Gojira did not use that cookie that time around. So LGD, they're going to get what they came for here, maybe.
It's going to be on off cooldown too while he's dead. It hurts.
Not the might of
the pain.
LGD is probably just going to take the mid tower, and again, mid tower is very important. It opens up the map a lot. It gives you entrance to both of the jungles. It lets you push the mid wave out to give a lot of vision to yourself. So it even gives Roche potential. So with this win, even though Beast Coast probably take the fight win, the map win is in LGD's favor.
I love how involved Almay's been in these fights too, particularly with this build, right? Like just gets into the Dragonlance, but like having have Falcon Blade, Wraith Band, Wand, like you're just such a strong hero in these engagements that even though you did go down that last fight, you can see like still well on top of the board right now, the net worth.
Yeah, and something also interesting is not interesting, is that Gus got movement speed fairly recently when you use it. So now the Drows are able to show up to fights a lot earlier, have actually mobility instead of being a very slow hero, and we might see him take the town at level 10 as well to get another 15% movement speed. He took damage, so as I say that.
No, he's got enough. He's hanging out there. You know, it's really interesting, the dynamic that we're seeing of with these longer cooldowns that Beast Coast are playing around with. As soon as the fight, even if it's a loss for LG, they just run back in there ready to go for another round of it. And we'll have to see if Beast Coast can sort of match that tempo.
Yeah, Drow used to be one of the older school counters to Void, because you would lose the fight to Chrono, you would take Roche, you would take Tower. This was back when Drow Aura was way more global, this damage for everyone.
Back when Drow and Visage were on the same team.
Yeah, right.
Not like this.
Another kill there. Stinger will drop, loses his creep to boot.
That's fine. There was a smoke coming through there, so tanks it for the team. Make sure that Hector gets out with his Midas build, right? Got to keep him farming.
Closer we now. The Wraith Pact is about to be completed. Whisper even foregoing boots in this game to just get it that much quicker.
It's got wings.
Visage.
He's a win lace.
Yeah, there.
And we'll see Chris Luck. He is probably deciding right now between going for the full Kai Sanj or the BKB. He just bought the Ogre Club. He has nothing queued, and it probably depends on how the next fight goes. If he's able to slow the fight down and wait till he gets to jump at the, he gets to wait for the perfect opportunity. He doesn't need a BKB, but if he feels forced that he always needs to jump in first, he doesn't really need to do damage, then he'll go BKB.
Yeah, that's a tough call this game, actually. Because, like, with Visage and Faceless Void as your other two cores, I mean, I definitely like the BKB a lot.
I like the BKB as well.
What a cool build by the Drought, too. You see this going immediately into the Shard after Falcon Blade Dragonlance.
Seeing a lot of this hypothermia. People are big fans.
But
very good versus the Void.
Moonlight Shadow now. LGD looking for a fight. They do manage to hit on that scan, but
I've noticed both teams really love the notice me spam. You know, this has been evolving through the tournament. All the LGD games spamming it quite a bit.
Yeah. Gojira can even see it themselves, but yeah, he's going to be found. Cookies away, as there was a chance for a battle there, but backs out.
The sentry does clip that ward, so when he walks up the high ground, he sees it. Probably going to look to de-ward it and hope there's no hero still standing there waiting for him.
Oh, Arcane Rune there gets denied by the Visage Bird.
Well, more time just to farm up for Ame, and likewise for K1.
I wonder how much pressure LGD feel about taking this Roche.
I don't think they feel much pressure in terms of, like, we need to Roche, it's very important for us. It's mostly that you're going to always watch their smoke paths, and that the way they slowly move around the map are always going to be angles towards taking the dire jungle. And you see there, they smoke up there, they don't get a kill, but if they get a kill, they instantly would go Roche. So all of their moves are going to kind of not really go towards this bot area. It's a lot going to be towards mid or towards top, trying to get areas, get wards down. And once they get a kill, then they go to Roche.
Denied. Midas used in the mid lane. Zinq didn't realize that they're in the area. So they will wrap around towards this tower. It actually gives a lot of information that the Faceless Void is with them for this push.
Okay. He's away though.
Not too close.
He's back to the jungle.
He's just baiting, you know. He's Midas mids, they hear it, and I'm back to the jungle. And so one thing we talked about with the Pangos lately has been these Wraith packs, right? But nothing to say going for the Diffusal of the Blink, the more classic style, I guess, in this mid lane. And that means that we will have just the Wraith band or the Wraith pack versus no Wraith pack for now. From the side of East Coast.
Yeah, a lot of the Pangos that go Wraith pack are the offlane. The mids generally have been going more towards damage. Even some Pangos skip Blink.
Yeah.
Because you can't chain stun with the BKB.
Here we go now into the jungle. They're going to, again, Moonlight Shadow, but you can see Dire's scan recognizing that they're coming that way and immediately spamming out the voice line. Whisper realizing that there's danger coming his way with nobody shown on the map. So another movement from LGD that does not bear fruit. Has to dodge out of that one. Zinq rotates up top. Gojira is nearby, and they will get that D ward. Down bottom, looking for it. Chase on to Stinger. The heal is there and going to try and take a walk away, but eventually Faith Beyond will clean up that kill. Themselves another one.
And then the TP's top instantly. They're going to try to get this kill into Roche. Now that they get one hero, they want to chain kill 1, 2 more, maybe 3 heroes, and then just force the Roche. And that's why you see Beast Coast TP's bots try to avoid it.
Looking for Faith Beyond. He was able to dodge out, and they're going to try and go here. There's no way that Faith Beyond can do something in this moment.
That's a tough area to play with for a Pango, I think.
Say they'd recognize all the TPs from Beast Coast were towards bot. They can't get to the Roche pit now.
Very well played by LGD, and into the pit they go. So a little bit of just fancy movement around the map and baiting things out, and this is going to grant them an Aegis.
That was so much patience here from LGD.
There's also this perfect ward. Beast Coast watches the entire LGD walk into the Roche.
Oh! Just jumps in though! They didn't get out in time, and the Snapfire ultimate coming down. Will it be enough damage? Dodges back away from the silence, away from the stun. Nothing to say, trying to get aggro here. But with the rest of Beast Coast chasing, that is Chrono down, and they need to get some more here. They try and pull in, nothing to say. He's controlled, he's going to be killed. Can they find any more? They don't get the Aegis carrier, but they do find Undying Pango.
Yeah, close to also bringing down the Slider there too, but it feels a lot better. We've got nothing to say.
Wait a minute, what? Hector jumps away, force step out. Things are getting a little bit weird here. As Whisper turns, ready to fight. The birds, they're on top of him. Ame goes down.
Stinger's still sticking around. They didn't want to bail on this.
Beast Coast, they're ready to keep fighting. Ame right on top of him. Why? Can't save the crowd. Somehow, some way, Beast Coast make it work.
Okay. They just kept chasing, and it worked out.
There's Ame piked on the high ground. I think he was trying to get an angle slightly on the low ground. He pikes himself, pushes the Hector away. He lives with just a sliver of health, doesn't get the last hit. there's no BKBs on the side of LGD, so outside of Faith Beyond.
How did this happen? Yeah, just stuck around a bit too long there. And
yeah, there's that bad angle, as you said. Not quite able to get it right there. And it's so isolated at this point, too, because, you know, we talk about how, like, sure, the Slider did survive, but obviously felt pressure, just bailed. Had to go back, regen a little bit up before getting back into the fight. And I love the confidence as well from Beast Coast. So I think a lot of teams right there might have backed up and just been like, thinking that, okay, the rotations are coming back in. We've lost, you know, our Faceless Void isn't here. Storm's not that close right now. But they had the confidence there with the Visage and the big amount of burst damage that they have there to bring her down.
They're ready to go again. Just like that, Beast Coast round 2 of this one.
This is showing Whisper on the lane, right?
They're right on top. The catch is there. Why? Do you have the answer? They dropped in the sentry, but Ame, he gets enough separation. They did not have Curious ready to go. Storm backs out. Stinger trying to escape. And it looks like with that, Beast Coast, they're going to lose Stinger, but everybody else gets out. Oh, man. If Ame died right there, we're really starting to sweat for LGD at this point.
That was a good attempt, right? Showing Whisper up top, very clearly on the lane like that, and then everyone else just sort of sneaking their way made to try and bring down Ame quick, but they were ready there in the wings on the side of LGD to help protect them.
So this is a scary Beast Coast timing, as we said. It's, you jump on the Drow, you kill the Drow, LGD lose a lot of damage. Faith Beyond does a lot himself, but Ame's kind of the centerpiece of this draft. Again, you know, nothing to say, goes for the Blink Dagger. He doesn't have a crazy amount of damage. He's going for the Basher next, which also doesn't really give him an absurd amount of damage. He's mostly playing to control the enemy and just create chaos and space for Ame. So maybe Hector just Chronos him by himself every fight with a Snapple. He dies. If he doesn't have buyback, the fight's over.
Right.
It feels so... it's obviously been pretty incredible, some of the Pango plays, when you do get that good dice roll, be it the disarms, be it the bashes, but it's also something where you have to be very quick to react from the side of LGD to how you play off of those chain stuns, right? Like, oh, Storm's bash, you know, quick, someone get the follow-up.
Right, no, absolutely. Well, and there is still, of course, the hero that we haven't really seen be able to make a ton happen yet, and that's Faith Beyond. Has gone for a little bit more of like this farming build. Maskaban is BKB done now and almost at the Blink Dagger. That feels like it could be another turning point here for LGD to give them more avenues to take these fights, turn things around.
Beast Coast don't have the greatest save. They just have a cookie. So I think his goal right now is to be able to get strong enough that he can go on the Void and kill the Void along with his Drow or Pango. Like just 2 cores jump the Void, you kill him. Beast Coast does a lot of their big team fight spells. And again, this is just it all goes down to the Aegis. Losing that Roche makes it so you can't push tier 2s without getting chronoed, and it just is scary for them.
The way Hector plays this too.
Look at this now. They're moving up. LGD know that they're going to be in the triangle. Can they take this fight though? They're going to be underneath a Beast Coast ward. The smoke on smoke action. They know they're in the area. Arrow. Hector. Oh, he gets bashed right at the start. Roll through round 2. Can he get it off in time? BKB out. Wants to jump forward. Finds a couple, but it's not a great target. The chrono. He gets it on the backside. Immediately. C-Smile right on top. They find him, but do they have the control? The bird drop a couple more stunts. Forced after the low ground. Keeps them fine for now. Faith Beyond ready to fight. Going toe-to-toe against C-Smile. And now on to Whisper. They're in trouble. They got to get the hell out of here. And Beast Coast lose it as LGD say no.
Nothing to say. He silently, after the roll, he walks all the way towards the mid lane. He's following Hector because he's Corrosive Haze the entire fight. He uses after the BKB, catches him on the mid lane. He goes down. And just, again, the chrono is really important for them.
Yeah, and it gets so spread out after that too, right? The Tombstone's on the high ground as well. Like, they had the vision, but they couldn't quite even just get the timing to bring it down. What a strange start to that fight too, right? Like, Hector getting stunned up, doesn't have the time walk to get rid of it right away too. It's been too long with everything happening there, and the kisses coming through, not quite connecting, but then this sort of, you think this salvages it for a moment, right?
It just looks so scary. You can see Hector has to run away. He's not able to jump the Drow with his team. There's not much follow-up. The chrono, while he catches the Drow, also cuts off the whole team from getting to the Drow. They have to walk in a long, roundabout way around the bubble, and it's too slow.
Well, they were able to make that one work for LGD. Of course, you think about how different that fight goes if Nothing to Say doesn't have the role already going as they go into it. So really impressive performance from them. As LGD, that all starts seeing that they were going to move up into that high ground and then run into them after.
Now we're kind of like slapping down the old reset button here. We're going to look around, try and get some wards down that same area around Roche, right? And potentially like 2 minutes away from that's going to start spawning. Roche and tier 2s, pretty much. That's the time of the game that we're at now.
And so this is the really impactful part of the fight. It's not actually just winning the fight and while they're dead. It's actually the chrono cooldown. So there's no chrono. We'll probably see LGD try to take the tier 2 tower, because again, they all want this map control. Their entire goal of this game is to get Aegis so that they don't die in the chrono. That's all they need to do. So anytime they use chrono, you want to take a tower and try to force an outpost.
You can see 50-50 just about. Slight edge towards LGD at this point in the game. They're going to get close, it looks like, to trading off tier 2 towers, both top and bottom at this point. Let's see if they actually get it. But we also saw that Xingqiu, he's the one that's eyeing up that next Wraith Pack. So it's going to be a significant amount of time before LGD have theirs completed.
I'm trying to think of a solution for if Hector gets gone on first. And they're really like, no, it's really not. Like, you can't even buy one, really. Like, with these heroes, with these upgrades, I mean, I guess theoretically there's a snap save. Okay, there's one.
Gagging him.
That's a ways away, though.
All right, start saving Gojira. Got your job.
But it just speaks to, like, how important his positioning is going to be for the rest of this game.
Yeah, the one nice thing is they changed the role so you can BKB between the chain stuns. He wasn't able to get it off in the last fight, but you'll need a lot of follow-up between the Kingo roll, the Slardar bash, the Mirana arrow. There's a lot of different factors that will lead into it.
All right, now the chase. Moonlight Shadow heads on through.
Can't get caught if you're not with the team. All right, can't be first in the dead in the team fight if you're not there.
I like this.
Holding a nice ward though. LGD doesn't really want to force it into the ward. They kind of want to bait the mid lane, and when someone pushes the lane, they want to jump. And anytime you walk high ground into a ward, you know it's there. That's when the fights get hard. They have perfect vision of you. They always get the initiation on you, and it's a little scary.
Crush to start with BKB. Faithion trying to bring down Stinger. They're cooking him around. Gets a little bit of separation. C-Smile also not forced to use that BKB.
Wow, very interesting. That's an expensive start to a fight to go for BKB on the edge kill like that. And Hector now has a Manta as well, so isn't going to be forced that BKB necessarily early.
For the chase. Big jump. Nothing to say. Will he get it off? He does. Rolling around back and forth, but they've already killed off the Undying. Now looking for nothing to say. They get him caught in the photo. On the side of Ame. He's in trouble with the Manta, the badges. Do they have enough to bring him down? BKB gets a little bit of separation. They don't have Manta to take off that silence. So Ame is going to get back home again, able to escape. Still a fight win for Beast Coast.
Unfortunately for them, though, it's not going to find the big prize there quite yet. Bit of a long wait here for them in the river.
And they, just as they said, all they want to do is jump mid. But they weren't fast enough on the connection on the Enchantress. They used the roll. He doesn't get the stun on the Storm either. So they have to back out. And there's also this really nice ward. It's left over from the fight in the Tri-Camp from 4 minutes ago that Beast Coast did, and that's why they get the jump there.
Yeah, it's actually crazy it's run that entire time. Yeah, a bit rough there, unfortunately, for LGD. Definitely not a team who you typically see like miss a clear like that after an engagement in that territory.
Chrono used, though. So another big timing. Now, even when Roche respawns, there won't be a chrono. So a little window for LGD to take a good fight.
And we'll say also, Faithion and his Aghanim Scepter. That's going to be another huge moment for them, just being able to stand in those puddles. But
they've also had a good ward hanging out here. They see Gojira.
C-Smile jumped right at the start. Where's the save? Cookie out. The wave of Z gets out of there. Oh my god, the Cookie save. It actually worked. But Whisper, he's the one that's caught now. Force stab. Dude, Beast Coast, they're covering each other really well, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Faithion is too strong on this Slardar. Stinger controlled, also killed. LGD find another win here. And this time, Roche is ready for him.
You saved your storm, that part's great, but obviously not having the chrono there, they can't really fight. You're head immediately into the pit, and this is the big moment they're waiting for. And Ame having so many struggles with positioning this game, picking up a blink dagger.
Interesting. A very different look for him. And they're actually not trying to go in for the Roche. Instead, they want to keep finding kills. Gojira in some trouble. C-Smile trying to interrupt and get his buddy out, and actually might just do it. So raking the blink dagger of that Slardar, and they're buying enough time.
This is worrisome now for LGD, though. Chrono's up in 5 seconds. There's potential for them to contest this Roshan.
Yeah, looks like it won't end up happening, but with how much they delayed it from Beast Coast, very surprising, because honestly, it looks like it's going to be pretty free. The birds are going to come in, they're going to see that this Roche is dying right now. It's not going to be able to ruin any of their plans, as the H-Stand Shard will both be picked up there. And Shard currently in the hands of XinQ.
No, it
He's
won't be
just a
Xing.
courier, unfortunately.
Yes.
Wait, are you sure? Wait, what? Murana Shard?
The fourth leap.
That's not your favorite?
I do like the fourth leap, man. Giving it to the starter, actually.
The starter is really nice. It lets him not have to press ult before his crush, so he doesn't have to worry about kind of slowing down, missing an attack by pressing ult. So it's all about the burst now for Void. If Void lives, Beast Coast probably have a good chance of winning the fight. If Void dies without pressing Chrono, without pressing BKB, I don't really see a way from him to fight LGD.
Yeah, of course, speaking of shards, it also doesn't have the shard on the Faceless Void right now either.
They've changed it a lot so that it's more, you don't need it as much, but it doesn't become as good with it.
Right. You know, the interesting thing about this game, too, is that I think for either team, if you win one of these fights in the late game scenario, buildings are going to fall so quickly, whether it's with the Visage or whether it's with the Drow. It's just a scary, scary state of affairs. And uses the Manta, goes in, BKB out from Faith Beyond, and then tries to escape. Hector, lifted, arrow. He is going to use it now, but could jump forward. Ooh, if he saw the vision there, might have gone for the chrono.
Yeah, I think the call was from Gojira just saying, like, I'm not there for the follow-up. We don't have enough. We're losing it on some Storm mana. Just reset. Like, we don't want to force a fight into the Aegis uphill by their outposts. Like, it seems like a bad idea, guys.
It does feel sometimes like it's, you know, pulling everybody back from ready to just jump on them.
There's a lot of back and forth in the fights. Beast Coast has a lot of, they have 4 stabs, they have the cookie, they have a lot of different jumps, so it always seems like they're able to kind of maneuver back and back and back, but it's all on, do they connect with the arrow, do they connect with the Pango rolls? It's just, at some point someone's going to get stunned, and whether or not the Void can protect by chronoing aggressively is the question.
It's a very interesting game when it comes to the terrain as well. There's like where the fights actually take place. Because like if you find these choke points with the chrono, that's obviously going to be very strong for Beast Coast, but at the same time, choke points for a Pango. Rolls all over the place, better combinations. There's a lot of ways to get over top of the terrain as well for both teams.
And it's just down to who finds that initiation. Bloodthorn completed now on the Storm as they are heading towards mid for Beast Coast. LGD continuing their spree down bottom as we'll likely see a couple more towers fall in the duration of this Aegis.
I think Beast Coast has been doing a very good job in terms of the lane pressure, which isn't necessarily something I would always say is like one of their strengths as a team. But all over the map right now, from like Whisper, Stinger, and Hector through a lot of this game, try and keep them in it.
Oh, jumps, back line, Whisper again on that separation, and Faith Beyond might be in a little bit of trouble. He's pretty far forward. They get the pull for round 2. Hector gets a good chrono, but it doesn't find the Drow. That's not good enough. He's going to kill off that Undying. C-Smile gets some separation. Ame wanted to chase, but can't quite go for it. Nothing to say, backs away. And the Tombstone is down, so they find 2 kills in the midst of the Aegis and with the bad chrono.
I think they could just jump a little too far. All the TPs take so long. It takes 7 seconds for even Drow to just show up to the fight. So now by that point, the BKB on the starter is out. It's just, I think they just chase a little too far.
Yeah, it's a bit of that dragging out the fights that you were talking about before. Able to sort of like break things back. Very good versus an Undying, typically, right? That was excellent timing. As you can see, like we got Wraithback and we got the Tombstone here. And Snapfire, you only get so many shots, right? Only a couple, 6. I'm counting in there in the revolver, right? And hard to bring down both those targets. So still pretty good for Beast Coast, but again, it's that same notion of just like, okay, the chrono's down. What do we want to do now as LGD?
The other big thing is they glyphed the tier 2 bot, and it was not their first tier 2, so there's no glyph reset the next 5 minutes. There's no glyph for Beast Coast, so LGD has the opportunity to push towers, but anytime you lose fights, if you're not very, very confident, like they don't have chrono, guys, we can go. It's maybe you're going to step back, say, oh, we need this next item, we need to go together more, play a little slower.
He's hopping all over the place, skipping some pot
Good
here.
crush. C-Smile has to zip away from that one. And it looks like he will get away. And see if Gojira also does. Faith Beyond, is he lucky? I can't quite get him.
He's ogre flopping. He's cookieing. Trying to get away as fast as possible.
Also, there's something interesting is C-Smile went back for the Orchid, 3rd item, which isn't too common these days. A lot of the Storms have been going for a Witchblade or an Ags. He's going for the Ags next, but I think he's kind of recognizing that Nothing to Say doesn't have any defensive items, but thankfully for him, he's just picked up an Aeondis that's locked. So he's trying to just BKB, go in, jump out, create a chaos in the fight, and then his re-engage is when he actually uses the Orchid. That's when the BKBs are down, the Manta's down, the roll is down, you get the kill, and hopefully at that point the fight's over.
I feel like he's been getting away with a lot this game on the Storm as well. Like I feel like C-Smile's done an excellent job of just holding his BKB for the opportune moment. He's had a lot of times where I really thought like, okay, like, I would need to BKB here. Like one straight arrow, I'm just dead.
Or a bash from nothing
way
to
too much
say.
panic right now.
He's been playing it perfectly. Exactly what they need from him. And this Midas paying off. Has the Mjolnir done now. Could think about a chrono again if they feel so inclined. But it looks like the call is going to be wait for that Scotty to get there.
It's actually, it's flying there right now, so.
He is mega farmed.
Going to be very helpful if he is getting chain stunned up there. And as the game goes later, there's less and less concerns with this idea of just like, okay, we can go now to the chronos down because like fights tend to get like a little bit more spread out. As
They also take
respawn
longer.
timers come out. Yeah.
So the big thing right now for both teams are thinking, everyone's thinking about their carry players. They're still really important in this game. It's throw the drow, good chance of winning. The fight's maybe not over, maybe it's buyback, but that's all you need to do to win. And on the side of LGD, Ame is just thinking, how does he dodge the chrono? That's why he's the blink, that's why he's the pike. He wants to just not be solo chronoed. He can even hit the void in the chrono and kind of dissuade him from killing his teammates. So both of them are going to be kind of playing this cat and mouse game where Void doesn't want to show because he always wants to be able to chrono, and Drow doesn't want to show until he sees the void. So everyone else is going to have to throw their bodies in. I think that's why Faith Beyond keeps going first.
Jumps first. There's an opening, and can they bring him down? Yes. Why dead? Uses the chrono on Faith Beyond, and two of his other teammates also. They go rolling inside. They will bring down one, but nothing to say. Still ready to fight. But look at him. K1 right on top of Ame. The Shadow Blade keeping him alive. Faith Beyond bought back. Can they do it? Round two at a Zincu. They turn. They bash. They crush. See Smile doesn't have any mana left. Has to get out of there. Whisper playing a little bit of intercept at the moment. But with the chase down, Ame coming in. Hector turns, tries to bring him down. Oh my goodness gracious. And kill them all. 3 dead for nothing. This fight is looking all LGD. As Whisper also, he too will die.
They went for a cheap start to that fight, throwing the kisses on the Undying, trying to give themselves just one leg up in this engagement. But then the big chrono, right? Catching Faith Beyond, but also to the allies, so the damage can't come out there in time. That exact plan you were talking about, Gunnar, in terms of like Ame not being in there, dissuading that damage from the Faceless Void, just chucking that damage into the chrono. These skills could not get enough of the start of this engagement.
It looks really good. Undying gets no spells off. He instantly dies, and Faith Beyond's stuck. Doesn't get his BKB off before the chrono. He goes down. But you can see how tanky he is. The Void has to use an entire BKB duration, the entire fight, the chrono just hitting the starter, and he buys back and shows back up in the fight.
Yeah, and the terrain coming to play for sure, right? Nothing to say, like dream situation. He can bounce off whatever he wants this engagement, gets a couple of heroes through that big roll, and then of course C-Smile as well, finally getting caught very early without the BKB. Didn't have a lot left, and you know, I noticed that Gojira was also holding 6 mangoes in his backpack, so he's trying to make some cool plays for his Storm, but when you die, you know, not that helpful.
What a big opening for him. LGD, as Beast Coast are losing that fight with the Chronosphere, things are really going to start sliding away from them here.
It's a fairly late Roche. Still 2 minutes now for it to respawn. Gojira does take the little Shredder attack, so a little more helpful for the Tombstone killing.
Yeah, that's huge actually. And the Wraithbacks, of course.
Yep. 2 big things that are just, you know, hit-based, right? You don't need to do damage, just hit it very fast and you'll get rid of it. Also, it looks like Faith Beyond's going for an Ambus, which I kind of like, because again, his job in this game right now is just to go in, BKB, that's why he buys the Ags. It tanks him up, gives him stat resistance, and just exist in the fight. And he forces the chrono, which is all he needed to do.
It does feel like there might be damage problems later and later, though, I feel like, for LGD, you know? Like, there's so much control, and, like, we're buying these Aeon discs on your mid laner and on your off laner, but at the end of the day, if Ame is the one who, like, let's say, like, goes down at the start of this fight, it's really going to be tough for them.
Yeah, nothing to say, hasn't even combined his yet. It's still locked in his inventory. He hasn't felt any threat yet. And he also took the Rolling Thunder duration, which is not that common these days as a talent, but it kind of shows that both him and Faith Beyond just are creating chaos, kiting the fight out, stunning heroes, and just playing for this slow fight where at some point, Drow's going to prop her ult 3 times in a row. It's not slow. This is the dieback.
Faith Beyond in trouble. Starting to drop down low, but not dead yet. Bouncing back and forth, and Steve Smile barely survives through that one. As they will find the arrow onto Hector. Manta jumps out, jumps back in. Chrono! Oh, he did it to him! And now Murata already hit. Turns on the Ame, looks for a couple more punches. And Faith Beyond, he survived through so much of this, but as they chase him through the river, usually Slardar strong there. Not this time. 100 seconds dead. The time walk in and back out was exactly what they needed.
From the brink of death into a double kill there for Hector, bringing it back there with the chrono. Woo! And the dieback there, Faith Beyond, it's going to give so much space now for Beast Coast, and maybe they can finally get themselves near this Roche Pit in a successful time.
It's actually the first time they're going to be set up for it. 80 seconds with no Slardar.
That was a nice jump. see how close it is to just killing the Storm here. He loses such little health. He gets out, and Hector just also gets caught by the Yules. It looks really bad here. He gets Yules, arrow, doesn't get his BKB off, Manta dodges. That's a Scotty. That's some health right there, you know?
I mean, it's a choice, right? To take that. You can always BKB out of Yules, right? So he decided, this is going to keep me alive. I'll be able to survive through it, and the plan was there the whole time.
Also, unlucky for Faith Beyond, he had a bash actually queued up, but he gets a first hit bash from Hector. Just pulls him right there.
He's smiling.
Unlucky, I guess. Unlucky. It's always the bashes.
Arrow out. LGD. Can they contest this?
They do have roll.
They're in the area. Roche is falling quickly, but Beast Coast, they're already in position.
Okay.
They're just ready to go, man.
Yeah, there's 1A blinks happening.
And a full bot refresher. Jumps forward, pulls onto one. Ame control. And they have enough. The BKB, the turnaround. Trying to back out of there. Hector right on top of Ame, but they've already killed one.
Of course, it was the Ags, right? You know?
Oh, yeah, Action Roche.
Yeah, of course. He was already queued up. He's 4,000 gold. But
on Sachet, Zinq also going to drop now. 10k gold in the lead. Beast Coast looking to come in here, shock the world, take down LGD. See if they can do it in this game one.
That's also why this third Roche is so important if it drops in Ags. It's 6,000 gold. Instantly swung every time you get the third Roche. It just... That couldn't have been any better, you know? Like, of all the heroes to get into Agnums at that moment, to chase down right after the fight, knowing you have so much confidence. And of course, you know, Hector obviously recognizing just how important that Chronosphere is. He's sitting here with the refresher. Chrono just came back up. They're on the high ground. They've got the minus armor. Going into these buildings here, they want to get a little bit of something here before backing up.
What more can they do?
Mangoes, right? He's back in full man on the Storm.
He's ready. They knew the whole time this is going to be a lane of racks. They're bringing back nothing to say now, but the jump forward, they find why. He's in trouble. Ame trying to stop the bleeding, but there is no tourniquet here. It's all gone.
They just keep finding the kills and kiting them out. I think, especially, it's just Chris Luck. The amount of times he's able to survive, get pulls off cooldown again and again and again, just all they need to do.
Crush, the roll forward. Starts the fight. The arrow is there. Where's the save? Looking for the cookie. Gets him in a little bit deeper. K1 caught. That's Aegis down. This is the best that LG can hope for right now. Can they keep it going? Looks for it. Hector. Dude, he just goes in. It's only for an undying.
Now he's got one more.
Round two. Chase. Look for more. Gets out just barely in time. Held it there. He's not afraid. Meanwhile, the Enchantress comes in and is going to just be safe.
Okay.
Four staff, cookie, everything. Beast Coast get out.
And they can't even chase. They know that the Storm TPs, but there's still another Chrono just ready.
Oh, the crowd's starting to get into it a little bit here. They're feeling it. And for LGD, again, this team that has made it to so many finals, been top 3 or top 2 year after year after year. This would be such a huge upset.
Casual 1K swing, 2 bounty runes just chilling in the Arabian jungle, you know? And now Chris Luck also has a refresher of his own. So 2 pulls, he has to time this relic, so it's now like a 3.5 second stun just on the Storm. Pretty much 2 black holes now on the side of Beast Coast. That's not even commitment. He can jump in, jump out, not feel too bad. He has a lot of mana regen. Even more mangoes will come out from, you know.
And I don't know if you saw that, but the Storm Spirit, just a little lesson for your pubs out there. Carry some dust, folks. Evens,
explain yourself. What do you mean?
How is that support item?
Yeah, I'm confused. Isn't he a mid? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. So they're going to look to push high ground. Again, they have only 1 Chrono right now, but it doesn't seem like LGD can actually take the fight to them. Ame just has to get a really nice burst on that Void. You saw how fast he died with the Corrosive Haze. That's what they need to do. Kill him in 1 stun and hope that's enough.
Yeah.
The Silver Edge here.
Power fallen, roll in, jumps out. Stun. Used, nothing to say, not doing enough. Meanwhile, Kisses come from on high. Separating LGD, forcing out that Moonlight Shadow. But they are not willing to back out yet. East Coast on another round of summons, waiting for that next creep wave to come through.
No more roll now, though. It's a really big tool that the LGD needs to use. Nothing to say his whole build is kind of around using the roll to extend the fight.
Gets vision, misses on the jump. C-Smile backs out. Hector, control onto 1. They find the Drow in the back. Right on top of him in the meantime. There Gojira lost his mind, lost his life, but the jump in and they find nothing to say. Oh, God, Hector, he's taking so much damage with the marksmanship and the amp. Chase, nothing to say, looking for it. The crush is there, a couple of pushes, but K1 gets out.
Whisper's going in.
He's right on top. C-Smile find and bash and trying to kill. Will it be enough? The Hex is there. A couple more punches. Ame's dead. Whisper barely survives through. K1 jumps in, finds Undying, trying to bring him down. Ame is still beaten though. He's got a ton of damage. K1 has to be careful. A couple more marksmanship procs is all he needs. He gets away again. No, Bango! Nothing to say. He salvages it. They jump in and get the kills. Beast Coast, they get a lot of objectives, but LGD, they're not out yet.
The mega creeps, though.
That is rough. That is real rough. They're running down the lane immediately.
Hector has the buyback, but yeah, as he escapes the fight, he walks to mid. There's only one Ranger Axe left, but LGD can't stop them from taking the Rex. There's a whole fight going on, so secures the Mega Creeps, goes back into the fight. The backtrack, he's level 25, has 20% chance, but not enough.
And down bottom, there's a DD, but they're not going to check for it. It's going to instead head up towards the high ground now. LGD with a creep wave and a dream. They buy a Deso. They want to go for everything here. Can they do it? This would be a miraculous comeback if they could make it happen.
It's just all the one stun, right? And that Aeon Disc also still prepped here from Faith Beyond. He brings it back out into his inventory here. Might give him that chance for the control here. He doesn't care about his damage.
There's only one chrono for the next 50 seconds, so we'll see if Hector, if he gets forced to use this refresher, it's pretty scary for him. It will be 3 minutes with no chronos.
That's coming back.
All minus armor.
We saw the plan last time. He's
jumps in. Hex control. Faith Beyond survives. Aeon Disc keeping him alive. They're TPing in right now to this catapult. Creeps are in LGD's base. This is about as all in as you can get at this point, but they're not willing to take that risk yet.
Oh, and Hector, he's got a little surprise.
They got to call it. Oh, they're backing out.
Oh, he sold it. He bought a blink, got rid of it.
He wants to save the... Well, I guess he doesn't have buyback anymore, so kind of all in. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he just buys an Aeon Disc. At this point, all he needs to do is press the chronos and exist in the fight.
Yeah.
Beast Coast will win.
It's dangerous. Again, without buybacks, and you know, we look at this lead, 15,000 gold, mega creeps into the favor, but you're still dealing with a Drow Ranger. Like, if you lose with no buybacks in this game, East Coast will still lose.
And you saw what the plan was, like, way back on that fight, you guys remember, in the Radiant base, Gojira being by the fountain. Like, how does that even happen? That's literally just, I'm just trying to stop Drow, right? Like, I'm getting on top of the Drow, that's my job. We didn't pick the Earth Spirit, the Tusk, the Clockwork, so I guess that's just me, right?
I think what he was trying to do was buy a Ghost Scepter from the enemy fountain, but he actually had, I think, 6 items in his inventory and 3 in his backpack, so he couldn't get an item slot to get the
fruit
Ghost
stand, dude.
Yeah, those mangoes. It's too much, too much.
There's also a cheese just hanging out in the pit. Gojira just notices it.
Nice.
Like, guys, this is pretty good. A couple of laughs. He didn't have a space for the cheese either. Had to drop some dust.
It's a TI classic, you know?
It really is.
Sags is the important one.
Yeah, that's true.
Chasing. Looking for the courier.
Completed.
That's
also,
big.
something interesting, Hector went for the Eagle Song of his Swift Blink instead of the Blink Dagger itself. So, 25 agility is very important.
Okay.
He could go
Not versus Drow, it's not, but you know.
He could go a Butterfly, but I think it's just made a Swift Blink. I'm just surprised that he would pick it over the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Ame actually completed the Aeon Disc as well, so needs to be careful about taking any extra damage casually, just in case that one gets procced on something else and doesn't have it for the chrono.
Sometimes when carry players see that at him, you know, they don't really understand how it works. Someone has to explain it to them.
God. Unbelievable.
It's only Faith Beyond right now with buyback for LGD, so this is the scary part. You have one hero with buyback, but he's not the best at pushing out lanes, so you feel like, there's pressure on the Pango, pressure on the Drow to kind of be the ones to push these lanes out, but they get jumped, they're out of the game. So they're kind of forcing Faith Beyond to always have to push every lane out, and he's a Slardar. He doesn't want to do that. So instead, they're going to try to smoke up and get a kill while Gojira's pushing out the mid lane.
Yeah, and he's just so quick on that too, right? Like, they know what the situation is.
All the lanes gone for a minute. LGD, they would be looking for a kill. They're going to get some D wards open up their jungle to let Ame get some more farm. But eventually will be pulled back in.
Now, keep in mind though, like you said, there's no buyback on Hector, right? Oh, okay, big jump.
Finds one. That's a quick kill onto Y, and with no buyback, this fight just got a little bit harder. Faith Beyond looking. They wanted to defend that ward, but it's a bit too dangerous. Faith Beyond under the moonlight shadow. The birds with Whisper right on top. Walks in vision, gets him there. Hex Chrono connects Faith Beyond. There's also nothing to say they got him. Second round Chrono ready to go. Waiting for their moment though. Do they have the mana? Hector jumps in, gets the Chrono onto Ame, and the chase comes. C-Smile, Aeon don't have the damage for the kill. That's a couple chronos, a lot of ultis used, and LGD, they still survive.
Even holding the buyback there on the Undying. Okay. Couple here. Obviously losing up Faith Beyond. That is a bit rough. But he is, what, 3,000 gold he can spend without care now at this point.
Yeah, cheese used on the Storm. That's why he survived that fight. But refresher on the Storm, refresher on the Void. Visage has to resummon birds. It's just it's so scary. You almost see Faith Beyond just goes down instantly here, but a nice quick force staff kind of pushes him back.
Really has been the story of this game, it feels like. It's just the positioning. It's like pulling everything apart, trying to drag you through these fights, and eating for a Storm Spirit with the cheese. Like, he needs so much mana to get around.
Faith Beyond has to be careful here. He doesn't have buyback. They'll find Gojira. They'll find Stinger. Roly-poly, no chrono. Gotta be careful. Jump in, 5-1. Thinking about running onto Ame, but this fight's getting a little bit weird. Silence connects onto C-Smile. Whisper there. Finds Xingqiu. Does get the leap out. Again, these moments as Roche is about to respawn.
And 4 seconds.
And usually they're in the position. He zips right through the
good blink. Good blink away. C-Smile just ready, but look at him.
They just missed it.
The tier 4s are going down. They need to get back home. Nobody's home at the Ancient. The fight is going on. LGD might just lose this game while the fight is happening. Nobody is home. Oh, the creeps are pretty strong. Beast Coast gets some help from Love as those catapults are going to bring him down one by one. Faith Beyond trying to stop it. Do they even get any damage onto the Ancient defensive? The Ancients. Whisper moves on in with the birds ready to take it down. A couple more punches is all they need. LGD trying to hold on, desperately doing everything they can, but GG is called. Beast Coast take game number 1.
Just really nice play, all the chronos. The way they kind of maneuver these fights is really impressive from the side of these guys. Always very straight for them. They would just chrono. Drow would be, alive. It looked like they could Roche, they could tower, but these guys just keep holding on. As we said, the lane push, Enchantress and Whisper. Great job of pushing out the lanes, kind of delaying the game, getting all their timings. And Chris Luck, I think that was performance right there on his Storm Spirit.
Getting a little bit of love from the crowd there, Chris Luck. And of course, the doggies.
A stalwart, these allies here, just...
No
serious
emotions.
game face there.
No emotions at all in the dogs.
No.
Very impressive.
Killer. Well, what a way to end this first game here. And I feel like, to me at least, this is sort of, everybody came in saying, all right, Beast Coast could do this, but I don't think anybody expected them to come in this style. Going into game 2, any changes that you feel like you would want to see? Anything that really scared you with the drafts in particular?
I think the Undying has somewhat been found out a lot in this tournament. It was very, very popular even leading into the tournament. But the Visage response, I think, is something that has been very common and usually banned out. But they give up the Visage, so maybe you just question whether you want the Undying or whether you want to ban the Visage if you really value the Undying. And the later picks are, it's hard to say, right? Every game it'll change, but I think particularly the Undying and the Visage.
I feel like they also maybe started a little bit in terms of enabling all their cores in a way on the side of LGD in this game, right? It felt like everything just had to be for all men, which sometimes it can work, but when you get to this point in the game, obviously that was a very big struggle for them.
Versus Chrono too, right? You just chrono him off cooldown.
Well, an amazing series to start our day. 4 teams going to be eliminated. We'll see if we find one of them in the next game or if we're going to be able to push it to game number 3. For now, we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you so much indeed. One game up for Beast Coast here against PSG LGD, and it is in a fantastic fashion that they are able to do so. I feel like we just witnessed Beast Coast. I mean, there was not a beat dropped, I felt, from not being there in person across. I feel we have to start by mentioning that.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, C-Smile, he's there, just enjoying himself alone. They're on stage while the rest of the team is playing from the hotel, but you could not feel it. That's something that Jenkins did mention is because this team has been together for so long, they have so much experience. It's like a family. This is not like a team, and it seems like it doesn't make the difference for them because they just beat PSG LGD here on the main stage, and the way I want to say anything was wrong with the draft from PSG LGD. Something that Gunnar did mention is that this Undying sim goes for Shadowfin. I think we can make a similar reference that he got figured out, and this is one of the best moments that I've seen as a Faceless with, where he goes in, scouts things out, and then comes back in with a sharp place. It's a really nice chrono.
But that happens so often, right? Where it felt like they could have won the fight on the side of PSG LGD if they just managed to burst that void down. But a couple of times sometimes they just fell so short to killing him, and the tides of the entire fight would turn. And honestly, that really was just the story of the game. Which team was able to kite the other team better, which team was able to play the longer fights better. And of course, when you were baiting out these cooldowns, these force offs, you could go back in, and Beast Coast just had the tools to go on LGD's heroes and punish them. But I really do have to say, they came in with such confidence today. Even when LGD went for that first Roche, Hector with the chrono instantly. He didn't care if they got the Aegis. He didn't care if they're fighting versus undying on a choke point. He went in. He chronoed them. They got the Mortimer's Kisses. Maybe didn't turn into a really good kill or fight. They got like maybe one target. But the fact that they're able to take these plays and make these moves without needing anything just says so much about their mental state right now. So that was so impressive.
I actually just realized something with what Lacoste was saying that totally eluded me up until this point. These are the two rosters with the most games played together that are still around. Like, we're talking like Old Na'Vi, Alliance. Like, these are the two in the world with the most games as a 5-man roster playing against each other. Because he was saying with Beast Coast, it's like, oh yeah, they're like a family. They've played so much together. That's true with LGD too. Actually, LGD is the only team that has more games played together than Beast Coast. But Beast Coast has the most TIs played together as a full 5-man roster. That's pretty insane.
That is pretty insane.
I mean, it's cool that you bring that up because I'm pretty sure a lot of people remember Beast Coast's main stage performance last year when they played versus Alliance, and it felt like a massive choke, to be honest. The players were incredibly anxious. There were some bad plays being made, and a lot of people assumed that maybe the team would disband after that and go their separate ways, but they didn't care. They just stuck together. They said, we're happy with the results, we think we're good, and we're gonna keep going. So that's really cool of them. But I just quickly want to talk about Whisper a little bit. So he has played 4 Visage games in his entire competitive career, including this one. And they're just feeling so good about themselves to the point where they can take away PSG LGD's Visage, first pick it for a player who has only played it 3 times competitively and look like that and win like that. So Beast Coast have such a good mentality coming into this series.
Confidence and trust.
I remember at the major, there was a similar thing being said with Whisper, where he played Kunkka for the first time in like forever, just because it felt good against that particular team. So this is a player who historically is totally fine. It's like, yeah, I'll be thrown under the bus, guys. I'm good. Yeah, I can do that for the team, for the fam.
For the team, a lot of it is based on intuition. You gotta have some good intuition when you're playing Dota 2, because sometimes you don't have time to think. Everything goes split second. And speaking of intuition, I got good vibes, good intuition with the following 2 people.
Hello, it is us here in the arena, Slacks and Casey. Audience, what do we think about that game 1? Woo! Such a hype audience today and such hype players as well.
You know, despite you and I accidentally dressing like Christmas today, I wanted to give you a gift.
Oh, thank you.
You know, you're really good at interviewing players, and you haven't had a chance to do that at this TI. Would you like to be the ones to interview the players for this?
My gosh, I guess we could do something after game 1. That would be a really fun opportunity. Okay.
Interview Beast Coast.
All right, I'll interview Beast Coast. I'm a little nervous. Okay. Thank you so much for taking time. What were your thoughts about that game 1? Are you ready for game 2?
Oye, Jacobo, ¿qué haces hablándome aquí? Estoy a punto de jugar una partida, me estás tratando de esta manera. ¿Te crees que puedes ganar el PO?
Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your... please forgive me. I just want to wish you good luck.
Enséame tu dotawtf, déjame jugar, por Dios.
Okay, well, I think Beast Coast is ready to go. I apologize. We'll leave the interviews for Casey. Okay, well, back to you. I'm so sorry. Back to you.
Well, it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. They might look like cute puppies, but they were like ferocious beasts. And they played like that as well. This was a fantastic opening games, and I know that there were a lot of people worried, like, oh my gosh, they're ill. They're gonna, they performed so well against EG, knocking them out in the main stage, and then now they're sick, and it might have to end their run. But they look good. They came out swinging, and I think though that this first game, Jenkins, will have a big impact on the type of game we're gonna see coming out from the most versatile team here, PSG LGD. Because when you say, oh, we're just gonna fight a lot, which Beast Coast kind of wanted to do, PSG LGD can do that too.
Yeah, they can, and they're also a team that, of course, we saw from TrueSight, fairly capable of coming back from a fairly devastating first game or first couple of games. So this is nothing abnormal for them. I'm totally confident we're going to see a very competitive game too. Hopefully, we'll get a game 3 out of this. But yeah, like we were talking about, both teams are like this. So even if the second game goes the way of LGD, I'll say the exact same thing for Beast Coast on the flip side.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta. Both teams have been playing great, and we know that this is not PSG LGD. We know that they can also force out that third game for Beast Coast, and at this point, Lacoste, who knows where the series is going to go, because both of these teams, we know how they play at their best.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did mention a couple of times that PSG LGD, they do have the most versatile hero pool. You know which team is the second best? It's Beast Coast. So it's very difficult to prepare for both of these teams because they play variety of the heroes. Like, I'd say for years, even for me, when I saw Beast Coast draft, the first thing that comes to my mind is weird. Like, oh, it's weird. It's weird because you don't understand it. And it takes you time to understand how capable this team is in terms of, like, spreading their wings across every single hero. Like, they have their own meta. Like, one of the reasons why South America is so popular, because they don't care what others are playing. They form their own meta. They come with their own ideas, and a lot of their ideas are gonna get copied.
Yeah, I mean, I like that point a lot because I remember watching Beast Coast maybe a year and a half ago, and they were playing things like mid Broodmother when every other team was playing her offlane and refused to put her in the mid lane. They were playing Earth Spirit when the hero wasn't popular. Obviously, Chris Luck was one of the mid Snaps, the mid Marses that we see time and time again. So I just really do enjoy regions that have so much faith in their abilities that they are not swayed by other regions. But I do think LGD have that same quality themselves. That game, honestly, could have gone either way at any point. It was so back and forth. It was so competitive. So I have high hopes that LGD are going to mentally recuperate and go into the next game and do well.
Yeah. So let's focus a little bit on what we like to see change. We already heard Gunner's thoughts on it, that it's just about the opening, and the rest, obviously, the rest of the draft will change a lot depending on that opening. And he just mentioned 2 heroes. The first pick of LGD was on Die. He didn't like it. And the first pick of Beast Coast was Visage, which he really, really, really liked, which probably shouldn't be given away again.
I'm down for some Snapfire. Like, this hero did ruin Undying. They did have Raid Pact as well on Mirana, and he did go for level 15 talent, extra 2 Little Shredder attack, so you can easily kill the Tombstone, and that was his pretty much main goal. And I like the itemization, starting with maxing out that Little Shredder, also going for the Solar Crest to amplify the damage of his own team, because they did had a lot of minus armor, and then proceeding to get the Force Staff. He had Ogre Seal Totem and the Blink Dagger, so he could close the gap so quickly and push someone out of the trouble.
I think LGD might just end up going for their Chen in the next game. I think that they weren't prepared for Beast Coast to play this Visage because, like I said, it's not really a strategy they've run or a hero they've really played throughout the group stage. So that definitely caught them off guard because I almost 99% believe that they were trying to pair that Undying with the Visage themselves. So next time around, we're going to see entirely different openers.
You live and learn. It's learning in rapid fashion. Only 10 minutes in between games means adaptation has to come swiftly. There is, of course, one big up for PSG LGD that during the game it has already been Zhao8 that's already decided what he wants to change. He's doing all the drafting, Jenkins. That will be a big weight off the shoulders from PSG LGD, surely.
So he wasn't drafting game 1.
He was.
Oh.
But it's a big up that he can look at the game and already think about what he wants to change.
I see what you're saying. I was like, wait, who's drafting for LGD? No, for sure. Like, the whole time he's watching from the perspective of, he's not microing. He's not playing the individual hero, and he can just look at, we really had to take the mid tower early with this lineup, and we couldn't do it because they had these picks that come out later. Like, it's much easier when you're like out of the player perspective to isolate strategically what went wrong, because you're playing Mirana, you're trying to hit these arrows, you're focusing on all this micro stuff. So yeah, I'm sure he's got quite a few reasons for why he thinks that game was harder than it should have been.
But I'm actually really glad that you brought that up, Shiver, because I think that a lot of people had a misconception regarding how Zhao8 tends to coach PSG LGD, And when last year's True Sight was released, I feel like a lot of those misconceptions were cleared up because people assumed that he was this very strict, doesn't take input from his team or pushes his ideas on others, but it was actually quite the opposite. He was taking input. Some of the picks that people were blaming him for actually came from his team, and he just trusted them, listened to them, and was able to acknowledge his own mistakes.
He took blame as well, yeah.
So
which is important.
His style of coaching, I think, is probably what PSG LGD need right now to bounce back after a loss like that.
And we saw Beast Coast players on the phone calling their parents, "Mom, I'm about to, win against LGD too long. I gotta go. Bye."
What'd you say? I should pick Dad? I'll pick the Pudge. All right.
I don't think we're gonna see Pudge pick. I know you guys really want
Game 2 is Pudge and Sniper territory. I will say Hector has played it in this tournament. LGD, of course, they invented the Pudge Sniper, of course, copying Arkosh Gaming from North American Division 3.
Yeah.
And Sniper is such a good hero. I mean, we were talking about it in the green room. Yesterday, we saw exactly what this hero could do in the hands of Hero yesterday in Entity Series versus Liquid. It looked so good. We're wondering why other teams aren't picking this hero as their Hail Mary. I mean, honestly, it feels like he plays the role of Drow and SF better than they do themselves.
It felt very funny seeing the grenade used to get closer to a person.
Yeah, that was a first. That was a TI. I don't even need to look at the stats. That's a TI history first.
TI history first.
I mean,
very unusual.
How many times has Sniper been played in TI with that ability?
Just this TI.
I don't think it was that last year, right?
No, it was not.
Concussive grenade?
I believe not. And even if it was, I don't believe Sniper was picked very regularly last year regardless.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. We see the players already getting ready to get into that draft of that second game of this series. A lot of pressure for both of the teams. Of course, a game away from securing top 6 for Beast Coast. They've never gotten that far, and it would mean a lot to them, obviously, to go the entire route, especially with the circumstances they're playing in right now. They want to prove that that is not stopping their road, and so far, one game down, they're looking good. For PSG LGD, though, this is a rough position to be in because they've been on the brink of elimination before. They're no stranger to that, but normally it's only once they reach top 3 or even top 2 that they are faced with this amount of pressure, right?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about PSG LGD because they are the team that can mentally reset almost immediately. They don't need any extra time. They know potentially. I feel like they already have a plan. Okay, if you lose, it's whatever. We keep on going. They're like soldiers,
Mm-hmm.
They just have what it takes to have this W here as well.
They do.
Actually, to that point, I do feel like maybe that is the case now in this TI in particular, but in the past it felt like one of their biggest weaknesses as a team was that they were winning so often that when they did lose, they had no idea what to do after those losses, and you could see them unravel, right? It happens especially when they just have group stage dominance. We saw it in Arlington, we saw it last year in TI. It feels like the one thing that they were lacking was the ability to bounce back from really bad losses. So this could be the setting and the stage that gives them that ability, but it could also be the setting that they could just completely get squashed in. Who knows?
And one thing to notice is teams that are coming out from Group A and from Group B, because I think a lot of people did assume that Group A had stronger teams. Like you had this PSG LTD, you had EG, even RNG, Boom Esports, OG, but they kind of formed their own meta in Group A, and I think this is one of the reasons why the other teams from Group B are doing much better, because they played against what seems to be the better teams at this international. So that could have some impact.
I got a theory on that. And this actually goes back to what Effie was saying about LGD. So Group A has 3 ties on average. Group B had 4.2 ties on average. And so I think there's been a huge storyline this TI of teams going through the fire and the flames, sometimes flaming coming from Reddit, of course, and then coming out stronger. And to what Effie was saying, LGD, they are used to being the Goliaths. They're used to being the guys that are supposed to win. And I honestly think it'll do wonders for their mental state to just be the guys people are like, oh, what's going on with them? They could lose, to feel that for once. Like Puppy was saying in the interview, if you win 10 games in a row, if you lose 10 games in a row, you got a problem. If you win 10 games in a row in scrims, you got a problem. You wanna go through the fire and flame so you can learn.
And actually, if PSG LGD are able to bounce back after that game 1 and take this series, I would credit that to their loss versus Team Spirit, because when they lost versus Spirit in Arlington, that was probably one of the most noticeable kind of unravelings or tilts that we as a spectator were able to see, because they went from so completely convincing in their victories in game 1 to just slowly with every game degrading a little bit until in that last game, in that game 4 where Spirit beat them, they didn't feel like themselves at all. So maybe from that series they took these lessons and they applied these lessons, and we might be able to see it here today. I hope we do. I hope we get a 3-game series.
I hope so too. And now that we have a little bit more time, I want to talk about the man on our screen right now and compare him to the man on our screen right now as well. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the mid laners because nothing to say, we saw him on the Pango previous game and we saw C-Smile, Chris Luck on the Storm Spirit. Two very different heroes. We saw Chris Luck go in hard time and time again. It was a little bit harder to do for Nothing to Say, but I want to talk about the different styles of mid lane they play, Jenkins. How do you analyze their style of play, would you say?
It depends on the game. I feel like Nothing to Say is more of a farming style mid laner, whereas Chris Luck he just gets in your face. He's very active.
Very active indeed. We're gonna find out what they're gonna play up against each other because it's drafting time. Game 2.
PSG LGD versus Beast Coast. Game 2.
Turn to ban.
Game 2, take a deep breath, everyone. This is a big one. Elimination on the line for a lot of people. The tournament favorites in PSG LGD. Now, of course, after the tournament has begun, we have slightly adjusted our perception of who is the top dog, and it still is very strange to see potentially PSG LGD being left behind on top 8 this TI. Beast Coast, however, they are looking hot, they are looking ready, and they are looking quite unstoppable, especially with the fighting style they had in that first game. We got a little bit of an adaptation, of course, in the draft, as expected. First pick going away to Beast Coast means Beast Coast removes the Visage. We got Undying removed as well, and that meant that Tiny is left in the pool, as well as Marcy. Interesting to note, in both of those first picks together with the hero we talked about during the first game, a very popular one for both teams, this time for PSG LGD.
Leshrac is an insane hero right now, just abusing the power of the Bloodstone for himself. It's his own item, and we need to see if there's going to be an immediate response here from the Beast Coast, because they know that this Leshrac, let me just double check, because I don't remember.
83% win rate.
Okay, and Fabian was not playing it, and this is a good response. This is, one of the classic ones where Nyx Assassin is very easy setup to counter Leshrac, burn his mana, make his life really miserable pre-BKB.
But we saw in Secret's series yesterday that they did pick Leshrac into Nyx Assassin confidently, and it worked out in such a spectacular way.
It was offlane Leshrac, and they also needed a counter to Slark, so it's a bit different, but it still takes a lot of confidence, but Venomancer, Ben, that's an interesting one.
Very early on as well.
But about the Leshrac versus Nyx thing, so Nyx is definitely a nuisance and a way to catch him, but Leshrac has become the kind of hero where you pick him to try to snowball a lane advantage or just push a few towers, and if he can do that for your team, then he's probably ticked off 3 of the boxes that you want him to do already.
Yeah, he's the hero.
Yeah, and then in terms of counterpicks specific to this hero right now, you can just itemize it for it, which is the beauty of the hero, because I feel what he offers a team right now in terms of team fighting, in terms of DPS output, in terms of objective taking, far outweigh the ability of getting counterpicked. And I think that picking him in the first phase is probably what most teams from this point onwards in TI are going to look to do.
I agree, and going back to Lacos's point as well, it's all in the Bloodstone. This item is so powerful, not only from mid, but it's a really nice build-up for an offlaner as well. The small items that build into it all feel really good to get individually and make you tanky up. So you can, it's not like you have to hard farm your Bloodstone, ignore your team. You can go fight and still get your Bloodstone at a good timing.
Yeah, and the timing for it is so early too. The average timing is around minute 15, and we see all these really impactful items come out around minute 15. The average Wraith Pack timing, I believe, on heroes like Broodmother are minute 15. For this Bloodstone is 1 of 15.
And speaking of timings, I like this ban on Io. You know, hero that we haven't seen played much. I think only one game. Yeah, one game only. And this is the hero that can mess up with the timings because Io Last Track has been super popular, especially as Dire, because it gives you infinite mana. It does allow you to have a partner to run at the lanes and just disrupt. So you can potentially like get more farm, get more levels, and also like take a fight 2 minutes before when enemy carry or a mid laner does not have a BKB, which can make a lot of difference.
Yeah, for sure. And they have run it before on LGD during the group stages. So these guys were definitely prepared for that and just eliminated it.
Disruptor is another hero we've seen become more and more valuable as the group stage and main stage has progressed. Now,
Why is that?
I think the little bit of damage that comes on Glimpse is actually fairly impactful. It makes it like already
good to play.
Yeah, already you wanted to max that ability, but it still kind of felt bad because you wanted the Q, so you're not like useless. I felt like it was a non-damage dealing support when it comes to the fight. But also the ult is insane now. It's huge, and the extra second, like you really feel it. We've seen people get tossed out of the Disruptor kinetic field and then still die, even though with the mistake they still die because it's just so huge that the person can't run out of it in time before it despawns.
But not only that, the issue with Disruptor was he did get a couple of nerfs in the last year. I played this hero a lot, so it's very sad because there goes my Mamara, you know? But you used to just have to get only 2 points in his Q in order to be able to do damage and have impact in the lane. But the Q got nerfed significantly. And now if you actually want to play in that same style, you have to put 3 points in it. But if you're playing Disruptor, you want to max your glimpse. You don't want to put 3 points in a spell that is barely going to give your team that much impact early on. And it's actually really cool because you can get so many of these kills on lane simply by maxing glimpse. If the offlaner runs away from the creep wave, you just bring him back, you do an extra, 150 damage, and then your carry can kill him. And that plus 150 damage in the early game, in the laning stage, makes a huge difference.
It is. And looking at this Crystal Maiden, focusing, so that means that Tiny is going to be, I mean, Tiny can be still played as an offlane for Bisco, because they do love to flex a lot of the heroes, but looking at the carry, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some old school Jug plus CM action, or maybe even Bloodseeker. I wouldn't mind seeing Bloodseeker, because like just having a strong lane could mess up with PSG LGD's timings. Like, strong lanes, Nyx Assassin definitely not a strong laner, but if paired up with some other offlaner, yeah, okay, it's going to be Mars for now.
Mars for now, indeed, and an instant lifestealer. That was a telegraphed lifestealer with the Venom and the Batman. I would imagine that is not a surprise coming for Beast Coast.
I like this lifestealer a lot, actually. It's good against every single one of Beast Coast heroes so far, and it pairs up well with Disruptor in the safe lane. Usually you can go Corrosion on lifestealer. You don't want to unless you know you can get these kills, but you can just pick up something like that, and then with the glimpse that we were talking about, can set up for a lot of kills on either the Nyx or the Mars early on. But also lifestealer is a carry who does lack a little bit of damage up until he gets his armlet and his Dessa or whatever build that they tend to go for. But you're also playing with a Mars stage, right? You get the free damage from Sidekick, which allows you to hit the lifestealer timings 2 or 3 minutes earlier, which is incredibly valuable, as Lacoste mentioned how important it is to disrupt or be able to play on these timings.
And you need to have a hero that Lifestealer is afraid of, something that goes through magic immunity, because like these heroes, he's really not threatened. There is a save from RC, there is a glint, like there's potentially a lot of ways to protect the Lifestealer, not necessarily a real save, but these spells do a lot for Lifestealer. So I'm still thinking about the Juggernaut. Maybe, I know that K1's not a big fan of Ursa, but it could work.
Slark's an Ursa alternative that does kind of a similar thing. It's less good against the Disruptor, but
yeah, Slark into Disruptor Lash Track might be a bit difficult.
Bloodseeker still feels pretty good.
Yes,
BKB,
for sure.
BKB piercing for the Lifestealer as well. It's just, it does feel like a lot of melee so far.
Guys, it would be so cool if PSG LGD picked Spirit Breaker here, because we've seen the Spirit Breaker and Lifestealer combo pop off so much, but I know that Xiao8 is a huge fan of the hero.
He is! He's not playing mid though. It's nothing to say.
It doesn't matter. It's his personal favorite hero, so I'm sure he's maybe potentially discussed it, because we've seen it be impactful in Liquid Series, we've seen it be impactful with Tundra, and we've seen how good these two heroes are in unison together right now. And also, the charge plus the glimpse gives you a lot of vision, so let's Let's do it. Bring out the cow. Come on. Where would you put him though?
Faith Beyond, I think, would probably have to play it. He's not played it yet, but also he's played like basically every hero every offlaner in Dota, so
Ursa is going to be the last man coming out from PSG LTD. As mentioned, that would have been a good one against Lifestealer. So we'll see which one Beast Coast goes for, if that will indeed be the Slark. Anybody having some potential, very small chance to smell mid-Slark? That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt that's going to happen. But
then we'd have to see like a carry tiny. I think, is Drow banned? I feel
Drow is not bad.
I feel like Drow could still be good for them. Kite the Lifestealer, silence the Lifestealer. Lesh also, as a hero that like runs into you, Drow can just kite Lesh and stay out of the range of the ult.
I think I still feeling Juggernaut because it's a safe pick. I know that K1 doesn't like Morphling a lot. That could have been an option. Not so good against the Disruptor, but having a free BKB when you turn into Lifestealer. I think the other one is Terrorblade. The carry-to-carry matchup is good. Good against the Leshrac as well. Oh, I forgot about this hero. I actually forgot this hero was not banned.
The thing about the Void in this game is it's not as terrifying as the last one because it doesn't have the Snapfire to play with.
Yes, it does have Tiny though.
Yeah, but Tiny needs a little bit of time to get that tree volley, right? But we saw how impactful Hector was able to be early on, especially when LGD took that first rush, because he had the damage to follow up on his Chrono early. This time around, it's going to take a little bit more time to bust out that really big damage for the Chrono. So
it's got to farm.
So it's going to be a more farm-intensive kind of game from Beast Coast, which kind of allows LGD to snowball off their Lifestealer timing if they do get the last pick here. And if you notice, they ban out the Ursa and the 12 Warlord, so they're probably just protecting whatever melee offlaner comes out of them.
Also, Faceless Void into Disruptor can be a difficult matchup sometimes. You know, pre-BKB, you time walk. If they have vision, glimpse back, and then you're gonna be food for heroes like Leshrac.
And if you are charged at the same time, there will be vision.
Is Slardar banned? It's not banned, right?
Slardar is
Isn't
not
it just
banned.
Slardar again? You get the Slardar Lifestealer combo, a hero to run in, stun people for Lesh.
Minus armor coming out.
Yeah, minus armor, yeah. Marcy Slardar sounds pretty good against. It beats Void in lane, or, you know, does well against Void in lane. It's just, it didn't feel that great in the previous game, so maybe they're feeling against it for that reason.
You know what? I'm about to sort some Venge off lane.
Oh, okay.
New hero Dress of Frey.
All right.
Okay, so I think that the logic behind this axe is that they want the BKB piercing disable to just be able to play all the time, right? They don't want to have to worry about any kind of timing, especially coming out of the Void. And if you have this axe Berserker's Call to play against, it should be relatively simple. Yeah, the hero isn't what it used to be, but I think for something like that, it can accomplish a lot. Also, guys, don't forget that this team lost to Collapse's axe in Arlington when that hero wasn't in Meta 2, and it was also a game that was for a lot of sticks, right? It was the finals. So maybe they just took a little bit of a lesson from Spirit there and are gonna carry it on to this game.
Yeah,
I think that's cool.
Definitely. In the first game, I didn't lean any way, but I'm gonna give slight advantage to PSG LGD this time around because this lineup doesn't have any cooldowns. Like, they are gonna be able to punish the Chronosphere, especially if it's not placed well, potentially threaten the Roshan. I like what they got. And in the Fest Bomb, followed up by Leshrac, by a Disruptor, it's a very strong lineup. It's also very early game oriented lineup with Leshrac being the mid laner.
I agree, and I think Beast Coast's damage is quite limited for the early game. Funnily enough, most of the damage is going to be coming out of their Crystal Maiden alongside the Tiny up until they can get a couple of items up. So I think that PSG LGD are tanky, they're faster, and they can play earlier.
Are they going to have a third game here?
I hope so. I would give a slight edge to LGD as well, but I think Beast Coast also does have some potential to win the lanes and snowball from that where they won't lack damage, but LGD slight edge.
LGD slight edge. All right, we're going to find out soon if we can maybe get a couple of words in from Zhao8 before the game begins, but from my panel, from what we were here so far, we might be able to hear him later on as well, because my panel believes in the draft of PSG LGD more well-rounded this time around compared to previous game. More chances to fight early on in the game. And who doesn't love some action-packed Dota 2? I think everybody loves some action-packed Dota 2, and especially Slack, who's now studying by with Zhao8.
Absolutely. I do love some action-packed Dota2 Shiver. I am here with Jin and Xiao8, of course. Gentlemen, an incredible first game. They had the Faceless Void last time. It, won. Do you think you have enough differences in this draft to make sure it doesn't happen again? Of course, maybe we'll see a Marcy whip somebody out of the Chrono, potentially.
包你好，前面一把打得相当精彩，虽然惜败了，然后上一把你们是输给了虚空，然后这把你认为你的 BP， 他们又选了虚空，你认为你的 BP 有没有做出适当的调整？以及包括这次你们选了马西，是否有点是在依赖马西把这个队友给甩出来？
没有啊，因为他们虚空就没有别的输出点，虚空照大只能靠自己输出，感觉他们虚空选的不太好。
This game we feel that the Faceless Void doesn't have any additional supports or additional firepower from the team that can assist him in his chrono. So this game we felt that the Faceless Void pick wasn't that good from the team.
Okay, fantastic. And real quick, why Axe? We haven't seen much of this hero.
最后一个问题就是为什么选斧王呢？这个英雄我们目前基本上没见到过。
因为斧王是 Face 边的绝活，然后他夺冠一手。
X is Faith Bian's his best hero, so we're counting on him to win.
All right, fantastic. Well, we are counting on them to win as well for potentially a Game 3. All excited here in the arena. Let's get ready and send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Slaxon. Already a bit of a battle occurring here in the jungle. They're saying that Faith Beyond's best hero is Axe, and well, he's already been able to bully a couple of these heroes out of the pool again. Joined by Trent and Gunnar. You guys, we saw them bully back. Doesn't look like there's going to be any first bloods as we are already into the laning stage. They talked about not having that extra firepower with the Chronosphere. Is there anything else that you're seeing in the draft that you like?
Well, I mean, one thing we were talking about during the draft was like who is going to be at the end, right? Who are you saving this for? And it comes down to Faith Beyond, right? What's the storyline been for LGD? What have people been talking about? He's leaving, right? The supposed retirement after this. So it comes down to him, down here, potential last chance, the Axe. We were looking for a crazy hero. I wasn't expecting this one.
No. Hey, making his own story here, right? Axe, I think Axe is a silent hero throughout the year and can make a lot of noise at TI. It's one of the team fight heroes with catch, stun.
Yeah. The whole game, too, right? You don't have to worry about those BKBs that, of course, have become so prevalent at all stages of the game with our various refreshers and ex machinas.
Even the refresher Axe.
Yeah,
totally. Well, you can see that he's off to a decent start down their bottom. It's going to be interesting to watch how that one plays out. As you said, a hero that definitely has made its name on the big stage. One of the most iconic games for it was against LGD way back at TI8 with Seb playing that one. But now Faith Beyond's going to have to make it work here as East Coast already up one game over, again, the defending runners-up. But you're going to be zoned back a bit.
I do agree with the Faceless Void problems too, though, because I think that was very important for how they were able to really enable Hector. I mean, he went Midas, right? And he still had to pick up some kills and be involved a little bit because of the Snapfire. And Crystal Maiden's short. It's a lot of damage like during the chrono, but it's not the same. Obviously, it's so much easier to do with Snapfire. We all know how slow Crystal Maiden is. It can be very hard to get anywhere near chrono.
Yeah, the tiny builds recently have involved even just going Blink into the Axe very fast. As your first two items. So at some point in the game, they will have damage with the tree volley. But last game, it was a level 6 support. That's all they needed. They would always get double kills every single chrono. But now you're asking to wait for 7,000 gold on your mid-tiny just to kill with chrono.
That's going to be a tough one. We'll see if that actually happens. But the other hero that has not seen a ton of success here at TI, as we do see Chris Luck get hit a couple of times. There's C-Smile throws, nothing to say away, has been this Mars, like a 30% win rate or something like that across the whole rest of the tournament. But for Whisper, he played one game, he won one game. He is incredibly comfortable on this hero.
Just hit your spear, Just, it's fine, How hard can it be?
They nerfed the hero a lot. They lost 15 damage with W versus heroes at all levels. So its laning stage was very abusive.
Okay, use that player. 15 damage. That sounds like an excuse.
There's a crit as well.
Okay, cool.
Fair enough. It used to be very stable in the lanes, and now it's able to lose lane a lot more, and also just BKBs just keep getting stronger and stronger, so anytime you don't have spells that deal with BKB, you're stunned faster than BKB.
Gojira going down and dropping. Whisper can't get there in time to save, so Ame going to draw first blood.
we'll see what Gojira can do this game on the Nyx Assassin. And, speaking of numbers, of course, with Hero, Nyx Assassin's been very good this tournament. In a very solid time. And a hero that when we talked this morning, you and I, Lyrical, thought would be extremely popular today, especially with Beast Coast playing group. And I don't know, it picked very early in this one, but definitely has some good opportunities with the Carapace throughout it.
Saw there as well. Tiny gets a bottle refill, but doesn't matter. Looks for the stun, able to find it. Quick punch for the kill. So a little bit of help mid. Sets him up in Stinger, trying to get some separation from Vapion, hiding off in the trees. A battle hunger, and she's gone. But is she actually quick enough to get away from him? Does manage to escape Stinger. But the voice line gets out of trouble.
This might be the second time he walks the base, but actually he has 5 tangos. He's got a lot of regen queued up. He's going to go eat some trees, come back to the lane. Hector's been having a good game. He had a really nice game last game, obviously. I think the biggest difference as well for Beast Coast is Whisper's having a way better lane than last game, at least in the terms of CS.
Yeah, he's like doubling up his CS from the previous match right now, and also pulling the wave all the way back here. So you're going to be getting plenty of these. Not a support this time from the side of LGD that can really do much about that.
Another toss back on mid?
Too busy mid.
Ooh, not long enough range. That nerf to the range on toss might have been enough to get the kill with the Nyx otherwise.
It seemed like a little miscommunication. Gojira was walking backwards. He thought it was on him, but it was on the creep. Probably not leaded to a kill, even if they perfectly communicated. But just the nerfs, right? Every time it gets a little stronger, but the concept of the spells and what they do provide, Tiny just consistently been a good hero.
Displacement, like the best thing in Dota.
Magnus
like
last year.
Yeah.
These things work well together. We'll get a Spike Carapace Sun into another one, chasing forward. If they can get Faith Beyond, this would be big. We'll go for the call. Couple more punches coming through, and we'll get a few more spins along the way. Stinger's not careful. He might have gone down, but they do manage to bring him. And in fact, underneath the tower, LGD make a solid move with that Marcy rotating.
Sometimes you die under the tier 1, sometimes you get killed under the tier 1. That's true. The enemy, right?
That's what happens when you constantly toss people back into you. Someone has to die. Someone made the wrong choice. So, again, there's just a lot of mid pressure. A lot of times teams just want to bring multiple heroes mid to just keep diving the tower, secure their runes, and the mid lanes have a lot of impact in terms of the early game right now, so it's very important just to secure this. So now, hopefully, Nothing to Say will get this bot rune, and they'll take the 50-50. Nice glimpse.
Yeah, and that one is going to be the Arcane. So again, C-Smile spamming out those voice lines as LGD still looking good on the axe. 31 last hits right now. Having a very nice time against K1 on the Faceless Void. It does look like he could maybe go in for a Midas again. We'll see if it happens or not. As the call was there. It's a couple spins, forces out the jump away.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who starts these moves off in this game as well, right? Like with the side of LGD, you're assuming it's pretty much
high,
right?
They maybe can bring him down. Gets the hit, gets pushed back to lane. That's a one-way ticket.
That's what you want. But aside from that, like we got Marcy and then perhaps eventually Vapion, depending on his blink timing. That's when he can start things moving to the side of LGD. Then on Beast Coast, it's that Mars who has struggled a little bit, and the level 6 on the Nyx Assassin, as we assume that this Tiny is, again, going to need just like a little bit more time.
Yeah, he's going for the phase boots on Tiny. Sometimes we'll see them go grab boots and blink. It looks like he's going to play more towards being able to be quick on the map, run around, get combos off on heroes, because he doesn't have the greatest kill threat on the Lifestealer either. You're not going to see any rotations top unless, I think it has to be a Spirit Catch, so probably towards mid, towards bot. Killing Faith Beyond over and over is going to have a lot of impact, because again, like you said, they need the blink on Faith Beyond to have these really fast early game moves.
Seen a lot of mid lane being held by Gojira on that Nyx Assassin, which has been pretty nice, as Hector is going to get ran down a little bit here by Faith Beyond again.
Yeah, and Faith Beyond, of course, whenever you're playing this axe, one thing that you love to do is you get this really early Vanguard, and you want your supports to stack up those Ancients, because they're just super easy, very free to farm, and great way to get towards that blink. Oh, that's going to make sure you can't get the time wall.
Barely brings him down. Faith Beyond comes in the clutch. That is the power of Marcy. You pair it with axe, is dangerous.
Is very close, and on mid, a toss on Gojira.
Can't quite get him back.
Mana burn.
Yeah, now he's just out though. He's gonna run on home. It's kind of like Ace, of course. Kept getting EMP'd in his match, and the Underlord run it all the way back. Nothing to say, getting sent back as well.
LGD already off to a very hot start. Not just CS, look at that net worth lead, 3,000 at 8 minutes.
That's positioning. Under the tower, like there's two TPs in.
They're going. Chrono going to be used. Marcy under control. Wise there. Going to send back Gojira. I don't know if they have the damage for this. They might get one kill.
TPs. It's okay. Everyone's coming.
Avalanche toss. A couple more punches, but nothing to say also shows up. See Smile in some trouble. Will get stunned, but that's just to try and get some separation. As they toss in the CM, Stinger is going to be left to the walls. See Smile, what are you doing? Oh no. Arena down though. They're just trying to keep the fight going a little bit longer. Faith Beyond, they have the damage for this. I'm not so sure. Arena breaks, spear goes down. Everybody, a lot of action going on as 10 heroes down bottom. LGD, they're coming out on top.
The 5-hero swarm assembles down here. They delay the fight with the Chrono. TPs come from Beast Coast. TPs come from LGD. And a tower push at 9 minutes with everybody showing up.
That's 3,000 gold. When so many heroes keep showing up, someone's losing a lot of gold. No one's farming. Whoever wins the fight just gets everything. That's why usually you'll see one hero kind of gets left behind to farm creeps top, mid, somewhere. But it's a big commitment.
The mana burn.
Find another. See Smile, Avalanche trying to get out of there, and it looks like he will. Don't want to chase that much further. Gojira now in, and he's going to be the sacrifice. LGD just holding hands together in the jungle. They keep finding kills.
You're getting these glimpses. You have Marcy jumping up ahead. They have so much reaching catch right now at this point. When you're hitting the level 2 glimpses, you know, having a really good disruptor game. It feels like it's so hard to actually make moves this early on. And gonna get another stack of only Ancients. There is a ward here from Beast Coast. They know that an Axe wants to do this, but they're not in a position to contest this at all. So they're just gonna have to watch with their own vision as he farms this.
They don't have the greatest heroes to provide a lot of damage with the Tiny. It's pretty much just his combo. Gojira doesn't have crazy damage until Vendetta. Stinger doesn't also have the greatest damage. A lot of them are these bursts of like tiny amounts of damage. And the LGD has 2 strength cores. They don't die to these nukes.
See this brain here? The trusty shovel gets the kobold for more spin, you know.
I like it. Yeah, Blink Dagger done at 10 minutes though. Faith Beyond's having an amazing game. Again, this guy he's talked about it, said that this is going to be his last year playing Dota, and on potentially his elimination game, they're giving him this axe. He's completely controlling it.
They were trying to come in here and hold this high ground, I think, thinking that there might be like a move coming through, right? And they're beginning to scout now. Trying to grab the eye.
Avalanche wants a toss back, gets it onto one, but the call, the interrupt, will it be enough? See Smile, they get 1 kill onto the disruptor, immediately have to run away. Gojira, mana burn, Stinger also there, looking for the slow, but the dunk, it's queued up, it's coming, trying to separate, still living, and gets a little juke. Where'd he go? Behind the tree, jumps in, Faith Beyond, he says no.
He let him think he was getting away with it, you know? But the Blink Dagger makes sure he'll have that cleanup as long as someone keeps the vision on him. And, well, deja vu here. We got another Midas coming.
Why TP's top drops the ward, tries to get the glimpse back on the Mars, but unfortunate, there's a little fog. Whisper gets out.
Yeah, that whole time while that fight was occurring down bottom, there wasn't a Marcy. Unusual in these early engagements because Zinky was getting some space on the lane, so now level 6 has Phase Boots, has the Orb of Venom. Pretty strong Marcy at this point, trying to enable all of these early ganks that they want to go for.
Marcy's one of the best supports right now to get a lot of gold. The BKB timing is still crazy on this hero, the amount of damage it can output. A lot of the times we'll see it have a rough one, and it just kind of ends up being more of a sidekick, but he has max rebound, he's having a pretty good game, he queues up the BKB, so we'll probably see at some point, maybe he even kills the core, just by himself in a fight.
It's definitely a chance. We've seen that hero just completely pop off. As K1.
It's only level 3, unfortunately. Level 4, he's got the range for it.
Can't quite get there. But they are still threatening this mid tower, and with this type of a lead that they're having early on, I'm not sure if Beast Coast have the answers yet. Very, very scary. And LGD, they're just going as, you know, a stack of 5 around the map, taking objective after objective.
I think this is where kind of the draft talked about the Cloyd versus last game.
Yeah.
There's no snap for these Chronos.
And there it is. The call, the connection, and Whisper dead. All it takes is a second. LGD keep the train going. And, well, Y is there. Gonna get hit with the ulti. A little avalanche coming through. And Ame lifted up in the air. Just trying to get away from there. They have no way to catch him, though. So Ame will escape.
He's going for the riskiest infest save. Maybe
on a support.
Drops it. Chrono down. The Midas first on his way through. But Marcy gonna get found. Impale off the mark. ZQ gets away.
is under attack.
He got the Midas.
He got the Midas.
He got the Midas.
I gotta respect that, you know?
I've never seen that before. Chrono into Midas. What a play.
I mean, that creep wasn't going anywhere.
That's true.
Ain't that much.
Yeah, so this is last game. You can compare this to last game where the Void, he had the same items, he chrono, but they would get 2 kills every chrono. This game, neither of his supports do damage. Mars doesn't do damage. Tiny does some damage, but it's not enough. No one's really dying on the side of LGD besides Y.
Yeah, and Whisper, time and time again, has been this go-to person for the team when they're in these situations. And that death up top really hurting him as he's trying to get towards that Blink Dagger. The Mars really the hero that can try and get them a turnaround, a good fight, but he's not ready yet.
See Smile, throws out the Avalanche.
He's so close to Blink.
Trying to get some separation here. Is going to be glimpsed back. Y finds him. The stun, it connects onto Ame. No more mana, no rage, but no problem. Faith Beyond again cleaning up. I mean, it's pretty clear what it is that Beast Coast have to do at this point. Dodge to the best of their abilities and maybe find a pick off, but they need to wait for later.
Beast Coast is, they're struggling to connect their cores right now. They're almost always, it's only one core to play. It's like a core 2 supports, it's a core just alone getting jumped. And they're struggling because they don't really have they don't feel like they have the damage. And always the issue is that's where you split up and you're like, we need our items. And that's why they're kind of sitting in 3 different lanes constantly. And it's pretty much just going to be a question of when do they feel confident enough to group up and actually take a fight. And every time you die, it just feels like that goes a little farther and farther away of when you feel comfortable doing that.
And we have this sort of like term or a way to describe a couple heroes in Dota in terms of like, they feel really good when they're ahead. And LGD, they kind of have like 4 of those heroes now, I would say. You know, like Leshrac, Axe, Marcy, Disruptor. They just want to like run around the map, take down some towers with your Leshrac. Axe just jumping and dunking on whatever target you can get. And Zenq with the freedom to just hop wherever you want with these early rebound builds. Not really having someone that benefits that much from the sidekick right away.
There are 2 big timings that are coming out right now, though. Whisper, Blink Dagger done. See Smile, Blink Dagger done. So with this quad core running around and Faceless Voids showing up top, they might be able to make something happen.
There's a Bloodstone. That's a tanky Leshrac, you know? That's a Lifestealer. It's an Axe. These are not the easiest targets core-wise.
The other issue is they have 1 round of spells. That's it. They don't do really consistent damage throughout the fight. So, like you said, if they don't kill the Leshrac, a Bloodstone pop, they'll be full health.
Up top, K1, sensing danger was coming his way, is already backing out of there. And they won't be able to find him. It might have been TPing in vision.
We might start seeing some of those like glimpse wards come out from these situations when they're trying to run away from you.
Nothing to say, just running in. They're ready to go. Frostbite, Faith Beyond, still looking for the chase. Avatar, Spear dead. Got him.
Oh, and
Chrono. Round 2 of this one, can they bring him down? Whisper is there, has a spear from up on the high ground. But the Marcy jumps in and immediately explodes 1. Gonna dunk 2, pulls in K1, has to run away. The chase is coming, they got him caught. K1 done.
See Smile as well brought back.
Oh, they keep on falling. Another one in the area. See Smile does manage to TP out of there, but LGD, they came to play in game 2.
Well, it started so well too, actually managing to get the Leshrac, but they had to commit everything that they had at that point. And then the Chrono, like maybe if they had just ran after that Chrono, there's a hope. Because Faith no one will be able to chase down, but now Gojira trying to get away with the Vendetta.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen there. Spike Carapace running out with a bunch of heroes in tow and having him right on target. This is going to be some more armor in for Faith Beyond.
Okay, though.
Okay, they got 1 kill.
Delayed for a
kill. Okay, maybe not.
Showing up.
Smile. Marcy, spear back. Got him. Whisper. Finding a target, but Marcy gets out. Can they bring down Faith Beyond? Hector just hitting creeps. They don't have nearly enough damage, it feels like, to bring him down. See Smile. Avatar's dead. Beast Coast, they extend the fight and manage to make something out of nothing.
And that's all from the fancy footwork of that Nyx assassin, right? Gojira's got 6 feet. Makes it a little bit harder to track him down.
Oh, it's also, I think, the Crystal Maiden. It kind of is showing the power of how long it can... If you don't jump her, she has so many slows, she has Frostbite. She just keeps kiting up the fight, and as we said, Beast Coast is kind of purely on spells. They buy 2 blinks, they're pure mobility, they don't have any damage, they don't have any kind of sustained stand there, no BKB right clickers, so they have to play in the cooldowns of their spells, and the CM kind of enables both the Mars and the Tiny to just keep getting constant rounds of spells, because LGD can't escape.
Yeah, and it turns out there is a good reason, I guess, for being super slow, unfortunately. Those low cooldowns, right? If you can keep that perfect positioning, the fight, the constant spam just feels so good on the hero. So we just, cut her at the knees over and over again.
Whichever team starts being on the back foot in these fights is going to have a hard time. If LGD has a glimpse, they have Marcy to chase, and Beast Coast just have so many stuns and slows that they're just going to keep constantly getting rounds of spells off.
Faith Beyond tried, but not enough fast enough pace from the damage there.
Another Life Stealer bomb.
The blink off first.
Looks for it. Why? He's going to run right into one. There is the Disruptor ulti down. CM, a lot of armor from the ulti, but it won't be enough. Whisper, glimpse has already been used. They chase. Faith Beyond looking, but he gets the blink off in time. So the damage ticks come in. So LGD claim another life. Right now, 6 stacks of that Culling Blade armor for Faith Beyond, and they're just keeping that pressure moving.
The entire time, nothing to say, he's just farming other side of the map. He has the Ogre axe, and he has a Boots travel queued up. No.
Oh my. These Beast Coast blinks.
See Smile just trying to escape. There's so many ways to catch him, though. Eventually, he's going to get ran down. So they'll bring down the Tiny. LGD immediately heading off towards the Roche pit.
Yeah, as I said, though, nothing to say farming up. He was like the lowest in terms of their little tricore they've got going on. Now he's starting to catch back up, taking that trinity of strength right now towards that Roche pit. Grab this Aegis here, and I mean, probably for nothing to say. I'm sure they can throw it on anyone, honestly, and it's going to be okay.
I think the other 2 cores, Ame and Faith Beyond, are really tanky. Pretty unlikely for them to die. Faith Beyond took, what, 3 rounds of spells from Tiny just to take him down on the mid lane, so nothing to say. He's going to walk up, make space for the Infest Bombs and the Axe. Marcy to be able to jump in on him, so...
I thought it would be nothing to say, too. So I thought they would want to hide Faith Beyond with the Infest Bomb, but they actually handed over to Ame instead. I guess Ame is now going to play maybe on the Radiant side a lot.
Nothing to say. He's probably just going to farm the back jungles. He's not really going to show as much if he jumped, use the Bloodstone, just farm his BKB, hit his timings.
In comparison to where Ame's sitting right now, in the Radiant Agents.
Ame is not afraid. That is one thing I've learned.
It's taking gold, taking the enemy jungle is pretty much it's negative gold for the enemy team. You're farming their camps, and you're getting the same amount of gold you would get from your side, but now the other team's not getting anything. So it's just really good when you are able to kind of take the map away from them.
Well, they are doing that indeed, and LGD all across it, farming out everything that they can get their hands on.
It's good to have the North American pro player here to talk about farming jungle.
Yeah,
it is what our region is best at. We are well known for just not really doing a whole lot on the map, but ensuring that those neutral creeps die.
Why you got to do that too soon, man? Unbelievable. Well, 9 to 15, spear down, the call to turn, and Whisper in some trouble. Smile throws out one salvo of spells. Zinq living through it. Whisper is in trouble and going to die, and in fact, they picked a fight with the wrong combo. Gojira tries to move into position, stun is there, and K1 moves. Where's the damage? Do they have enough? The CM ulti actually brings down Faith Beyond.
Nice ult on the Chrono, too. Not wasting it there. No panic in terms of a turnaround play there, maybe from the Marcy or something.
This game's been a lot slower from Hector, but I think a lot of it is mostly in the back of just his draft. The team doesn't have the nukes to throw in Chrono, so he's having to put a lot more emphasis on his own farm compared to the last game.
And enough down here. Ame is completely alone.
It's actually so strange to see a team stall out a lead after losing Aegis. Like, they haven't really grown it very much right now.
Oh, they can't quite get him.
Nice rage.
Ame had some sad memories by this tower, but he's making good ones here. Gojira chased, does go in, brings the kill their direction. LGD not willing to give up this lead that they've been building.
9,000 gold, 21 minutes in the game. It's feeling a little tough, a little scary. East Coast still, they have strong spells. Every single one of their heroes spells. They don't have these heroes who, need a lot of items to fight.
Oh, I know.
Just Hector.
I know this one. I know what's good versus spells. BKBs.
There it is.
That one's good, right?
Are the BKBs coming out for LGD soon?
They are coming out pretty soon. We gotta watch. I mean, this is the window, right? As you said, they have the spells on Beast Coast, so if they're gonna try and find something, it's a sliver of time between Aegis and BKBs here for them.
Big opening as Faith Beyond brazenly running forward, and the smoke to TP out is going to occur. As you can see, Beast Coast dodge away. Whisper still hiding out. The scan connects. That might make him think that he TP'd away. He's still, in fact, in the area. Spear shows.
Down bottom at the same time. That's a fresh BKB.
That is a big one. Zinq goes down. Faith Beyond trying to make something of it. Y catches with the arena, looking for the bigger target. He wants Hector. Faith Beyond leaves C-Smile behind to find the bigger prize. And Gojira dead too. The glimpse, they had all the time in the world. C-Smile tries to TP out. Not gonna happen. LGD keep this going.
This is one of those games you're going to watch and you're going to go queue up Disruptor later and it might not look this good. This is one of the best situations you can be on this hero. You have all this follow-up damage. All you got to do is bring him back to the fight afterwards. You're so far ahead, keeping the snowball rolling, and now right onto the high ground with a less Leshrac.
His static storms are also been amazing. He always is catching those like Tiny specifically to await just as the Tiny blinks in, catches him, breaks up the combo with the silence, and it's just really hard to play into.
Oh, and they find him. Another kill here as CM did not stand a chance. LGD, they just keep running at them. Jump spear, looking forward. Do they have enough for the Leshrac? Arena down. A good stun. Gojira there. Can they get the kill? Nothing to say. Living through. He's getting out of there. He's starting to get brought down, though. Hector on top and finds Ame. Almost gets a kill. He leaves him behind. Ame, he survives. They bring down the Aegis now. They were waiting for it. They're hoping for a bigger hit, but it's not going to be there. Spear, connection, a glimpse back onto one. C-Smile in far, tossing into his teammates, trying to keep himself alive, but it won't happen. The Rockman is brought down, and LGD still standing tall.
Now we're running out of gas here on Beast Coast.
Hoping for something, anything. Ame. Oh my God! That one hurt. The taunt, the spear, the connection. Hector trying to survive through this. They've left for a very long time, though. Wait a minute. C-Smile, the rest of Beast Coast, are they doing it? It doesn't quite look like it. Hector backs away.
Region 2?
They keep the chase going. Another spear. It comes too late. The rage is out. Ame still lives. Faithion very low. They're keeping the damage on him to break the blinks. Gojira with the stun. Are they actually doing this? Beast comes. They find another. Why? Gone. How? They won that fight.
It just kept going. You know, the fight just continues. They stand by. They feel like maybe they can't get away. That's a massive gain for Beast Coast right now. Almost a 4K swing. Actually, over a 4K swing there with a couple of buybacks spent from Beast Coast. Lots of experience, of course, being piled into these heroes right now. I mean, it's going to be a long replay.
Very long fight. Nothing to say. It looks like he's going to live. He gets the Bloodstone off the very last second. He heals off that creep wave. You can see how strong the item is right here when he lives. But
I actually can't believe he lived so long. And then, like, the chrono comes out right after that, too. And, yeah, I guess it really was just... You only have so much at this point, right? It is only 25 minutes of the game. This is a little bit earlier than you'll see most teams head to that high ground. Trying to rely on the damage of Leshrac, I would say, to, like, bring this down early. And then this, right, where they jump back in after. They keep it going on the come up there.
Zinfu looks like he's going to die, but he gets the life steal from Sidekick and his ult. And at this point...
They'll find another. Gojira. This is a kill onto the Nyx Assassin, I think. No! Doesn't get lucky with the spin, but they'll find him with the dust. So that is a pickup that they need. As the lead was brought down to just 6K, they'll find Stinger here. Fly still in the area. As the CM brought into the embrace of Faithion on that axe. 11 stacks now. The calling armor.
This doesn't make the game just like suddenly even or anything, right? They got these kills, but what it does to me is that like, I feel like now there's actually a real chance there's a fight with the tiny eggs, and on the a more even footing than I would have expected just a few minutes ago. And so for Beast Coast, that's got to be the goal for them right now.
Yeah, I think all they need is the tiny eggs and maybe even a DD. He has one right now, but unfortunately, no.
It's got to farm really fast.
He has to get in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It feels ZinQ, no chance there for the kill. And appreciating the TP out there by Whisper, who's able to survive through it. What an insane game that we've had so far, an insane series. And LGD, they just felt so invincible, and they really weren't. After enough time, the buybacks, you will lose that fight if it keeps going. So BKB blink on that Mars. You can see the damage numbers done. This is going to be amplified that much further if we actually get into the Aghanim Scepter for the Tiny. Next couple of minutes going to be pivotal. And LGD, again, they have to win this game to keep their TI hopes alive.
Yeah, and if you're Beast Coast right now, you're hoping for a longer spawn on this Roche, right? Maybe there's a chance that you actually have the Aghanims by the time it comes up. Get like that full 3 minutes here, but we'll find out in 10 seconds. So it's sort of a window they're working with.
And the BKB's done for nothing to say, also the plate mill. And he's just really tanky now. And we're probably not going to see. The Nyx has been dealing with him really well this entire game, especially with the mana burn. You saw it last fight, I think it does 500 damage every single mana burn, burns so much mana. But now his BKB is invulnerable. He probably has a way more save from Ame being able to infest him in the fights. And also, I think Ame is probably going to try to pick up the shard this game. It worked really well with the Leshrac. And that's probably their goal. They want the second Roche. He'll get a free shard. He gets an Aegis, and that's... You know, again, it's the second Roche. That's the big one.
Yeah, and it wasn't the full 3 minutes, but you'll take it right now for Beast Coast. That is a bit of time there to get the Aghanims up. And they go into the pit, they smoke out, perhaps trying to bait a play here in case Beast Coast has vision of the pit.
They aren't going to, and you can also see that this extra time, it's not just an axe for Tiny, it's also an axe for the Nyx Assassin. Almost completed now, 400 gold away.
Crazy. I mean, that's Great high ground defense. Considering the way their high ground functions on LGD, you could sort of see what happened down bottom with like how fully committed you are with a lifestealer and an axe. It can be very hard to get that good jump when you have this burrowed unit sitting up there.
Thankfully for the Lesh, it's still a 9-second BKB. Jumps in just a little off the mark there. Faith Beyond very close. And Infest again. Whisper gives the tip.
They're always so fast. They show up to the initial play, not invested in together, and then they instantly infest, instantly TP, try to make a play somewhere else across the map because they just showed. They give this, information there, like the axe is top, but he instantly TPs mid, they smoke up, and this is how you get the fast plays. Maybe on Whisper on the mid lane, maybe on Hector bot. They're going to try to look for just any kill that they can get on the map.
Have the Leshrac right there. The rest of LGD going for the wrap. We'll see if Hector is found. They see both of them on the lane. This is dangerous. Hector caught, looking for the impale. Not going to happen. An easy pickup and exactly what LGD needed. 70 seconds, no void.
Oh, he actually had 5x too. I'm not sure what happened there. But gone now.
Who, Hector?
Yeah.
200
I checked out the Mjolnir recipe.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Jump in, find another, CM dead. Just good movement. LGD, when the fights get a little bit wild, obviously they're in a really good position on East Coast, but when they find them in the open field, Beast Coast cannot stand toe-to-toe with LGD.
Well, those picks are absolutely massive because they want that fight around the road with the Chrono and the Tiny X, right? I mean, that's the dream scenario for Beast Coast, right? To be fair, it's likely going to be a lot easier to do that fight on the high ground, especially with the Nyx Assassin Aghanim's, so you could even argue that they're willing to take that fight versus the Aegis. They don't mind that much if they can delay it a little bit further, but of course, one of the best counters to the Chronosphere is always going to be that Aegis or buyback.
Also, the Ame has finished AC, so buffing everyone's up armor so the tree volley doesn't do as much as it would without, and also killing him once. That's a big task, just to do it one time.
It's true that he also doesn't have the crystals either on the Tiny, which is where like this really gets stupid. So could be something that helps out here.
30 minutes in, 12k gold lead. Shiva's done on the Leshrac. But again, those big high ground defense tools that Beast Coast have. The Aghanim Scepter completed on the Nyx Assassin, obviously Chronosphere, all the rest of it.
They're going to force this tier 2 tower defense.
Yeah, he's trying to get sneaky with the Nyx Assassin. He gets pinged out. It was spotted by Ame.
Did they know? Smile. They're actually defending these tier 2s. Interesting. They're not wanting to give up this map here. Looking for it. CM opening a good arena to make this happen, but the taunt is there, so no spear for the follow-up. CM already done, nothing to say. Taking through that tree volley. Whisper just tries to get out of there, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. They bring down the Mars. LGD keep it going.
It really is the static from Y. They've been so good. They ruined so many of these additional plays where someone's trying to follow up like that, like Whisper jumping in early, then there's no assistance from the supports. People can't get in and follow up as well because of that big AoE of silence, and they've used all the big tools that they have right now except for that Chrono.
It also seems like a slight miscommunication. Hector is farming to the right. He was trying to get his Mjolnir from this big jungle, and his team at the same time, they're just walking in two different directions. He finishes Mjolnir, but his team's jumping. Yeah. It's not the same play.
They're not going to rush things, at least not yet here from LGD. Still quite a bit of time left on this Aegis.
In these situations, especially for Beast Coast, it's really important that they have to do everything together. When you're ahead, you have the advantage. You can if Axe doesn't show up to a fight and it's 4v5, the game is just even gold-wise. That's how much gold ahead LGD is right now. So it's really important that Beast Coast is constantly.
They find him again. K1 gets the beacon. Bash! Oh man, a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill. It works out well for them. Nyx is still hidden to the side. The tree volley not doing nearly enough damage. LGD takedown 3. There are no buybacks available. So they'll try and run away, but this one is looking in their hands now. What a brilliant fight in that area as they're going to head down mid, look to close this one out, and Beast Coast, where's left to go? They're going to use the BKB on Whisper, keeping himself alive. They still have a glyph available.
Yeah, that's the last one. Arcane Rune as well, too, for this Leshrac. So typically, you can kind of grab the glyph, but we'll have another quick dive all team here in a second.
You can see now again as they move up and ready to head across the map, take down this set of racks here. They're going to move from lane to lane. 20 seconds until Faceless Void is back up. 30 for the Tiny, but has more than enough time for LGD to close out these two lanes here. We'll see if they go for the third.
This game soon just seems like the story that Jai was saying before the game. Just no damage for the Void, no follow-up, no firepower, and LGD just keeps walking at them, and nothing Beast Coast can do.
I mean, we said it too, right? We're like kind of on the same level.
Yeah,
I would say.
of course.
Yeah.
You too, Trent.
Yeah, thank you.
He gave me out the CM, already in trouble. They go for the burrow, look for the stun, some mana burn maybe. Whisper's still hunting. They only catch the Marcy. That's not good enough. Nothing to say. Runs on in, finds Gojira. Whisper tries to stop this damage from coming through, but the dunk is there. No more Faceless Void. C Smile turns, tries to go for the tree volley, but the bash is already done. LGD are going to close this out, push it to a game number 3.
I know that's what everybody here wanted to see, let's be honest. Crowd cheering their way to see themselves into a 1-1. We had some struggles finding game 3s as we came to the playoffs here, but we've got them now. Yeah, it's good now. We're all set.
Man, what an absolute turnaround as far as the performance is considering. I mean, you had this like game number 1, it was so back and forth, and LGD, they just came in, they looked mad, they took control of that game from the start, and pretty much never let it go, except for that high ground, which we won't talk about.
Just a little bit.
That one. They were ahead. They won it. You know, they just wanted to keep winning more and more, but they took the win. They get this win in game 2, and they need to win more and more. They need to win game 3, right? That's the next goal. So
we'll see if they can get that done indeed as we get ready to head into this game number 3. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them talk about it.
Thank you so much indeed. A third game to the series. I love to see it. It's also the third series that goes to a third game. I know. A lot to break down, though, for that second game of the series. PSG LGD came out of the gate swinging in the laning stage. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. They're going to say very smart things, so pay attention. Effie, this was the laning stage that you like to see from PSG LGD.
Yeah, I think that if we take it back to the draft, they really set themselves up with 2 really good picks here, which were the Lifestealer and the Axe. And those heroes just had great lanes. And the Axe had such early timings, right? That Blink Dagger came out so quickly that they were able to take that advantage from the lanes and just apply it to Beast Coast nonstop. And honestly, with the exception of the fight bottom, where 4 of LGD's players died in that defense, they did not give Beast Coast an inch. They played almost perfectly this game.
The lane I'm most looking at is side lane. I mean, both side lanes went really poorly for Beast Coast, but putting out, you have this Mars plus Nyx. It's not a strong lane. You're also playing it into Disruptor plus Lifestealer, which makes the lane very difficult. Like, you're never gonna have a kill threat on this Lifestealer. It's a very slow draft. Maybe if this game, lasted for another 15 minutes, then you could feel the full potential of it from the Beast Coast, but very difficult, because Faceless Void, he might show up with 1 Chrono. We also seen Chrono to use Hand of Midas. I love that one. And it's difficult because you don't have the heroes to play with. Your playmaker is Tiny, and he needs to do like really heavy lifting. But this 10-minute Blink Dagger from Axe did ruin Tiny as well. Having his number, understanding where the real threat is coming from, and then just jumping him because he's the most damage that they have.
Look at that score though, 24 and 10.
Reverse 420. Yeah, I agree with what Lyrical said. At the end of the cast, that Faith Beyond, he was friggin' pissed this game. He just wanted to, I don't know what he did between games, but 20 kills on the Axe. I think he had like 36 extra armor. He wasn't even at the armor talent yet on this Axe. And I love that LGD also understand, give Axe the kills.
Yeah.
Like, this is a change that it's so frustrating playing games where you have like these new heroes like Necro Axe, these like infinite scaling abilities. Necro steals the kills himself. Axe doesn't. You actually have to give them to Axe, and it's worth it. It means you have this hero that can go from top net worth, owning in the lane, to actually carrying the game rather than falling off. Which he was absolutely monstrous. He went for the Boots of Travel too, just so that way there was nowhere that Beast Coast could go. He would just TP in, Blade Mail, which lasts an extra second now, by the way, and kill any of these heroes from full HP. There's no comeback for Beast Coast. It's 4 melee heroes with a Faceless Void.
They just didn't have the damage to kill anybody. I mean, if their lane's on poorly on the side of Beast Coast, their ability to find any kind of good fight, any kind of objective is almost impossible because they just don't really have a way to take down any of the LGD cores. The Lifestealer was almost unkillable. The Axe is almost unkillable. I mean, this is a dream game for any kind of player who just wants to play Lifestealer, right? How often does a Lifestealer go, yeah, this is a great game for me, because nobody
They're all
wants to pick 'em.
psychopaths, so they don't feel emotions.
But also no damage inside a chrono, something that we did mention, the casters did talk about it. Maybe they thought, we need something against this Lifestealer, something that goes through BKB. They had a couple other options available, but still very limited options. Decided to go for Faceless Void. You did play Void in game number 1. Maybe it was more like, you just played it, you're going to play it again.
It felt good, yeah, let's give it another
good,
try.
But when you're seeing the big picture, it took a lot of time for Tiny to get this Aghanim Scepter. This is your damage inside the chrono, or if you land a really nice chrono and then Crystal Maiden can come in to use ulti, it's a stretch, It's very difficult thing to execute.
But that was just a sick draft by PSG LGD, because even the other heroes that we talked about that Beast Coast could have potentially gone for instead of the Faceless Void, like the Juggernaut or the Slark, would have been terrible versus that Axe, who's coming out overall last. So, hats off to them for that draft.
Hats off indeed. We heard Zhao 8 say about Faith Vian, Axe is his best hero. So we put all our trust in him, and it was rightfully so. Of course, those words came from Zhao 8 after Slacks asked him very smart questions that would lead me to believe which smart questions will Slacks ask next.
Smart questions. Wow.
Not a lot.
They just gave you the respect of asking smart questions. I'm so proud.
Throw a couple darts at the wall. One of them's going to stick once in a while, Casey.
I feel like we've made a mistake because we came out into the crowd in an attempt to find the youngest Dota fan here, and I shouldn't have brought you with me because you're a little too loud for this youngest fan. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Can you step aside for a moment?
I will, please.
Can I get everyone in the arena to be as quiet as possible? Great. Just like normal. All right. Ready? The youngest Dota fan is right here.
Hello, my friend. How you like it here?
What's the fan?
How old?
What's the team?
Well, we are kind of split parent-wise. Mom is with Liquid and I'm with OG.
Little baby, I want you to give me a high five now if you want Liquid. All right, now baby, I want you to give me a high five if you want OG. Wow, you heard it here first. Oh my gosh, you guys love Dota so much you brought an 8-week-old baby.
Yes. He came in 10 weeks ago. He came to the world and he was just mega excited. We were contemplating not going to CI, but he's been very good the whole time. So you barely heard him, I hope.
Yeah, no. If we can hear the baby, we're not doing our job, okay? We need to be making a little bit more noise than that, am I right? This is the only child I've ever seen not afraid of Slacks.
Even
children trust me.
I'm a little afraid of him.
Oh, Slacks, they're afraid of you, but the baby isn't.
All right, we've seen the youngest, okay? Who's the oldest person in the arena, all right? And I'm talking to mental maturity. Who believes that they are the most ancient Dota fan here? Who should we defend? Anyone? Would anyone like to enter the contest? We'll start at 100. Do I have 100? Do we have 100 years old? Anybody in the crowd? 100 years old? 99, 40, 60. Any 60s?
Why'd you go from 40 to 60?
Hey, that's a good point. 30s? Any 40s? No one wants to admit their age. Myron, how old are you?
58.
Ah, ladies and gentlemen, give me that camera, Myron. It's all good. Myron, our cameraman, the oldest Dota fan.
I'll take it.
Yeah, give her the camera.
Give me your camera. Come on. We do this every time.
Yes, it's time for our yearly Myron hit. Myron?
58, and what was the other question?
That's it. I don't want to hurt your old brain. Thank you so much for being a Dota fan, Myron. Anything out there to say to the other ancients? What? All right, fantastic. We'll throw it back to you. Dota2, a generational experience.
It wouldn't be a TI if Casey didn't take the camera from Myron and we got to see Myron on the camera, on the view there. And admitting his age, I'm surprised nobody in the crowd was like, Yeah, I guess I'll show my age. Nobody wanted to say anything. Touchy subject among Dota fans. Mental age, though. I feel like we're very mature for gamers in terms of mental age. Because we have to deal with so much. You're basically being a psychiatrist every time you enter a Dota game.
Yeah, exactly. You need to, say, we got this, even though you don't believe it a lot of the times. But in the end, it pays off. But Jankus had a cool comment.
Yeah, I had a really great comment about the baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't know that Arteezy was an OG fan. That's quite surprising to me. I would say is the comment that I made that he's making me say live on air now. So sorry about that, Arteezy. I'm a big fan, actually. So.
Very good. It is. I mean, it is heartbreaking. That relationship, is not going to last because one of the two is going to knock out the other one, and that's painful. How are you going to live that down?
But that relationship can last because there is love and friendship between those two teams because of Taiga and the rest of Liquid. So I believe in them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, love secured for that relationship for sure. Okay, we got to prepare for this third and assigning game here because there's a lot on the line. There's pride on the line. There's money on the line. Placements on the line. Maybe even careers on the line. I feel like we got to talk about this a little bit because we talk, of course, a lot about Matu, it being his last TI, but we also have to talk about Faith Beyond because they're basically tied now in their faith in terms of this is their last TI. They said they are going to retire. We never know how long people are retiring for. There's a little bit of a trend of coming back out of retirement, but I do want to give a lot of respect to former TI winner as well, Faith Beyond here, Effie.
Yeah, Faith Beyond is probably one of the most decorated Dota 2 players that isn't talked about as often as all the others, but he has just been so consistently good at the game, and his performance on Wings during TI6, during their run, was so impressive. I mean, we just got a little throwback with that last game of the Taste of That Axe.
They really, really did. And of course, he's still playing with, he is again playing with his former Wings teammate, Y, also TI winner. And they are coached by a TI winner. They got a lot of stacks on their side of the stage here, that's for sure. And with Faith Beyond also potentially bowing out of the competitive scene, Jenkins, it is very good to see him still crushing it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can feel for Matumba and Faith Beyond that they truly do believe it to be their last TI because there's just this, aura of, no, not this time. You're not 2-0ing me right now. Especially with that last game on the Axe, he's like, guys, I got this. This is not my last game of TI.
If I had to choose one player out of every player, and it's like, who do you want to play with? Who do you put a lot of trust in to carry the game? It'd probably be Faith Beyond because he's been I don't remember last time this guy had a bad game. Maybe they lost a couple of games, but he always delivers.
Are you saying you got faith?
Yes.
In Faith Beyond. I really thought you were gonna make an extra.
No,
I was waiting for it.
I can't do it every single time.
I know.
This one is questioning.
This one was too easy, I guess, as well. That's.
But it would really be sad to see Faith Beyond walk off that stage today as a loser. I know we can't show any bias, but it's so hard to not root for these teams with these kinds of stories. Obviously, when you hear that a player is going to retire, suddenly everything changes.
Yeah, this could be his last game ever.
Yeah.
We get to see. So it's like, just
crazy.
Give us at least one more. But Beast Coast, on the flip side, they
don't look like they're retiring.
No, they want to beat what they did last year. That's what they want. At the very least.
Well, they already beat what they did last year. Last year they came last.
Or they want to beat their record. They want to beat their record. Sorry. They want at least coming back and doing this well. I'm sure, if they did get knocked out here, they're not going to feel too bad about it. But it would feel really good for them to have. Imagine having 2 South American teams in top 6. We're talking about how 1 in the top 6 is unprecedented. How about 2? That's insane.
I also think that there is a little bit of pride. Of course, Thunder Awaken being top 6 is insane. It's really good. Beast Coast, I think, is like, gosh darn it, should have been us.
They're like the older brother.
At least the same. There's a little bit of pride.
The younger brother that wants to compete with the older one.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, shouldn't we be the ones over there how did they just usurp us
better
so
than that.
quickly?
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, regardless of the outcome, I think Beast Coast in general are happy with what they got. If you can do better than last year, every single year, or at least just have the results that you want, then you're on the right track, especially when you have players their age who are still well into their competitive careers. They don't want to drop out anytime soon. So there's a really, really bright and big future ahead of them, whereas for PSG LGD, this may very likely be the last year for not one but two players. I know that there are some rumors as well about Ame potentially taking a break after this TI.
Yeah, that would be definitely a sad story, because, you know, coming into the previous TI, everyone did have them as their favorites, so that probably people expecting them as well this year.
Indeed. Let's find out what's going to happen. It's third game time. It is drafting time.
PSG LGD versus Beast Coast. Game 3.
Turn to ban. A lot of lessons learned in this series so far already. The biggest one of previous game must be the Axe last pick. Be prepared for it better. Maybe take it out beforehand. We already know about the visit to the Undying from first game. The question is, where do these two most versatile teams take the draft this time around? In terms of bans, it's going to be the same as previous, and that means that the Tiny is still in the pool if PSG LGD wants to pick it up. This time around, Marcy will be first pick for Beast Coast, and they'll take it first. And actually, that's Sven Leshrek as an opening. Lacoste, are you liking this?
Yeah, I feel like Sven plus Ader Lich has been a good response to this Marcy pick, where you don't dive, because Hero does a ton of magical damage and also a lot of physical, so being able to protect yourself not getting bursted with the Warcry, and we've seen this position 5 Sven work extremely well, because you're one of the, I'd say greedier 5, something that we haven't seen as much prior to TI, but you have a stun, relatively long duration stun, and also you deal damage. You don't necessarily need to get your ulti. Usually the build is 404, but still having someone in the front line to soak up a lot of your damage and potentially having another stun after that is more than you should expect from your position 5.
This Batrider pick is courageous. I have to say, this hero has not had a good showing throughout TI. His win rate is much slower than you would expect a hero like Batrider, and the only hero that you see right now that you do well against is this support Sven, and maybe that's the idea with it, right? You go on him, you isolate him, you lasso him away, because the way that these Svens are played, interestingly enough, it's kind of opposite of what you would think, right? Because you look at Sven, he's this big tanky melee hero. You would expect him to go in first and die, but that's not how the hero works. For this 5 Sven to be useful, he has to stay alive for as long as possible, because the way that he's played, they rush shard and they stand around, they try to stand behind the carry and just give him that armor aura for as long as possible throughout the fight, try to buff up his teammates. If he dies, that aura is just gone. So I guess something like a Batrider would be really good in trying to take out the Sven, but I'm still really concerned because I think Leshrek is pretty solid against this hero, and Batrider in general got super nerfed recently.
I like Bat with Marcy because I feel like it takes what you guys were saying about Marcy typically being a hero that we're going to have a lot of physical damage, you know, even from the Marcy, from the hero that you're buffing up with the sidekick. Instead, this is flipping it and being like, they're going to play around the move speed that Marcy gives, the repositioning that Marcy gives, and enabling a Batrider who does purely magical damage, which is, of course, going to counter the Sven. And I think one thing with Bat versus Lesh is that Bat is pretty good at taking these long fights and kiting Lesh for long enough that even with the Bloodstone, if you get like 3 or 4 napalm stacks on the Lesh and you lasso him, he can die. It's one of the few heroes that can actually burst the Leshrek through the Bloodstone. With that being said, I feel like LGD, their response to this will be very likely to pick up some sort of ability to purge the sticky napalm, which is precisely why Beast Coast banned out the Oracle and the Lifestealer, who can self-purge it, of course.
And also having 2 displacement abilities with Batrider and Marcy. Like, Leshrek does give you tempo, but sieging the high ground, the tier 3 tower, you gotta be very careful. And there's another Dispel hero, the Slark. So, I mean, Sven Leshrek, like this opener, this goes way back to like 648B. We go back in time, like 15, 16 years ago. And it's just a lot of stuns.
Yeah, stuns is good. I've been told when the enemy is stunned, they cannot play Dota. AKA, you're always better than them.
They are good, but you know what's looking better than stuns recently? Armor and auras.
They got both, though, with the armor, with the spin.
So, yeah, for sure. But like I mentioned, Batrider as a hero has really fallen off. I hope that I'm proven wrong, but overall, I feel like you have to accommodate for so much within your draft to enable a Batrider, right? You need heroes that he can play with early on. You need heroes that can potentially stack the triangle for him, because he isn't the type of hero who can go do it by himself for the first 6 minutes. He's a bit too slow.
In the first
game, came out.
When they had the Leshrac, IO was banned out, so this time around Beast Coast did ban out pretty much everything with the all the bat counters, and
10 seconds.
I feel like this Batrider is just gonna be on the off lane, judging by the bans, because on the mid lane against Leshrac, it might be difficult. Batrider at the early levels, they want to get the advantage, like they want to dive you when they get like level 4, level 5, but Leshrac, if they put 1 or 2 points in Edict, you soak up that damage underneath the tower. Leshrac can trade, so I think it's just going to be on the off lane.
So I like this ET conceptually because Natural Order counteracts what PSG are going for here with their damage reduction, their mitigation, their armor from Sven, and it's going to amplify both the damage coming out from Marcy and whichever unit she buffs and the Batrider. So it's very cool. Haven't seen it that often. The ET did come out a couple of times during group stages, but haven't seen it often enough in practice to assess like its strength in a game 3, in an elimination game. But for the most part, on paper, it looks pretty good.
I can see
it's the
Alina.
first one on the main stage.
Is it the first one? ET? Really?
Maybe first or second? I know it's the first IO on the main stage.
It's definitely good against the IO. You can drop the Earth Splitter whenever the reload comes in. Leshrac tends to like engage and just stay in there, and so you can easily Earth Splitter him or stomp and disengage, which is pretty nice. And I feel like this is setting up for Alina pick to counter the Lash pure damage, magic damage to go through the Sven armor. Very good with Marcy rotating. It's a Chris Luck specialty.
You can also give Spirit Vision for the Batrider to potentially get these lassos on the supports that we talked about are so important. The Sven and the IO definitely need to be isolated. But I like the point you make about the Earth Splitter on top of a relocate. That is like kind of a way to pseudo counter it.
CK into Lesh Sven. Two heroes traditionally counter the Chaos Knight. That's interesting. He's very confident in this pick.
What are the thoughts behind that, you think?
It's one of the Hector's better heroes. Maybe that's why. But also being able to sleep maybe with Elder Titan, and also displace them with either Batrider or Marcy, isolate the target with the CK's overwhelming damage. Maybe that's gonna be it. But looking at IO plus Leshrac and the Bloodstone, healing is going to be through the roof. None of these heroes inside of Beast Coast do build into Spirit Vessel. Like, you're not going to get the item, so this is going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, I think the idea of the CK, because it's kind of bad when you look at it core to core and just what they have going for them, because CK is going to get really annoyed by the Sven armor, the aura, the items that they're going to build, and it's definitely bad versus the Leshrac, especially as Leshrac gets more items. But when you pick a CK, usually, especially into bad matchups, it means that you want a carry that can sustain and sit on a lane by itself for a long while, right? A carry that if the support leaves and goes on to play the opposite side of the map with the Batrider, with the Marcy, to kind of open up the map in another place, CK is one of the better heroes at just sitting on a lane by itself and farming, or going into the jungle and farming. So it kind of opens up the rest of the team to have a better game.
If they want to, like, they could still play Sven as carry
5 seconds remaining
against CK. Like, this is the traditional matchup, I would say. And they did play IO Sven against Boom Esports. It's not that great in lane against the Batrider, so they might get a different hero, but still possibility. Like, not necessarily good for the lane, but good for the game.
I think with the bat nerfs, it is actually decent in lane. Just the constant stick charges from IO and this move speed from Sven, it's kind of like you cleave out the wave and then you regen up, and it's like you don't really even play the lane versus bat, you just farm.
I personally don't think that they're going to play it as carry. They definitely did during group stage, but I think it's before Sven kind of evolved over the group stage and became the support hero that he is now. But they did do it, and they did do it to success, I believe. we didn't talk about this Brewmaster at all, actually. This is a pretty solid pickup against the CK.
Yeah, clear the illusions. You can also purge the Batrider napalms. You can throw the bat up into the air. You can purge the Marcy sidekick. There's a lot that the Brew does. There's not really anything that the Brew is not going to be able to get his ult off. Like CK stun, you can kind of see that he's coming in for it, and it's a long projectile. Marcy jump, Batrider lasso. Like all of these things need time to get on top of you, and Brew can just ult easily.
But also something that I like that this Brew does is because you have to go in the Brew, or you have to try to kill him before the split. Usually to win these like fights later on in the game, but there are so many targets that you as a Batrider have to choose from to lasso. You either have to expend your lasso on this Brewmaster, or he gets that ult off and it's chaos, or you have to expend your lasso on the IO, or whichever core that he's healing is going to sustain through the entire fight, or you can try to isolate the Leshrac, but if you do that, then IO's probably just going to reload him out. I mean, it's really annoying to be a single target team versus so many targets that you have to prioritize.
Yeah. There's still an SF in the pool, unless I'm mistaken.
No, you're not mistaken.
Okay.
And there it is. It's taken by Beast Coast, so we have a little bit maybe of a different type of lanes is what we're expecting, or CK offlane. You already wanted to see that. Or is it bat offlane?
Things open because all 3 cores from Beast Coast can go to 2 lanes.
I think with Beast Coast, though, you kind of know where these heroes are going.
Yeah, it's a CK played by K1, it's Shadowfiend, and the Batrider on the offlane.
Yeah, if they don't, it's going to be the craziest flex that Beast Coast has ever done. Like, I would not expect that.
Oh, there it is! Oh, my goodness.
The big boy himself.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was going to stay sitting, and is like, oh, I'm going to play this Spirit Breaker right now.
Wait, so it actually is on my Sven Xingqiu Spirit Breaker.
It's a core Sven.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I mentioned it, because they do have this option. Sven does work well against the CK. It's considered like a counter, but as I said, not necessarily play it for the lane. Instead, pick it for the mid and late game timing. But Beast Coast, they do have all their signature heroes. So I like what PSG LGD's got. I like the global presence with IO. I like the timing. IO Lash is an insanely strong combo, and having this like Spirit Breaker charge in, and a good Brewmaster game as well.
Yeah.
I liked LGD's draft a little bit more before it became Core Sven, but I can see what it can give them here for sure. It can also give them that nice BKB timing where they can just take that Roche with the God Strength and take over the triangle. I think Beast Coast can definitely fight back into this, even though they have a little bit of bad matchups on paper. They definitely have tempo, right? If they split up the map in 2, have the CK just farm and just try to run them over with the Batrider, it could work out for them. But I have no idea what's going to happen.
I think Beast Coast has to play for pickoffs because of the one-to-one counters, and I think IO's the best hero in the game at playing the map like that. So I would say I favor LGD in this. I also think Sven IO will beat a Batrider in lane.
All right, we're going to find out. Elimination on the line here. Let's head over to Slacks with Zhao8 for some final words.
Absolutely. Another monumental moment here at the arena. Thank you again, Jen and Zhao8, for coming out over. Another Game 3, another international, everything on the line yet again. I could ask you about the draft, I could ask you about the team, but honestly, I just want to know how you're feeling about Beast Coast. Any words for them, and any words for everybody watching you at home?
大王，就是我们又来到这里了，又是一届 TI， 又是一个回家局的第3把，然后这边 BP 说实话也不太重要了，就想问你这边对 BC 有什么目前有什么看法认为他们是什么样一个战队，包括有什么支持给所有的粉丝们？
我觉得 BC 也是一个特别强的战队，现在南美 Dota 都实力特别强劲，我们也非常重视和尊重他们，所以这一把不管怎样，希望双方都能打出精彩的比赛。
So we think that Beast Coast is a really, really strong team, especially the entire South American region is now really, really strong, and we deeply respect them as well. So we think that this is going to be a very exciting match.
All right, well, it absolutely will be. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go in to this fantastic match as we throw it over for our casters for Game 3.
Thank you so much. Indeed, Slacks and Zhao, the wonderful interview as always, showing some respect to the team that they're up against here in this game 3. They pushed them to the limit. We'll see if they have enough left in the tank here to take the victory in the end. Trent, Gunner, we got to see some kind of wild drafts. The switch up at the end there is Hector's trying to zone out Zinq, but the Sven now pushed to position 1. There was some thought it was going to be support. What do you think about the drafts?
That's the power of Sven right now, right? We know that he's obviously helping to enable a lot of different cores right now. Everyone's looking towards this war cry, trying to help them stabilize in their game. This, in particular, the Shadow Fiend, of course, throughout most of the group stage and then into the main stage where that hero's been struggling. But this idea of being there with the Leshrac, it all looks good, and I really like the picks. I like the CK when it came out, but then this Brewmaster, I think, really started to turn things for me in terms of really liking LGD's draft.
I think this tournament right now is kind of the tournament of the melee position 4s. Spirit Breaker picked up now. It was really successful when Boxy played it. 9 played it mid as well. The Marcy, just the Sven, right, too? A lot of these people are picking some harass.
Yeah, just some harass there. Yeah, like you said, Boxy made a huge performance on it the other day as well.
And I just think it's really cool that you can just pick Sven, and the entire draft you're dealing with the support Sven. You know, it's a stun and it's armor. That's all it is. We can pick Chaos Knight. He doesn't really care about that armor. He'll still kill heroes and then turn it to a core. And top, Ame's getting very pressured.
Oh, down low. A couple more punches from Whisper. 8 stacks, and it's enough. Whisper brings it down. First blood going to the bat. Again, 2 heroes that right now Beast Coast have picked that have had terrible win rates. The Bat Rider, obviously, throughout the entire tournament, and then the Shadow Fiend at the main event has also looked really, really rough, but it's still something they feel like is going to work for them here.
I know, I did this in school. When you multiply 2 negatives, it turns into a positive.
I like that. See if it works here for them.
They needed a lot of damage. You were saying burst damage as well from their last pick for Beast Coast. The Lena Band is really nice by LGD, but they take Shadow Fiend. I wouldn't be surprised if Krisak goes for the Arcane Blink build this game. He plays a lot off of bursting heroes because there's a lot of sustain on the side of LGD. They have the IO, they have the Bloodstone coming out at some point for Leshrac. Ame's going to get a BKB. He's just going to be very tanky, so...
I actually thought everything was looking so good for Beast Coast through the draft. I felt like they really had an advantage and everything, but then when the Brewmaster came out and you start to look at the burst damage that was available, they really needed a lot of this last pick, and it's going to be tough. To me, if they don't get that blow up on Faithion at the start of this fight, it's just going to be so hard because you assume they're going to commit a lot of damage to him, and then, you know, he gets the ulti off. Now that damage has all been wasted, and you instantly have lost all the momentum in the engagement.
And just the spells that the Brew has in this game, they're so effective as well. The spell magic is going to be amazing with the Bat Rider, and then, of course, also the CK. Going to be really tough, and the other one, the Sidekick. All those things paired together, it's just an incredible Brew game.
We'll see. Generally, the double melee offlane can be a little scary, but I think they should be fine. They're also against the double melee safe lane, so a lot of hitting heroes are going to occur in the bot lane. And some pressure on Zinq bot.
This is the all melee lane. You kind of just keep hitting each other. Now it's kind of wondering. Yeah, you're just like, you know, everyone's quickly doing some math there.
You know what's interesting though is that each of these previous games we've seen the LGD squad come out ahead in terms of the laning stage, and right now it's looking pretty good for Beast Coast. In fact, with another jump through, this is going to be Ame under fire and dead in the top lane again. So Whisper, he has made this hero look good. He's doing it again in this elimination match.
I mean, if there's one thing you want to do, right, there's a couple of heroes here that when you're really feeling yourself, these players, this is who they want, right?
Whisper dropping low but not quite dead. Why could maybe go for the kill here? He's actually going back underneath the tower. Stun from down tilt. Ame wants him real bad. The movement speed, it's close, but it's not going to get him out. Whisper goes down.
Do you think he just wanted to die?
No, I don't think so, Trent. His coach is going to die afterwards.
He hit fairy fire.
That's fair. That's a good point. No,
I think he knew he was dead.
He probably didn't want to get stuck in the trees, though.
No,
we're going to be real about it.
The creep did a lot of work there for LGD.
IO no disable. Creep disable.
Very strong.
Who's better? You tell me.
There's a TP mid. Maybe going to try to go on nothing to say.
He's
okay.
Trying to force it. This isn't good for Beast Coast. Feeling the pressure of this elimination game. They're going to lose some more there, and nothing to say, given the tips out. as we are hitting fast and furious at the start of this game 3.
Ouch. Runs mid, and he's got nothing to do with the Mercy.
Gonna have to walk back to top lane, try to help Whisper. Yeah, Whisper, they were having an amazing lane there before the creep incident. And Whisper just, the last time he played it, he had 7 kills in the first like 6-7 minutes, and it looks like it might go that way again. And thankfully for LGD, Ame is playing a hero that can go to the jungle very early. He will feel comfortable abandoning the lane. But, you know, you don't want to abandon the lane right now. Right now in a lot of games, you want to sit in the lane for 8 to 10 minutes as the carry, and if you have to abandon, it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, abandoning is really TPing to the other lane, hopefully getting a kill. It feels like that's when you actually want to make your move.
Well, and he's kind of committed for these like boots windlace combo to try and outrange and run away from Whisper, but it's just so much hunt down potential that it can't really be a problem there.
That truly shows the dedication to the lane first spend by a windlace.
It's a IO windlace as well. You know, like it's true.
Yeah, he needs some help.
You're helping. It's 2 heroes, 2 boots, 2 windlaces for the price of 1. And I think a lot of the movement in this early game for LGD is gonna be on Faithbeyond. Whether they walk to him or he goes to mid.
Creep wave coming in for Y, getting close and does get away. So that one will keep him from getting brought down by Whisper, as Whisper is just gonna eat up this whole creep wave here too, and try and reset that lane potential a little bit. But K1 also having a great start. All of the lanes going fairly good for East Coast at this point.
Singer keeps fouling. No, yeah, he's not going to find a bottom, as that's where LG committed their resources.
Got him down. Couple more punches. Stinger in trouble. Hides behind the trees. That keeps him alive. XinQ now hiding. Looking for the stomp. Barely connects. And C-Smile comes in for the finish. That DD putting in work.
Unfortunately, nothing to say. Was I think like 5 experience off level 6. Doesn't have the damage to take down Stinger. And this is where you kind of look to Faithbeyond, as I was saying, to get level 6, and either you come with him to Sven, like the Sven goes bot, they try to kill the CK with the ult, or maybe he even smokes on mid.
Yeah.
Kills the Shadow Fiend, that's a really big kill, but instead Beast Coast is going to look to maybe pressure him out here. Totally fine.
And it'll be a while until anyone else has that big rotation power, of course, because like still level 3 on XinQ, just barely level 3 as well. He's really hurting for the XP right now. Then of course your IO's going to try and get some XP.
K1. Down bottom.
This is the move.
2 seconds stun. The stomp to try and interrupt. Stinger gets some separation for his carry. Will pay the price for it though. There's nothing to say, just runs him down. But they're able to get out with Hector.
Maybe we'll say a Hector TP top. Whisper is probably not asking for it. He's just playing versus creeps in the top lane, but Hector's gonna get kicked out of bot very soon.
God, that was close. One charge and a Lesh follow-up could be really deadly. Scan shows that they're still in that area as Y and Ame back to farming out the jungle.
Moving through together, getting these stacks as Whisper takes over that top lane. We'll see, Mercy definitely likes being paired up with the bat. Potentially see them move into that jungle and a couple levels there on that Bat Riders. You up all those split spells.
Used out now, second split used, but immediately dead. And now the lift up. That is the reason that is quite good. Ooh, mistimes that one, but I don't think it's gonna matter. So K1 stuck around too long, will get brought down for his trouble. That does open up mid though. With no glyphs, C-Smile can go right ahead and keep punching this one.
And the Dispel Magic, that's a flat number too. So early on, like it's just 1,000 damage right now to all those summons. Instantly gone from the Storm Panda.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Combination of the Leshrac, you're not gonna have summons for very long.
So Krisock's going for the Dragonlance. It looks like he's gonna go for right click, but Beast Coast actually is defending this tower.
Going for it. Whisper starting to build up. A lot of damage out from nothing to say though. Stinger right on top of him, trying to bring him down. Do they have enough? A couple more punches. The IO heal. It won't keep him alive. XinQ is in. Whisper stun. Big jump forward stun. And the lasso. Enough for the connection and the kill. Whisper, he lives. Gojira did it. Sonny in. Unreal. They don't like it up. But he dies in Fountain. 4 dead. Beast Coast. They made the rotation that they needed.
I'm flabbergasted. I can't believe Whisper lived. I can't believe he got that save from Gojira. He's like a corpse just flying in there and somehow makes the save happen.
They try to force the tower with no split. Beast Coast recognizes that. They all just chain TP bot. 5 heroes end up there. Well, Hector's dead, but the rest of them all TP bot.
Yeah, and like he doesn't force the lasso right away, right? He just kind of holds onto it, dragging it further and further, and in the end, it's not even necessarily needed.
Looking for that +1 up there is exactly what they're hoping for. K1 caught again in the trees, goes for the stun. XinQ still on top of him. The Io moves into position and no help nearby means this is going to, well, K1 still walking out of there. A couple more, no! How does he keep living like that?
No bash.
No bash.
Not a chant for the bash. Need a little help.
10-minute mark.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under attack.
all three cores from East Coast looking good. Lesh the bottom. That's not where you want to see this hero, but does have a couple other forms of help with both the Sven, extra armor, as nice deny there by Gojira, and then of course the Io can play together with him as well to keep survivable.
The Slush was drafted around very heavily to be kind of their win condition. Even though the Sven is their carry, he's going to get very farmed. They pick it as a support with the Lesh for armor. They pick the Io as a support to buff them up, give them health. So the fact this game is really bad is going to hurt their mid game.
Finishes the charge. Still in the area. Goes for the split. Looks for the stun. Sees Smile. Backs away. And LGD pressuring heavy. They go a bit too far and will get caught. Whisper lifted up in the air means that they can't chase this that much further. But LGD, again, with a little bit of tension here, forcing the issue.
I actually feel like it's really hard for Beast Coast to make plays right now because they have such minimal damage. Because of this build of BSF's going, he's not going to have this blink or anything for a big explosion of damage with the lasso. Getting a lasso kill feels like there have to be so many heroes there right away, or just, I guess, Hector, right, with his big damage. He's obviously going to be farming for quite a while. So when these turnaround plays occur, and it's LGD who make a bad go, that's like the best case scenario for Beast Coast right now. Because now they just defended, they now relax, they're going to go back to farming up a little bit, and I feel like that's the kind of moment that they need over and over again for Beast Coast to make this game work.
We also have talked about how there's not much save right now. So there's an Io, which is one of the original safe heroes, but the relocate right now takes 3.5 seconds. The lasso will be over for 1.5 seconds by the time you're out of the fight. And if that's what you're waiting for, it's not really a save at that point.
Both teams just farming up the Ancients right now.
Everyone loves their Ancient stacks. It's a lot of gold. The only issue with it is you're obviously not pressuring the map, and you're kind of giving space to the other team. It's just that you're both getting gold, and you're hopefully getting more.
Well, is there anything more classic than a elimination game 3 and both teams sitting on their own side of the river? Quite a while, right? This tends to happen. The nerves, the tension. Everyone just wants to make sure they have that one important item. They want to be forced into some fight before they have that next big upgrade. And oftentimes it's the team that makes that risk or takes that big play that can really take an edge in a moment like this.
LGD is just building towards their big items. Nothing to say. I think he kind of recognized his game's a little slow, so he's going to go for a Yules. As well as probably recognizing that Shadowfiend does not have a BKB. Hector's probably not going to buy a BKB.
Down bottom, they're moving in for nothing to say. Tumblers, they got him. Lasso there. They don't even need it. The combo of Gojira with Whisper, this opening 2, it's just so strong if they can get on top of you. Pressuring mid tower.
This is what those good bats will do, right? They're always going to make sure that they only use the lasso when it's absolutely necessary, or else you're going to lose that pressure that you have on the map. Especially when you don't have the bots.
Marcy does so much damage. He went for max sidekick this game, kind of recognizing that LGD don't have the best heroes to push him away, because he's a support. You don't use all your stuns, all your spells on the Marcy, but if you don't, he'll kill you.
And they didn't go for that first draft. They didn't wind up getting themselves some sort of a real heavy nuking mid with a single Laguna or something, or a Skywrath Mage support. So it really is all Gojira.
For one of the first times we've seen LGD down at this early game moment, but there are a couple of timings they're looking for. They just finished that Wraith Pack on the Brewmaster, going to be incredibly helpful for them to sort of control these fights as Whisper heads away through the jungle.
It is under a ward. He just walked through the river there, so they kind of know that he's running into this territory. That's why they're backing away now with Whisper and Gojira. So how do we take down the Wraith Pack in this game if you're Beast Coast? You got yourself a Marcy.
The Marcy.
Yeah,
Marcy's going to try the best to get it. Whisper is finishing Blink, so the Blink lasso, big threat. Probably any hero dies who gets lassoed. I don't think there's much save for LGD outside of being able to split and purge all the sticky napalms off fast enough, and even that's kind of a big ask.
I still think Faith Beyond's going to be hard to bring down, though.
It's true.
1,500 HP. I don't know.
I mean, it depends on the position, obviously. We'll keep our eyes on it, what ends up happening here, but a charge going to be canceled, Xingqiu through, as the mid-tier 1 tower is going to fall. Yule Scepter completed on the Lesh. When they come together and they group up as 5, that LGD lineup is incredibly hard to break into.
But Sven's still top of the net worth. His game's really good as well. When you have an IO partner, the IO saps a lot of XP. He's always tethered. So the fact that he's having such a good game, he's almost the same level as Hector, but it means that IO's level 8.
Yeah.
Y is having a great game. He's also maybe getting a last hit or two here, closing in on the mech. So just a lot of sustain and experience going to the IO based on this pair.
And that's where it's really kind of on the CK, I guess, right? To try and get that split up. That's a bit of a classic, the CK versus the IO. You can get like that grab if they commit into the fight and you're not the main target. You pull them, you blow up the IO as fast as you can. Because if you don't get that blow up on the IO and the mech pops, then the Sven just has too much HP.
Nothing to say, Invis, they spot Stinger, able to break that charge. Good rebound in. They get the ulti immediately. The fear of a Faith Beyond interrupted. It's not enough. He's going to get the split off. K1 separated from the rest of his team. He's trying to survive, get a kill, but it's not going to happen. Gojira now chased, now pummeled, and Ame there to clean up. So LGD win that fight in the mid with the split. They find anybody else, doesn't quite look like it. Nothing to say. Dual Scepter lift up, and in fact, they do. Okay, the chase, the continue, and Stinger, he's gone.
It looks so good. The very start of the fight, the lasso into Requiem with the splitter. It looked like he was going to be a 3-man Earth splitter, but the Wraith Pact makes him survive. He gets a split off. He's Faith Beyond is tanky, and once you commit all your big ultimates and they get a split off, you kind of run out of juice.
Whisper, if he sticks around too long, this is going to be another dead hero. Blinks in. Guess who's there? Yeah. Nothing to say. Spots him immediately. Nowhere left to go. The relocate forward, and Beast Coast, they're going to lose their offlaner. LGD keeping this one going.
I love that play too by bringing Faith Beyond as well. So if I can grab Ame, so he's still able to like push out that bottom lane right now. He feels safe on this part of the map, and having that vision in combination with the Yules is really cool because sometimes it can feel like a little bit bad, I would say, on current left track to buy Yules, but knowing that you can't get fogged by any situation because of the charge is really helpful.
It's also just that Bloodstone's such a good item that it's hard to take value in buying the Yules or buying a Kaya early just because of how good it is, but especially in this game, I think he recognized that there's so much burst damage that he just needs to catch. His Spirit Breaker doesn't have amazing catches, IO's no catch, the Brewmaster has little to no catch.
It's a very slow catch.
Relying on your carry to always have to catch is a lot of pressure on him, especially when he needs to be the hero who's top of the net worth, always farming, shows up late to the fight, so kind of recognizing, I think as well, generally with Lash IO, the IO supplements you. It gives you health, gives you mana. So you're able to buy catch and feel good just because of the IO.
Ame does still want to help with the catch, though. He buys a blink. Faith Beyond also finishing up a blink right now. So the catch is very real from LGD. And the question is, are they going to be the cats and the mice are here up on?
I'll find out.
Because Beast Coast, they got dogs in the seats.
That's true.
So
it's pretty good against
There's a DD and BKB on Chris Luck on the Shadow Team, level 13.
I mean, they want to fight right now in LGD. If they take this poorly, this could go completely wrong, but it's starting off pretty good. Stinger there. Stun onto 2. The rebound forward. Pulls him in. Tries to make this work. They get the charge. Connecting onto Stinger with Marcy dead. Things get weird. The lift up on the Shadow Beam. This is looking pretty good, but when he comes back down, he's got BKB ready. See Smile turns. Ready to punch the lasso there. They got nothing to say. He's gone. Can they find any more? Hector, stun. Ame tries to run away. Good blink out. So with that, the disengage gets LGD out.
This is looking a lot more like game 1 in terms of the fight starts in one spot and it just kind of spreads everywhere. Like people are going every which direction. We got all kinds of mobility. Looking like the rapid transit here in Singapore. Also very efficient, moving around as fast as you really need to go.
The DD rune just was too much damage for nothing to say. I think he either was out of the Warcry range or it expired, so that's kind of his physical protection right now. He has Yules, he doesn't have much health. The IO is also playing with the Sven for most of the fight, so he's not really getting this help that he needs, especially with how the game's playing out.
Lions had a great save on ZQ as well there too. Saw him in the fight, he got a little bit deep on the Spirit Breaker, but he managed to jump on in, and part of that was that, again, the illusions got purged instantly.
No BKB.
Will Scepter in some trouble, tries to turn, tries to get him out. Requiem of Souls going to get some separation, and K1 comes in, wants to clean up. No ulti available, he's dead. Now ZinQ looking for a bash, not able to find it. No bash, but they do get the stun. Stinger, the stun! Oh, Stinger, you saved his life! ZinQ brought down! They saved the region! LGD lose them all into Roche!
The Knights of the Round Table could finally join a fight here without having the ultimate there from Faith Beyond. He's able to get that big burst damage that Chaos Knight is so well known for. They head into the pit. They're going to find that Aegis, all from what looked like such a disastrous start.
Just like that, they open this one up.
What a huge win that fight was. Man, that aura.
And Stinger was struggling for this game, right? I feel like, the best thing he'd been doing so far, I feel like, was getting initiated on first, and then he hits a save like that.
It looks so scary. Chris Luck has no BKB. You think he can just get bursted here, but a nice jumps kind of slows the damage down from nothing to say. Even pulls him back so he can't follow up. Gets a Requiem off, fears him in opposite direction, so it splits up the entire fight.
And the illusion's actually living, right? Like, that's a huge part of this, too. It's like, nothing to say comes in, he
dies so fast
right.
in the back.
Just
That tree, dude, that tree!
The sidekick's on the illusion as well.
Oh.
Helping out.
Yes. That the illusions don't get the bonus damage.
Easy, it's great. Very helpful.
Look at him. So he's like, don't worry, guys, I got this.
Just baiting.
This is where it's scary about maybe Ame's build, maybe Nothing to Say's build. They don't have BKBs. Versus Shadow Fiend, versus Bat, versus Elder Titan. There's so many different spells that can clip you and kind of kite you at the fight that now it's kind of a question of, do we have to wait for these BKBs? And every time you ask yourself, do we need to wait for BKBs? The game feels very stressful. It feels like you can never stand in front of them when they smoke you like they are right now. You can never hold areas. You're constantly running away and just worrying.
Ame in the river. They got eyes on him, but good blink out. Can Whisper find him? On the backside, the chase is there. The pushback, the lasso. Xingqiu wants to save, but he might just be going deeper in for trouble. Couple more punches. Faithion, he has the split. This fight is in pretty far. They have everybody back alive in a second. With Marcy already dead, C-Smile, he just has to TP out.
Gets the blink off there on Whisper, up to the high ground, not found before the TP, so looks like Stinger will just get left behind here.
Yeah, and there's the lift up. So they'll find that Earth Spirit, or other Titan. And a couple more punches. LGD able to strike back. That's what they need.
Really close to being a disaster. He doesn't get the blink off on the Sven. That's probably just 2 free kills there. There's no turnaround, but yeah, the split's used for just 2 supports.
That's true. Part of that, though, as well, like, the way they split up that, you can see the damage issues, I guess, for Beast Coast, right? Where it's like, they can't get the Sven right away, so that even though there's a couple heroes next to Faithion, he really has no concern that he's going to die. Just that slight breakup of the engagement from Xingqiu, and as Spirit Breaker gets stronger and stronger, I feel like it's almost going to be like a double threat they have of both the IO coming through with the tether and the mech or a relocate save, as well as just the charging through of the cow to break up this sort of like I don't know. It looks like a charge.
Yeah.
one charges into save.
Oh, of course.
Miracle, and one just charges through the stun.
That's the way to do it, man.
It feels like it has to be so coordinated right now from Beast Coast. And they're obviously doing a great job, but I feel like one spanner in the works could really be a problem for them.
It's a testament to how much they've been able to do now, but they need more to close this game out, and LGD are not going to give them any freebies. This team is still so strong right now, and particularly if that Lesh is able to just run through the rest of them, you can get one of those Dispel Magics on the CK illusions, that's where things can really turn.
Now here's a question, Ame has finished the BKB, so there's still an Aegis now for about 2 minutes left on the Shadow Fiend, but if you kill the supporting crew around him, the Elder Titan I think is the most important hero right now. Elder Titan and Bat, if those two go down, Sven can get kited, Shadow Fiend can get kited, Marcy will just die at some point to 2 hits from the Sven. And the question is just, how do you find the Elder Titan and Bat? They're the ones going on you, and when they're going on you, it's so much harder to kill them.
Well, the eventual goal of the Aegis is achieved. Make their way up top, they grab the outpost, the tier 2 tower. East Coast gonna try and cement some positioning up here. Some great vision laid down as well.
He finds him, the relocate to try and get him out. Yules to interrupt.
Nice.
The rest of the team coming on in. C-Smile swaggering forward. Gets him with the DD. Another hit. Why not? He was ready. Listen.
You saw how close it was. For Nothing to Say Yules. It looked almost the exact same time of both of the Yules. And if he gets it off first, then the IO gets the reload off. They both get out safely. And well, maybe not the IO gets out safely, but Nothing to Say gets out safely, and it's not as bad. The last will be on cooldown.
18 to 13. What a freaking win this would be. Days of the very long ago, we were taking a look at this team and thinking, can they even make a win happen here? They have absolutely looked incredibly strong on Beast Coast, and for LGD, the smoke up now.
30 seconds left on that Aegis, right? Looking for that perfect timing right now. Beast Coast have great vision. Again, they've seen a lot of these movements around the map right now from LGD.
They have IO relocate with Lesh. They're TPing down. C-Smile in pretty far. On the other Irish side to get the Yule Scepter lift up. C-Smile in some trouble, getting pummeled, getting punched. He still has that Aegis though. The back line, they find Whisper. So a ton of damage out. Io dead. K1 going toe-to-toe against Ame. BKB running out low. Gojira in. They chase, they stun. The rebound off the mark. K1 barely living. BKB finally out. Getting the regen, getting the lifesteal. A couple more punches. The Yule Scepter keeps him alive. The bash is there. The charge through. That's what LGD needed. But the fear, nothing to say. A couple more hits. C-Smile doesn't quite have the range. They're pulling them apart on LGD. 4 dead. Only C-Smile set, but the Requiem barely in time. The relocate gets him away, but C-Smile, he's left all alone on the stage and in the game. He doesn't have anybody with him. C-Smile goes down. LGD take that one.
They find that perfect moment. The Aegis is expiring. They see, like, you know, these guys, they felt so comfortable. They have this vision, but a perfect smoke, that great mobility across the map. They're going to have them to charge as well as the relocate. And LGD just fully pulling apart that fight as well. So many tiny little moments that could have turned this for Beast Coast. The missed rebound, right? The inability to get off the ultimate as well from K1 because of the way this fight started.
It looks so scary for Chris Suck. 20 seconds on the Aegis when the fight starts. You don't want to pop your BKB first life, but you just kind of get kited, you get slowed, and you just have to accept the fact you don't do damage for 10 seconds of the fight while your whole team is dying in the backline.
Yeah, I thought here this is going to look really good because, like, Fabian's losing his ultimates, and, like, Hector's actually going to be able to get his ultimate, and then you have this rebound come through right here from Gojira, just barely off the mark. I can't believe that misses.
That was so close.
It looks so close, and he's able to turn that around. Hector doesn't get off the ultimate. He's lacking all that burst damage, and, of course, this big save as well on the Leshrac.
Big bash. Oh, man. Charge. Nothing to say. Also, just barely lives. One hit away from dying.
I mean, like we've talked, at least I feel like there's a lot of damage issues going on for Beast Coast, and so when everyone's getting away just like that little bit, right, it's extra punishing.
Xingqiu gonna get ran down. Whisper, he got killed off first in that last round of the fight. They need him desperately to make these engagements work in their favor, and they do find that pickoff on Xingqiu. Spirit Breaker that has been so pesky in these games, but 26 minutes in, there's barely anything separating these two teams. We're gonna have to wait for that next Roche.
And a couple big items as well as we had there, right? Like the BKB on the Mercy, certainly a pretty huge one to be watching for. Try and, I mean, in terms of control through the BKB, there's not really much you're going to be committing to a Mercy in these engagements.
See that swing. Back and forth it goes.
Also, AC is almost finished for Faith Beyond. We saw how effective it was last game when the AC was picked up. This item is very good, especially for Shadowfiend. Shadowfiend, one of the best things he does is -7 armor to every single hero around him. You just nullify that almost completely.
ET as well. I mean, there's a lot at play here that an AC is going to be really enabling for your team versus.
Also, just the Warcry. We also see Ame picks up the shard, which will sometimes see the carry skip on spend just because they want damage.
Xingqiu chased again, and Whisper again right there on top of him. They're going to drop some wards. The rebound comes out. And another kill. So LGD kind of just bleeding kill after kill in this top lane.
Did you get away with that, though? That was pretty cute. You know, the
like
placement in the middle of dying.
It's a little scary, but his goal right now is just to push this top lane out. I think they're probably buying time for this AC to be finished, which it is now. Nothing to say. Also, just gets plate mail. Ame gets his Chrysalis, so they hit some timings based off of this, and they're going to try to look to fight, but it's all about the Roche.
Yeah, the
Roche needs to worry about the Roche.
And the vision around that part of the map, because that is something that they are lacking in LGD, and they have relocate, they have the charge from the Spirit Breaker, so this is where they want to be playing right now from LGD, and it's going to be hard for them to actually get into that point of the map, so they have to do it the old-fashioned way, and just run as a team, smoke up and head on in.
The scary thing for LGD is, as they smoke up, is Ame has kind of only been able to fight during the duration of his BKB. Every single time the BKB ends, you see him run away. He'll have 20, 30 seconds left on dodge strength, but there's just so many random spells that Beast Coast has. I don't think there's a Lotus yet on LGD. There's not much they can do to help them.
DD and Invis for
right on top of them. They find one. The rebound is huge. Nothing to say. Trying to survive through that BKB. The Bloodstone doing some good work. But right on top of them, Gojira keeps the pressure going. Meanwhile, Ame turns to fight, takes down Stinger.
Gojira in the back.
They back away from this one. Does get brought very, very low. The blink in and the kill. Nothing to say. Still living. Barely, but pulls in. K1 finds him for the finish. And they take down Whisper Ame. He's turning it up right now. But a 3-second stun. C-Smile still lifted in the air. They need that Shadow Fiend in there. They won't quite get it. Buyback from Nothing to Say. 3 heroes alive each team.
Nor BKB is on either team. So the Lesh has a really good advantage, but also Whisper buys back, so it's kind of the two heroes that want the BKB on a cooldown, both back into the game. No supports in the game either.
Head heading on in.
A little scary. Yeah, and Beast Coast, they keep doing this, bringing out constant mangoes. Make sure they go out on the map. Faithbeyond trying to delay things here.
No God strength still, though. That's really hard for Ame to fight into it. This Roche could come down. It could be everything for them. Lesh also separating away from the rest of the squad. Beast Coast grouping together.
Oh, it's a
charge
in here, though, you know?
This is dangerous.
From the charge.
They've got him. Constant vision. Whisper. Hunting over the top to push back onto both. They cancel the charge and they're giving up the Roche. That is going to be an Aegis in hand for Beast Coast, along with that shard.
Full Daedalus finished on Priscilla. A lot of damage.
I mean, this is normally where the games get decided. And for Beast Coast, this would be their highest placement ever. And for LGD, it'd be the lowest placement since TI6 if they get knocked out at this point.
They pass that shard over to Whisper here.
Aether Lens finished, and Aegis, actually, on the Batrider. Which is a little interesting. I would think maybe Shadowfiend would want it just to hit buildings or the Chaos Knight, but Whisper is the easiest to kill. He has no armor, he has not much HP.
This is a big one if they can get it. Fear, nothing to say. Yule Sifter lifted him up, trying to kill him, and they get him. No buyback. 90 seconds, he was just standing there.
I don't know. That was a bold place to be. I mean, Faithbeyond was nearby, but we're at that point now where there is the big damage, right? We've gotten there, especially when you know they have that confidence coming from an Aegis like that to just move forward on the map.
And nobody has buyback right now for either of these teams. Whisper did buy out for his, which is probably why they give him that Aegis.
But just miss that.
That is a rough one. Very rough. Still 6 minutes, but the big jump through. No Aegis on Shadowfiend. That's the price you pay. And now K1 also goes down. Whisper's the only one left alive. LGD, they strike back in the biggest way.
All right, just a bait. We don't need him. That's all it was.
The damage of the Sven. Just stun after stun after stun, and he just pumps it out.
All it took was a second. A second.
Was it that long?
Close. Oh my God. And we swing back the other way.
I feel like the calms in that moment are just silence. Because, it was just over. It was just done. Everything feels so good. You're all excited. You're thinking of the next step of going high ground, right?
Yeah. For 60 seconds, someone's saying no buyback.
All this brain power just says we're prepping for this situation that we'll be going high ground at the moment, and this is happening. He's just cleaving and cutting you all in half.
So we almost hope someone on our team is saying hey guys, they can fight us. Be careful, be careful.
Yeah.
Be ready, and they weren't ready.
Not that time.
Well, they did use a bunch of big ultis, but they're going to be back up again since everybody was dead for so long. The plus side of your Beast Coast is, since everybody died immediately, there's still 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. I don't know if they're going to feel confident just walking up a high ground again, though.
Whisper can find perhaps a big play there. I mean, he's got the dust, right? He's ready for anything. Goes for this hop in.
They're going to smoke up, try to get this Xin Q pick, but a little too fast. LGD just wait for this next split. They goes 5, and you probably just want to bait the brew and hope he doesn't get killed in one hit. That's why he's trying to finish this Aeondis, because if Nothing to Say doesn't get jumped, if Ame is able to jump himself, which means that he doesn't get jumped, he gets a kill. Nothing to Say will follow up, clean up after the BKBs. The split will kind of break apart the fight, and for the side of Beast Coast, they need these jumps. They need the lasso, they need the Earth Splitter, they need the Shadowfiend to get his BKB off every single fight. They have the damage, it's just whether or not they're able to do it in the fight.
Yeah, and why, of course, having that better XP, as usual, as an IO tethered up, is closing in at least, is the highest level support, I think, in the game right now, in terms of getting around. I don't say using Q, but try and get yourself to level 18. Every little bit helps if you actually want to get some sort of a save with this relocate.
True. Yeah, if they can make it work. So, less than 2K separating these two teams. In terms of buybacks, which again is going to be one of the big things we need to keep our eyes on, still a couple heroes that are missing those ones as well, as smoke now comes from LGD. It's everybody. Everybody missing it, whether from gold or whether from time. But a overwhelming blink now done on the Sven. So more ways. I mean, Ame this game has absolutely been able to pull this back into their favor. He's been doing everything for them.
Got another 10 armor from the level 20 talent, so even just tankier on every single hero on LGD and kind of closing in on the 25. He'll get another, he'll go for the stun, I would assume. They don't have damage issues. Just stun the Shadowfiend for 3 seconds, kill him, just move on target to target, just one by one, and then they'll fall.
Shadowfiend in the meantime trying to get into the butterfly now. which would be a huge win for them as well.
How many smokes they've stacked up over there on LGD, huh?
I've seen a lot of them.
Another one popped out right now.
On the side of Beast Coast, this fight, catch the brew. Kill the brew. He has an Andis, but if you can somehow either force the split, completely kite the fight out.
Well, they are not forwarding the source in the fight out. In fact, it's going to be the other way around. LGD pushing to the other side. Okay, Aegis still a couple of seconds, 8 seconds left actually. Do they kill him in time? They do. So Aegis going to come back in just a moment. Trying to back away, but see Smile, he's dead. Dead for 80. No buyback at all. Stinger also in trouble. Gonna get dropped. LGD win a huge one now as they will spot Gojira but can't bring him down in time.
And that's their turnaround hope. If C-Smile can survive, get him back up. After that, Aegis is popped on Whisper, and he does manage to escape at the very least, but knowing that there's no C-Smile to help, the rest of them just bail on this fight. They know there's no real chance for them to take one versus LGD, and that's going to give them this tier 1 tower up top. A little bit of a map.
He got clipped by the Bruce split stun. The Earth Panda throws a little rock and doesn't get the PKB off, so then the Sven chain stuns him, takes him down.
That's all it takes, huh?
Oh, just a single rock. I don't think Hector was really able to either join that fight, so...
No, he was just killing brew spirits. Some brewlings.
It's looking a little hard, but...
They're hunting right now, trying to find a quick pick. This is kind of crazy. Thought about it. I am not sure. Beast Coast, very bold running in with a lot of their heroes dead.
I mean, this Hector, someone instantly.
Hector pops it, push back onto everybody. The charge comes through. It's a lot of contain. Another flame break. Nothing to say. Down low, gets pulled back in. Do they have the damage? The lasso, everything trying to kill him, but nothing to say. You ain't taking down this man.
He's just there. He's just kind of like sauntering in, you know, the music's playing, it's the boss sound, the bass is thumping, and they want more.
They keep going. They keep finding him off the back of Xingqiu Spirit Breaker. The last couple of minutes, it's all falling apart. And LGD, the ones that rocked the boat.
And it all started with the nothing to say die back in the mid lane. Just a snowball, just a bait on the tier 2 mid, just kill after kill. LGD hits all their timings. They keep getting stuns, and the cores are not able to actually like survive the stuns. They have no save on Beast Coast. There's so many different stun ways for them to play the fight out that it just looks really hard for them to take a team fight.
They're going to head up to high ground now. At least one set of racks claimed, and they might go for more. Again, no buyback on Whisper, no buyback on K1. LGD, they do not want to be denied another year trying to make this lower bracket run work for themselves.
You gotta imagine they're playing this pretty safe. There's a tier 2 up top, so you don't have to go. That was LGD.
Requiem out, couple punches, catching onto one. It's not enough damage. Nothing to say. Yule Scepter dodge away. Find Gojira, kill him off. See Smile, nowhere to go. He too will fall. And LGD, the path is clear to move on. Top 6, can they finish it off? Do they go all in, or are they just going to play it safe? It looks like they are.
Actually heading up top there too. No tier 2 top. Really taking no risks.
Unreal.
From how need a really good catch right now to extend the game out.
From how good it was looking for Beast Coast early to how much LGD have just wrestled back control from them. And now trying to close this out as they head up, go for the mega creeps. 40 seconds still where no C-Smile is going to be there.
Nothing to say scouting. He's looking for that sneaky play, checking the tree lines of the Shivas, but Singer's way back.
They keep going. Megas are theirs. And with that, LGD will retreat back, ensure that they don't give up anything, although maybe it's a fake back. They catch sight for a moment, thought about it. Still ready to run on in.
Spirit Breaker has the shard in our pocket, I believe is the name.
Yes.
Very interesting. The cool thing is it'll kind of tank the lasso for his cores. It'll tank the Chaos Knight stun, maybe the dispose. I don't know how the interaction with that one works, but
don't worry about it.
We'll see. If we get there, we'll see it. So it's really nice for the cores of LGD. They're able to just sit there and hit. And if he takes a lasso, I think the fight is really hard for Beast because they really need this lasso in the Urge player. They needed it all game, and it doesn't even provide the damage anymore. There's so much armor on the side of LGD. There's so much healing and sustain. Even this Wraith Pack is just kind of mitigating all this damage, and it's making the damage issues more more impactful.
It's a true team effort here on the side of LGD. It's gonna be very hard to pick off one of these little units. They're like the herd, you know, the buffalo running together. No one left behind.
I think it's been very impressive how Faithian has been playing these fights. He keeps jumping in and committing his body. He knows how tanky he is. He keeps kiting it out with all the slows and he's always the front line.
And looking to end this one here, Faith Beyond, the one up front and center, blinks in. BKB, nothing to say, still fine. They're going to TP out of there on one. And Xingqiu, are they going to be able to kill him? They jump on in. Lasso saved. Gets him away. Couple more punches, 2 seconds stun, but K1 can't even hunt him down. The control is there. LGD, they cover themselves perfectly. GG is called. LGD, they're moving on.
They're on their feet here. The LGD fans, they love to see it. Again, looking a little bit worse in there. Beast Coast managed to do so much in that early game, but LGD, they hold fast. They recognize how they can do this together as a team if they just tank up, watch that big initiation play that they need there from Whisper. And despite that really strong start, it's classic LGD.
I think Faith Beyond, again, as I was saying, a very impressive performance. Ame, he's the one who carries the game. He's really farmed. He's top net worth. He's destroying everybody. I think the way Faith Beyond kites the fights out and makes it hard for Beast Coast to just win the game is impressive.
He's going to lead them across the stage over there to see their opponent.
That's right. Giving a little bit of appreciation, the love to this lone Beast Coast player who made it on through, as he did put on a really good performance. The rest of the team obviously playing there from the hotel. And they pushed him. They pushed him to the absolute limit. I think that that's worth keeping your eyes on. But LGD, this is a team that has had one goal this entire time. That is winning TI. Anything else is unacceptable for them. We'll see if they can keep it going. Now, at least as far as what we've seen, it's constantly looked incredibly impressive from them. We'll let the panel break down the rest of it now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What a back and forth here for this third and deciding game. It is Beast Coast that has to bow out, and PSG LGD, they'll move forward. They're not actually done for the day, so make sure you get ready for that one, because they will have to face Aster later on, again in the lower bracket, again elimination. But we're going to try to break down this game, because it was one after the other. Is like, okay, Beast Coast is winning. No, it's PSG LGD that is making a comeback. This Sven working out for them, Jenkins. How come we don't see Sven carry more often?
Well, I mean, I feel like LGD made it look really good with two plays in particular that stood out to me. There's the jump of Beast Coast, where every single person that's watching, and Beast Coast as well, felt this momentum going high ground, and then they just jump before anybody's ready. I think Trent said it. The comms were probably completely silent at that point, because they felt like they were winning. They were really utilizing the burst of the Sven in all of these team fights. There's also this fight by the bot triangle. Like, this was the one. This was the one. It's like everybody who's ever played Dota has the instinct that the game, it's like, oh, Beast Coast has got this there. LGD is the one team that will prey on that. They see that as the only opportunity back into the game, and they take it. And this is what makes the team extremely scary. I'm glad that we get to see that from them here.
Yeah, they did not allow them to position where, like, you would expect them to let them another 5 seconds. They hit the tower a couple of times.
It's over.
But this, like, surprise effect. Ame, he came here to play. Like, this is some extraordinary Sven carry performance, but Faith Beyond, he's been carrying. Like, you know, he look at his score as Brewmaster, 8, 1, and 18, enabling his Sven with Raid Pack, with AC, IO providing the attack speed as well, and also microing. Like, his microing is through the roof. I know it's hard to keep track on everything that's going on in these, like, chaotic big fights, but if you watch him closely, he's just, like, his skill is through the roof, and being so consistent over so many years is just, it's amazing to see this player play.
It is. It really is. Obviously, PSG LGD moving forward. I feel like we also have to touch on Beast Coast, and in their run here, they came top 8, which is not surpassing their best result that they've had previously, but they definitely have a lot to be proud of as well, Effie.
I mean, that was an incredible game. They should be proud of that in and of itself, but also these players were not playing together in the same room, right? They were in isolation. They weren't playing with their coach, so we definitely have to acknowledge that and give them praise for the performance that they did put up. I mean, at times I was watching, and in the green room, I was just exclaiming to Lacoste. I was asking, is this really happening? Are they about to knock LGD out of TI? It really felt that way at so many moments. But I want to give praise to them also for the way that they draft, because initially that ET and that Bat Rider and even the CK, they raised a lot of questions, but Whisper made it look so good. I mean, TPing your half HP Bat Rider, the bottom tier 1, to be the hero, to separate the Leshrac from the rest of his team with a perfectly placed frame break. I don't know. I'm just, there's so much energy here right now, but I'm honestly just really proud of them. But I also think that for PSG LGD, this was such an important series because it's going to teach them so many lessons before they go to face Aster, because they got caught off guard a couple of times by Beast Coast, and they can't afford to let that happen again.
Yep. And they are moving forward indeed. They keep their tournament dreams alive, and Faith Beyond keeps his career alive, as he has said that he is retiring afterwards. And Faith Beyond is the one that is standing by with Casey right now.
Faith Beyond, an incredible series. Congratulations. I want to take it back to game 2 really quickly, where you got to play Axe. Slacks and Axe. That rhymes a little too hard. Slacks talked to Zhao 8, and he said that they wanted to give you that hero. Talk to me a little bit about how much this series means to you and how much the team means to you in everything that they're doing, knowing that you're planning to retire.
Yeah, this game, this build best of 3 is very important to me and to our team, because it's a lower bracket. If we lose, we go home. So, and it might be my last game. So when game 2, we just say play the confident hero and be ourselves. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of lose. So we pick X, and we did a good job.
Speaking of being confident, your draft in this last game, in game 3, was also out of the norm for both teams. You played so confidently, and all of us backstage were saying, based on this draft, this team feels really, really good about their chances.
Yeah, we have some great performance, but we also made lots of mistakes. Yeah, but also we did a great job. But we will improve ourselves in next game.
What do you want to say to all the fans who have been watching your entire career and are just thoroughly enjoying getting to watch you here at TI 11 before you retire?
Thank you so much for watching me or watching our team play, and I hope everyone can feel happy and feel the sorry, I heard my son.
I know, we're hearing him in the area.
Can feel the spirit of competition, of esports.
Congratulations. Just a legend. I love talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
A legend indeed. Casey says it right there. And the pressure that must be on not just you, but your entire team, knowing that this could be your last or your teammates' last professional Dota game. The same will be for Matumaman, who's playing in our next matchup. He also is planning to retire, and he will be taking the stage next right now. They started out in the upper bracket, got dropped down quite rapidly, and after that has begun their route in the lower bracket. Yesterday we saw them take out Entity in 3 games. Can they do the same to OG? We're going to find out. Their opponents coming up next. We got a lot of first-timers coming here on stage with OG here. The opponent for Team Liquid. OG has the same route as Team Liquid, starting out in that upper bracket, getting dropped down, and yesterday as well, a 3-game series also against a Western European team. That's right, we got a little bit of a Western European DPC bracket going on here. Which one of these two will come out victorious? I think it's very hard to tell. And I also know that there are a lot of people that are either going to be happy or sad either way, because there's so much love between these two teams, Effie.
Yeah, particularly between Taiga, who he was the former support player of Team Liquid before he joined OG, and of course the rest of Liquid. They're constantly showing each other support online, constantly hanging out with each other. It's just really wholesome and really sweet. The younger members of OG, of course, were not really around for that kind of friendship, but I'm sure they watch it all and they feel that same amount of appreciation and respect.
They must do indeed. We know that when OG faces Entity, that Taiga also gets into it with wanting to face the old creep wave lads, and I bet that goes the other way around as well. A lot of love indeed between these two squads. One has to come out on top though, Jenkins. And you said you had the record for it.
It's very close. It's 12 to 10, I believe, in favor of Liquid.
12 to 10 in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, they did play quite a lot throughout this this year. They met 9 times, I believe, and yeah, in the group stage as well. Liquid, pretty close game. Both of those games were very close, a bit longer than the average game time, but Liquid came victorious after that one. This is going to be a close series because these two teams know each other inside and out. Like they come from the same region. They played so much. As you said, friendship probably their number one scrim partner as well. And yeah, it's just going to be very interesting to see how both of these teams approach draft. I think in game one you are going to be able to give them a little bit more like a surprise factor. You are able to experiment a little bit more because it's a game one, so both teams are going to be a little more looser on that side.
So what's going to be important when we're watching this game one? What are you going to look to, Effie? What do you want to see from these two teams?
So for me, I want Liquid to play a high tempo style of Dota. Like we saw yesterday when they played that Lifestealer, when they played it with the Spirit Breaker and they just ran around the map and demolished. That's what I want to see coming out of Liquid, because OG, as we've talked about time and time again, tend to play a slower style of Dota. They tend to be incredibly farm heavy on all 3 cores still, even in this patch, and they do have that window, that first 25 minutes where you can take advantage of them, take advantage of their greed. Unfortunately, their laning phase is incredibly strong, so it starts with the lanes, you play the tempo, and you try to not get outplayed over the map, the way OG have always done it.
And I feel like you could argue both of these teams. I mean, we saw Liquid being the last chance qualifiers team before, where they, weren't quote unquote good enough to make it through on DPC points or through the regionals or whatever. They become the last chance qualifier team. All of a sudden, these guys are top 6, potentially getting into the grand finals, whatever. I think OG and Liquid both have looked good in their lower bracket series. You could argue lower bracket, they're the teams that lost. I think Gaiman and Entity both showed up in the lower bracket series, and that's why those went to 3 games. I don't think it's because it's both teams are equally struggling and therefore in the lower bracket. I think the lower bracket empowered all of these teams, which we've seen before from OG, and then they literally win.
Yeah, it's a different squad, but I feel like the mentality of the team, even though they swapped all 5 players, is still the same, because they do have Seb and No-Tail behind them. They're gonna give them every bit of experience that they can and try to lead them into this victory, because they've been in this rough situation, we can call it, so many times, and they know how to perform under pressure. And the way OG started, you would expect them to have a little bit more time to adjust to new LAN environment, playing in front of the crowd. And then at the Stockholm Major, they come in and they take the whole thing, which was pretty impressive.
Right, and that was through the lower bracket, right?
Yes.
And then they win the ESL One Malaysia third-party non-DPC tournament in such a convincing fashion too. And the interesting thing about OG that we never mention is that these players are new. They're new to the TI stage. Even though OG is an old organization, these players are still fresh and they are performing so well under pressure.
And they are going to have to perform well right now, because it is time for the draft of the first game. Let's head over to MLP, John Expire, and Celery.
Team Liquid's Team Liquid versus OG. OG's turn to game 1.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our next best of 3 series here between Team Liquid and, of course, OG. It is MLP Dota. It's John X and of course, we have the lovely Celery. Celery, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling okay. Would rather not have been here, but it's nice. I get to watch them play again.
Absolutely. What about you, Jonathan? How you doing?
Doing great. We had great Dota yesterday, and we were honored and privileged to have Celery on as well.
And, we've got more great Dota coming up here. So a lot to watch out for, a lot in the line. Celery, you played against OG, you've got a feel for it. How do you feel about this matchup against Liquid?
I saw a bit of the Liquid games as well yesterday. I think if they play quick, they should have a good chance against OG. Like the panel mentioned earlier, OG plays a bit slower than most of the European teams.
Yeah.
So you can punish that with early aggression and taking over the map.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do that. We do see that Enigma ban. We were talking about that a little bit. Liquid have been sticking to that for Zai, so they actually do prioritize it. But that leaves a lot of options. Marcy, Primal Beast, the two straight bans. They will take care of the Primal Beast here. Marcy, first pick, you reckon just a safe play?
It's hard to say. Maybe. Yesterday, Marcy and Primal were banned in every game against Liquid. So we don't actually know if they will prioritize it the most. But if most teams prioritize the Marcy a lot, it's been doing really good this tournament. So I reckon we'll see it.
Well, you can appreciate the ban as well from OG, just getting rid of that Enigma that we saw. How many times this man just picked this hero. And we talked about it yesterday in the series with Liquid, right? Like, it's the fear of God, just not knowing when the black hole's coming, and it just, even if it never gets thrown out, you've got to be wary of it, and there's the Marcy. You guys just talked about it. A very contested hero right now. No surprises. It gets first picked up here by Liquid.
Yeah, it just provides so much, right? Like, you've got a lot of mobility, you've got a great steroid for your core, you've got the flexibility in running this here in any position. OG into the Lesh, which we saw a lot of in the last series as well, and the Lich. So they've got a lot of good magic damage coming out, some really good timings to play with, and some ways of mitigating that physical output here, right?
Yeah, this is a combo that has been quite popular this TI, for the Lich and the Lesh. I was thinking, whenever I see this myself, I think, it's a nice game for Ench. You can purge his shield. They just opt for the Lina instead. It would be nice for them if they have some way to purge his shield at some point, because this Lash can be very tanky parts of the game with the Bloodstone.
Yeah, like that timing with the Bloodstone just enables this hero so much. The Lina response, we've seen a little bit of this, right? And I think it was Gunnar yesterday saying that a long-range mid is kind of a nice way to handle the Lush. You've got good wave clear, good ways of keeping up in farm here. And with the Marcy, you've got even more right-click damage if you opt for that route.
Yeah, I suppose they'll probably put the Lina mid against the Lish. That's probably what they're aiming for. They might, if they have good roaming supports, they already have the Marcy. They might try to punish this Lish on the mid lane, because he is quite fragile. He will die to Marcy stun.
Yeah. We talked about that pacing just a little bit as well, right? And the panel pointed out OG does like a little bit of a slower game. Do you want to see Liquid kind of pick up the pace? Do you feel like Lina Marcy is maybe a good foundation to run a faster draft against that?
Yeah, it's a solid start for sure. The Lina technically is still flex as well. I think Boxy also likes to play this hero, so it's hard to say. If they maybe can get their hands on a Beastmaster or something to up the tempo, I think that would be really good for them.
Final ban now for OG before we do get into some more picks. I do love myself some predictions, and it obviously makes you guys look fantastic. Is there any hero predictions right here, right now? What do you think's coming up third?
5 seconds.
Give me anything.
Like a pick, right?
Give me a pick. Just give me a pick.
I feel like a Nyx could kind of slot in here if you wanted it.
Always go for the Nyx.
I mean, you've got the Leshrac, you've got the Lish. It's a pretty good hero. Spike Cactus is going to feel good. Manaburn's going to feel great against Lesh. And to protect the Lesh, we have seen Nyx first phase bans for first phase Lesh anyway.
Yeah, Nyx or Clock would be nice for OG here probably. They both have the same function of a bit more frontline. They're good against Lina as well. Nyx is also good against Lesh, so they would take it away from Liquid as well.
It scares me when someone agrees with John X5. That's a very scary moment for me. So don't feel the need to agree with him, trust me. You go your own ways. They are using quite a bit of reserve time here for this final pickup. Very curious to see where they do end up going. It seems like they are just focused on the off lane right now of Team Liquid. I mean, Zai is such an impactful player for the side of Liquid. You just don't want to give him a good game. In fact, they do get rid of the Lone Druid as well. Obviously, a Matumba man special, you don't want to give him that kind of comfort. OG, they'll have their first third pick. Let's see what it's going to be. Both of you guys mentioned the Nyx. I believe you mentioned the Clockwork as well, that we have been seeing quite a lot of recently. See if they do go for either option. Of course, Tiger performing perfectly on either of those heroes recently, and a real treat to watch him on it.
Yeah, I think the one thing as well for Liquid that's left available is this Spirit Breaker Lifestealer combination, or just a Lifestealer in general. Matumba's been showing a lot of prowess on that. OG, they do pick up the Shadow Demon, so they've got a nice way of controlling some of these heroes. Good setup for the Leshrac down the line, maybe a little bit more push coming out as well, and some defensiveness from that disruption here.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I was thinking for Liquid, Insania also likes these type of heroes, the Shadow Demon, the Bane, and I thought it might be a pick for them against the Lesh and the Lich, because it's the Lesh cannot move at all. It purges the Lich shield. It's very good against these heroes. But OG opt to pick it up instead. They do have two very defensive supports now, so they need to make sure they get some heroes that want to go in on the last two picks. Otherwise, you have three heroes that are not really starting the fight.
Is it hard going against OG Celery? Like, you've played these guys so many times, like with these kind of weird styles of drafts and the versatility these guys have, like, is it hard to draft against a team like OG?
You cannot be afraid. You just have to go. Don't get caught off guard. Just do your thing.
Undying is the pickup here from Liquid. Obviously, Undying, a very, very popular hero. You drop the tombstone, your job's done. You can happily die afterwards. Just so hard to deal with as well. Like, even as a Pulse 5 Undying, it's just such a tanky hero to have to try and deal with. Team Liquid, they do get away with it. I wonder what they follow up with here.
I mean, it's still fairly open. You've got the flex, right? Marcy could be offlane, Undying could be offlane, one of these could be our supports, both of them could be our supports. So it's really open for Liquid to kind of determine what they want in their lanes. I think with the Undying pick as well, you don't have a good way of clearing out the tombstone here. So it's always going to be a massive issue in the middle of these fights. You're not fighting against strength heroes, you're not sapping away damage, but these are not the highest strength scaling heroes either.
Yeah, I think the Undying pick is very cool, because they know the heroes that OG needs right now are the Initiator heroes. Maybe they want to go up for something like an SK again, and Undying will destroy that hero in lane. So they block a lot of the picks that OG could go for.
That Drow Undying lane, it's really potent as well, right? Like, it's just so hard to deal with once you hit that level 2 mark. You've got the Tombstone, you've got the Decay with the Frost Arrows, and I don't know, is there a particular offlane hero you'd personally like to see here, Celery, like for ATF to try and counter out? Because it seems like this kind of lane is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, it seems like Liquid banned for this. They probably had this in mind. They banned the Mars, they banned the Slaughter. Both heroes that can be very problematic for a hero like Drow. So let's see, there's still always the Timber. I don't think it's good in this lane. Amar really likes his SK as well, but I think he's gonna have the same issues that he had when he played us yesterday. He won that game, so maybe it's just a pick. But,
Still fairly open. Is there a chance maybe for like a Razor? I know it's not been as big in the offlane, but you know, Razor against Drow, if you can gap close, you've got the Shadow Demon to set up. Could be one way, I suppose. To go to Centaur instead. So it does come out.
All right, sell it to me, boys. Aghanim Scepter Centaur. Is it possible? Could it happen? On the main stage, please tell me it could happen.
With a Leshrac, it sounds pretty good, right? You're just standing there, you're invulnerable, you're protected, and you're just doing a lot of AoE damage. It wouldn't be bad. It's quite the gold investment for that. Maybe like the fifth item.
Amar loves to farm. He loves his Midas. Who knows?
Oh, I'll be praying the whole game to see a Roshan with an Axe Blessing or something. Just give it to ATF. Give us the memes, please, OG. We are going to go into those final bans here between these two teams. Nagasara banned out for Liquid. We see the Beastmaster being removed by OG. A couple more bans to come. Is there any particular heroes you guys think would slot in very well with these last picks for this draft?
5 seconds remaining.
So Liquid's still looking for an offlane, most likely. They could still flex the Marcy on offlane and pick up boss 4. A lot of offlaners have been banned already.
Yeah, I think maybe if you look at what Boxy likes to play, something that can tie in with the Marcy aggressively could be nice. I believe the Tusk is still an option on hand. Maybe double melee doesn't feel too good against two ranged supports, and maybe a ranged core down the line here for OG if they want that. But I think it's just the potential for aggression, right? Like, you've got so many ways to jump in. You can kind of cut off that backline save, try to play for the burst. And just looking at Liquid's draft overall, going for the Drow with Lina, the marksmanship on Lina, not the best, you're in interior, but it's just more attack speed. The right-click Lina build-up could feel really good here, and OG's solution is really just what? This Stampede away or blink forward with Centaur.
Yeah, the Lina mid looks very potent here for sure. One cool thing Liquid could do is lane the Marcy offlane with Lina support. I think that's a pretty good lane here, and they could go up for something like a Pango mid. It looks like a pretty good Pango mid game. He kind of ruins all the backline from OG. They have nothing to stop him once he's rolling. With his Diffu, he's also very, very good against Lesh. I think that could be a really good pick here.
See if they do go for it. OG, one more ban to go before we can finish off these drafts. think about it, I mean, it can be a bit confusing again because of the flexibility of Team Liquid's draft here. Maybe just another offlaner to get banned out by OG before we do get going. Because you just want to make sure you don't kind of get run over. We saw the Beastmaster banned out in the Lone Druid. You just don't want them to be able to set a pace that you can't keep up with here for the side of OG. Very, very scary when you're dealing with heroes like the Undying and the Lina and the Drow. And they're just, if they get a decent laning stage, they just kind of go off and can set a pace you just can't keep up with here as OG. There's 10 seconds left for this last pick up there, thinking about it.
I'm not seeing a clean way for OG to kind of tie up that safe lane here, Celery. Anything that comes to mind for you that kind of handles how far Liquid can kind of hit with Lina Drow?
I mean, it's hard to say. He plays a lot of heroes. It depends. They do go for the Pango.
Ooh. Yeah, good call on that flex.
Interesting. I'm not sure what OG needs right now. I think they're missing a lot of things in their draft right now. I think it's going to be really hard to deal with the Pango. Bloodseeker is still in the pool. It's going to have a pretty good lane, I think. Lich Bloodseeker, that might be one of the heroes to have to go for. It's very good against Drow as well. Whenever you rupture this Drow, he will get threaded by Bloodseeker in the mid game.
We'll go for the Slark card. There you go. OG looking very, very good here with this draft. I mean, both drafts are done now. I'm going to ask you both the hard question. Which do you think is the better draft going into this game one? If you had to give me an answer.
Ooh. I really like Liquid draft, but they put the Pango on the offlane. I don't really like that. I think I'll still go with them. I really like the draft they have. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm with Celery. I think just seeing how far Liquid can reach with Drow Lina, even though the Pango is off lane, not going up against Leshrac, Lina versus Lesh is still a really nice lane to have. Maybe you get a little bit more now out from OG with a Slark, like you're not going to be completely zoned out just by the Pango and his spam. You've got some counterplay there with the Lich, which can be really aggressive. But I think Liquid's timings just look a lot sharper. And OG, those issues you mentioned, just jumping the back line outside of Stampede or Blink is still going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. Of course, we do have the coach of Liquid standing ready with Slack, so we're going to head over to them and see what Blitz has to say.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Blitz Dota. So good to have you again. Another tournament, another year, another Liquid versus OG. You faced these guys so many times before. Do you feel like you kind of know what they're going to bring out, or are they surprising you, especially at this tournament?
I mean, this is their first Leshrac pick, I think, in the entire tournament, so that was a little bit surprising, but not wholly unexpected. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of familiarity with them. Obviously, Tommy was on our team, so...
Now, I know that your heart must be racing seeing that Centaur pick. The cart is extremely powerful. It is extremely viable. Will this be the first time that we see the Centaur cart? Are you ready for it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's super sick, especially since you suggested it, so I hope they just straight up rush it. No other items.
Yep, me too. All right, fantastic. Will we see the first card? Will we see Liquid coming out ahead? I hope so. Thank you so much, Blitz Dota, and we will run right into this game. Game number one.
Well, thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it. Game number one between OG and Liquid, these fan-favorite teams. One of them has to go home today. Boys, it's an absolute pleasure casting with you both here at TI11. I can't wait to get this one started. Talk to me. I mean, we've already discussed the drafts. We've got a straight-up pause. This is a classic SEA pause, by the way, Celery. This is how you cast SEA Dota. But what are you thinking? Like, going into this laning stage, is there anything in particular we have to worry about?
I think the Slark lane will be very interesting. For that reason, I would have liked the Lina to be +4. I think that would have been a lot better against Slark in lane. But we'll have to see.
Boxy, please. I mean, they've got the right guys for it at the very least. We're used to it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a 2R5, maybe 3R, hopefully not, but, you know, we could be ready for one. Could be the longest series just by virtue of a pause like that, but, you know, this can be a bit dicey.
I don't know why everyone's clapping, John. I don't know why they're clapping. Does everyone really want to sit here for 2 hours looking at a blank screen?
You know, maximize that ticket, get more games out, more Dota out per hour. Yeah.
Hopefully no one abandons us. That would be nice.
Hopefully not. It looks like we are ready. The capital was there as well. We're ready to go very, very soon. So game one, you talked about the Slark lane, I believe. You wanted to see a pause for Lina. It doesn't seem like that's going to be quite the case. Mickey has taken the mid laner there once again. Yesterday we did see, and Gunnar was talking about this quite a lot. He wanted to see the right-click Lina yesterday, and it actually was a magic build. What's your prediction this time? Does Mickey go the magic style of Lina, or would you prefer to see a right-click build this time around?
Personally, I'm more a fan of the right-click build. I think it scales a bit quicker, and it should be very good in this game. To OG not having the most jump for the backline. I think if he has magic, he might also have a hard time against SD ult, which will purge. He cannot self-heals. He's going to be very slow. I think a BKB should be one of his first items.
Yeah, I think it also just ties in when you have the Drow, when you have the Marcy, you can just do a lot of damage just with the buffs around you, and you can just absolutely melt these heroes. So we'll see if that's what Mike opts for. It should be really nice. I love your point there, though. Like, the lane for Yuragi. Do you feel like that's something Liquid might just have to struggle with here with the off-lane Pango for Zai? Like, we've seen Zai multiple times before. He loves all his utility. He loves setting up for his team. Is he going to be able to find those timings here?
We talked a bit earlier about lane pulls. I think if Liquid can get them some good pulls off, it might be a bit hard for the Lich to connect the waves, and that might give them a good lane. Their goal should be to probably go 50-50 in this lane. I think the Lich should have the upper hand there.
We are going to see both teams hanging around that mid lane as per usual. Flags being placed by OG around the banner rune spots. No fights to break out, it seems. Though bottom side, maybe we do see something to break out. Not quite. In fact, they are trying a little bit. The K's around top side. Tiger, he could be in a bit of danger, but the slows aren't going to be too much at level 1. The Tumba, he does have the frost arrows, but or maybe it will be. They land another. Tiger, still running. Looks like he's going to be just fine, but quite a bit of harassment being dealt already.
Just shoves him away. They're kind of ready for that lane. You can see Insania again. 6-man goes ready, blocks the large camp here up top. So he's going to be able to set up to kind of enable that lane, stop them from trying to equalize here on OG's end at least.
Pretty nice start for OG. 3 bounty runs. It actually helps a lot, these lanes. Having a little bit extra gold, a little bit more regen. Can snowball quite a bit.
Let's talk about the mid lane to get started. I mean, you've got Mike. He's going to be against BZM on the Leshrac. Now, I think you mentioned in the draft, Mike should have somewhat an advantage against the Lesh just based on how much range you have to harass away from. Is there a way BZM can kind of even out or win this lane against Mike?
Winning it is going to be very hard, but I think it's a very high skill matchup where if the Lesh does a really good job, he will go close to even. Overall, though, Mickey is an expert on Lina, so he's probably going to take advantage of this lane.
Tiger? What is Tiger doing right now? It's pulling the creep wave. Insania's pulling it too into the mid lane. All right, Celery, go on. Analyze this. What's going on?
Yeah, this is a classic. It's
What is happening?
Waves mid?
The SD really doesn't want to fight this Undying, so he's going for these wave pulls, and now, yeah.
Here we go. I mean, I've seen musical lanes before. This is a little bit different. A few more plays than I'm used to seeing rotating between these lanes, and yeah, all about the mid matchups of both mid laners. They get 2 creep waves instead of 1, and this is literally the mid player dream right here. Just the supports dragging more creeps over.
Don't ever see this.
Don't get any ideas, by the way, for your pop. This is not what you should be doing. Trying to run. Misha going to be there. Boxy trying to get aggressive, but the Frostblast's going to force him away.
I think the one thing with that movement from mid, right, you leave that solo lane for the Drow, so you end up having a pretty good time for Mato. He's not going to be harassed out by the CK solo. Maybe you get less creeps with a creep wave completely gone, but you've got a little bit more breathing room. You don't have to worry about the disruption set up into stun if they do want to run forward.
I think overall, OG is very happy with what happened with these wave pulls. Undying is one of the best laners. Against strength rolls, he will take the damage from the core, he will deny every creep. And when Undying is running away, this is a win for SD. SD is not a lane dominator, he will skill way better.
Well, that's a lot of damage being dealt, Zai. You get the swashbuckle away and actually finds first blood. Misha, the one to drop. Thought Zai was almost guaranteed dead, but Zai able to turn around and at least secure first blood for himself. Matumba, bit of a chase up top. Gonna be just fine though. Amar unable to connect.
Again, you're seeing what Celery said, right? Insania's always dragged away. He's barely spent any time up top. So even though you're leaving that free lane for the Drow, the CK is also feeling pretty all right. He's not being harassed out. He's not losing strength. And he is getting levels. Mar's just able to kind of soak away. He's not finding as much CS, but he's kind of keeping up with the Drow. So they're just trading evenly in farm. And solo EXP for the Centaur, it just feels a lot better.
Yeah, OG should be very happy with that. What happened on bot is very nice for Liquid. Getting a kill, getting a first blood for them in a lane that should be quite rough. And we can see the Lina is having a really, really good time on mid this game. He's taking full advantage of all the extra creeps they got on mid as well.
Top lane, ATF gonna make a jump in. Hoop Stomp is there with disruption setup. Matumba, he'll go for the Gus, but Tiger, he's got so many stacks over, he will be able to pick up the Drow. They are really abusing the combination. As bottom lane, Boxy, he's gonna be just fine to walk his way out. Liquid still doing just fine down this bottom lane, but top lane seems to be a bit of a struggle now.
Yeah, it's when they can commit, right? It's that classic Centaur Shadow Demon combo. Disruption into stun. The Undying at level 2 doesn't really have much to save you. Level 1 Soul Rip can be nice depending on how the creep wave stands, but you can't threaten them away.
Another kill for the Bengal.
Bottom, they are going once again. Zai in danger. He's going to be able to walk away. They did pick up Misha down that bot lane. It's Yuragi now. The one to be on the run, though. Zai moving back in with the toss back out from Boxy. Yuragi, he's the one in danger. Zai still going. They missed the rebound. Yuragi is trying to fight back, but is not going to be able to get it done. At least Zai does die for mid lane. This is a much bigger target. Mickey, top of the CS board right now. Top of the net worth, trying to fight back, but he might be the one to drop and does. Tiger with a fantastic rotation on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they're all over the map. That's such a big kill for OG. You were almost twice as much on Mika in terms of CS over BZM. So they needed to equalize there to get the rotation out. It does come at the cost maybe of just throwing bot a little bit, but you do want that Lesh to go off to a great start. You mentioned it last time we were watching the last game there, Celery. If a Lesh doesn't go off to a good start, it does feel like it gets thrown off. You do need some farm.
Yeah, that was super nice for the Lesh. He's back now on net worth. It's very close. This bot lane has been very interesting. I thought this would be a very, very hard lane for them due to what happened in the lane at the start. Now it's just an even lane, and that's going to be great for them.
It's quite detrimental.
Yeah, the big thing in this game, I feel, is what happened with these wave pulls early. If you look at Undying's net worth, he tanked a lot. This hero spends all his gold on net worth for the lane, or all his net worth on the lane to win it. But when these waves got pulled, and he also tried to run mid, I think that was a big mistake, because now he's very far behind the net worth. The lane was not won, the draw is below the center. And he needs to try to find some impact real soon to catch back up. This hero does not really farm that much.
Yeah, that's the concern. Like you mentioned, that lane domination. Insania's hasn't really had a lane to hold on to. Still trying to trade with Taiga up top, and we're seeing a little bit of a back and forth movement here with Misha and with Foxy kind of checking in on mid, but it's a very even game start so far, despite the back and forth, despite the lane shenanigans. 3-3, 1K lead coming out here. You do have Mickey on top of everyone else by a huge margin. Like, is that Lina timing? Is this lead by Mickey despite the death? Is that what they have to build around here for OGS, for Liquid as they go on?
It's going to be interesting to see what moves they'll make around it.
Lane, Insania, he was disrupted up. Looks like Tiger just wants to try and retreat, but Insania still chasing it now. Foxy with the rotation. Tiger, well, he's still alive. Very fire out, trying to make it towards Roshan, but Foxy does secure. Now they're going for more. BZM going to try and trade, but unable to lock him down. Insania for a run as well, bit slower, will drop the tombstone on the high ground just to make sure they can't keep the chase going. It may have fed quite a bit of gold back the way of OG. They still gaze up Insania, but they will not land the split earth. He's going to be just fine.
That gives info on that obso. So instant D-ward coming out here from Foxy, and that should help them maintain some control in that top jungle. A lot of back and forth movement, early rotation out. They tried to go for a bait play, but BZM doesn't quite find anything. At least he can just go back in the jungle farm, and he is given room to do so.
The main playmaker Liquid has is going to be this Bengal. I think the Lina will need some more time. Yes, he's going to have his Falcon Blade complete, but you don't want to look to make some big moves with this hero. Potentially what Liquid can do is collapse with a lot of heroes on the mid lane and utilize their Lina, and that's a win.
Bottom lane, Zai still having a very good time against Yuragi. Again, this is the thing we weren't really expecting here against the Slug, but look at Zai! He's completely destroying this bottom lane, and you just almost can't believe it against the Slug, but Zai's making it look easy right now.
Yeah, they've just made so many moves across the map for that they've had to leave Yuragi alone. They need to drag Misha around. He's trying to armor up mid to slow down the shove from Mika, and it is slowing down at right click, but it comes at a pretty big cost.
Mid lane now, they even find the Lich. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but they want something as Misha is going to get Laguna. A very nice pick up to Mike, and it allows them to keep going for that mid tier 1 tower, as Mike would love to keep harassing. In fact, they want the fight. Tiger forced to run. The Stampede will allow it, but in comes Zai from the side. He still wants Tiger, and he's going to find him.
Down bot.
Down bot as well. The Man has rotated Yuragi, just getting swarmed right now by that side of Liquid, completely drowning his Yuragi as he does go down to the bot lane. Meanwhile, mid, they're still going. They found the Leshrac. BZM gonna try to run, but it's not enough. Liquid, they're flooding the side of OG.
They're all over the map, and Matu, he heads bot. The Stampede was up. Yuragi feels like he can go for that kill. 2 split up fights. Liquid found it all.
That was an incredible sequence. They collapsed the mid super well. The Drow realized top was not that safe anymore. Here comes bot. They even get the bonus kill on the Slark. It was a super good for Liquid. The Drow was not putting himself at risk. He's playing at a safe spot. Center has a good time, but they utilized the timing they had really well.
What do you do now? Like OG 3-9, very slight net worth lead the way of Liquid. Do you feel like they're still okay in this game? Do they need to slow the pace down a little bit?
State of the game is looking pretty good for Liquid, I think. The Slark and the Drow will both need to catch up. Just keep farming for now. But their Lina is very high on top. Their Pengo is having a really, really good game. And this Pengo is going for what looks like a Vlad, potentially a Wraith back. They'll have a really big timing once he gets this. I don't think they're in a rush to take this mid tower. They can make a move with Pengo ult at some point. But for now, they should be happy slowing the game down a bit.
Ball lane, gazes out, but rebound is there. Boxy, he's got the unleash now onto the Lich. They'll find Misha straight away as Yuragi. He just can't catch a break. They'll toss him back with the dispos. Yuragi, he's going to keep trying to run, but Zai's right behind him. Still landing the swashbuckle with the multi-shot. It won't connect. It just may not matter. Boxy, right on target with a double kill here for Liquid. OG losing more bodies as time just goes on.
Yeah, that was OG clumping up first. They were the ones looking for that opportunity with 3 heroes lined up, 2 supports backing Yuragi this time around, and they still get punished. Liquid, they just respond so quick. They hit these timings. They have these level spikes that just feel massive, and they have so much AoE that even with a Shadow Dance, you're not really safe here for Yuragi.
Yeah, that was brilliant fight by Liquid. For OG, they should probably look to try to involve their center in the game. He's their most farmed hero. This is what can feel a little bit awkward about this hero at times. Is right now he is super strong. Like Liquid don't want to fight him, but they're not. They're just fighting on the other side. And for center, it's a bit harder to connect. This Pengo TP's in. It's very easy spells to connect with in the fight, and they're abusing that fully right now.
Yeah, at what point do you feel like Amar is going to take that initiative to join in? He's saving up for the blink. He's only about 700 gold away. Is that the call? Just wait for that initiation and start going?
Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing. He just needs this blink. Before that, you don't really want to do it. If possible, OG should be a bit careful on the other side of the map till he has this blink, and they can just fight with him once he's ready.
Matamba just having such a good time on this round now, able to just really escalate in terms of net worth. Very far ahead of Yuragi, considering 700 gold right now on the Drow. The Drow, one of the slower farmers in the game, you'd have to argue, but see at that level 6 mark, it does escalate quite a bit, and it's been a very, very good time so far for Matamba as he just continues hanging around that jungle. No real risk of dying here for the Drow, as Boxy's always around to tank any kind of gank coming, allow him to get out, and speaking of that gank, it may just be coming. Misha is going to be there with BZM. They'll smoke up as 2, head down towards the bottom side of the map, see if they can find the side of Liquid, but they've read the movement very well. They are going to back their way up, back into the triangle here, Liquid. It seems like unless you're willing to try and make your way through to that area, OG are going to find nothing with this smoke, and quite frankly, I wouldn't quite recommend going to the triangle of a die right now.
Yeah, I think OG needs to wait a second. Center has his blink coming now. They can look to make a move with this. Their Slark is queuing up the Midas, which I think is good. This hero, you talked about Drow not being the quickest farmer. Like, Slark needs to catch up, for sure. He needs to let his team play as 4 while he just catches up with this Midas.
Yeah, does it feel like it gets a bit greedy though? I mean, you talk about Leshrac also needing items, so you're waiting for this full Bloodstone to be up. At least the Blink will allow Amar to play, but you've got 2 farming cores there trying to get that build-up all. For Liquid, it just feels like they don't need as much to kind of get some impact here.
Yeah, Liquid is gonna hit a really, really big timing soon. This Bengo has his Vlad's complete, Lina almost has the BKB. So if they can collapse with these timings, take over the map, take the Roche, should be really good for them.
Big smoke up, OG. 4-man smoke through that dire triangle, trying to find a big target, but they won't find one quite yet. In fact, Insania, very good positioning. Ready to break the smoke, but won't find anyone quite yet. Oh, they found Matumba on the drow. That's the target they wanted. Insania just a second too early, and Matumba's going to drop. OG able to immediately punish off the blink of ATF, and do you call that unfortunate? Just barely missing out on the Undying.
You can call it unfortunate. It was also a great move by OD. They chilled, they saw the Undying, they just dodged them and got the perfect jump. That was really well done right there. Taking great use of their blink.
Yeah, and that gives them space as well to just shove in mid. Mid-tier 1 not standing so healthy here for Liquid. I'm not going to fully commit from the side of OG, but you can always threaten with that Leshrac now. BZM's got enough levels in the Edict that melting through the early objectives is going to be a lot quicker. And for Liquid, they didn't have a massive lead network-wise, so that does even out the game a little bit more. They are going for their smoke play here, though.
Yeah, down towards the bottom side. Who can they find there, though? Rotate towards the left, but no, they are going all the way down bottom. Who are they going to run into? Oh, it's Yuragi. That's the exact target you want. Laguna immediately out. Yuragi going to try to run, but Sai on target once again, able to secure the kill, and Yuragi, he has no breathing room.
I think every single kill of Zai has been Yuragi. He's 0-5, Zai has 5 kills.
What's the worst that can
all of it's just been on that Slark, and they've done a fantastic job of just suppressing. I mean, the Midas is still going to have to come out. You're going to need to eat a lot of space. He does have Midas, but the investment takes time to really pay off. And again, it's just back to kind of waiting for that Slark. So does OG have enough here to kind of buy that space for V5? You mentioned they'd have to play that way. Bloodstone's almost done as well for BZM, so the tools are coming there. Is it enough against that BKB on Lina?
The X factor they do have is this SD, who is really, really far. Tyga's having a really good game. He's trying to take over his Slark. He might do so. Midas being ready while he's dead. Doesn't get a lot worse as a carry when you see it.
The massive Midas, it's a classic. What can you do? It happens. Mid lane, Liquid, they're going to start moving in, trying to apply a bit of pressure onto that tier 2 tower. It seems like they're aware that OG just aren't ready to force a fight, though I say that. They do TP in, they do prepare with ATF, they've even got the Bloodstone now up on BZM. Maybe this is the spike they've been looking for to try and force another team fight against Liquid. The question is, can they actually find them?
It's a bit rough vision-wise. They don't have that much reach onto the other side of the river here. Lots of sentries out from Liquid just to ensure that they're secure while farming up. So it's going to be a little bit of a dark smoke out. They will go for the play. They saw a little bit of movement up top from Zai clearing out the creep waves. Might find something juicy if they stick around to farm here on Liquid's end.
Towards the north they go. OG, be a massive team fight. Wards are down. They've got the vision. They're going to see Boxy. They'll make the jump in. Onto the Marcy. Boxy, he's still actually a little bit of a tankier target. They'll purge him up, gaze him, and stun him up here with BZM. It's going to be a nice position for pick-off for the side of OG. Can they find more?
I don't think Liquid minds it too much. OG doesn't have any threat on the Roche right now. Liquid still has a nice ward on them, so they can just wait a second. They didn't lose any of their core heroes, so it shouldn't be too bad.
I mean, they could have easily found Mika if he just hanged around in that area nearby, but they pull back in the right time. Still,
here we go. ATF, blink in. That's a 2-man stun out from ATF into the Stampede. This could be a great team fight for OG. They've already got Zai down. Insania dropping, but the Chain Frost not quite bouncing his way, but it won't matter. They'll find a second. OG. Very, very nice initiation from ATF as always.
Yeah, I mean, that forced out Mika's BKB. He forced to just BKB TP away never feels good. You don't lose the biggest heroes at least, and losing the Pango is pretty big, but you already have some initial items to play with, stalling out the Blink by maybe a half minute there with how close Zai is anyway. Yeah. So we still feel alright-ish.
Yeah, these 2 kills are super nice for OG, but the big thing about this is you saw the Slark just deal-warded 2 wards after that. They just took all vision away from Liquid. And OG just wants to buy some time right now, so this is gonna help them a lot. Liquid has no vision on map right now. It's gonna be quite tricky for them to get out on the map. It's still nighttime for 3 more minutes. I think Liquid should try to group up as 5 very soon, because right now they're getting outplayed on the map.
OG, there's your group up. Liquid, they're going to try and make something happen. A 5-man smoke up. OG, they've got a high ground advantage. BZM was spotted, but Misha, he's going to break the gang. In goes the Sun from ATF, trying to start on Boxy. He's such a tanky target. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at ATF, but he's still not dropping. Yuragi, meanwhile, he will back off at BZM. He's moving right back in. He's all by himself, however, and will drop. The BZM getting punished for his aggression. There's Tiger. He'll be just fine to back out. But they do end up losing that mid-lash rack as well as the pos 5 lich.
That just timed really well for Liquid. They managed to get the roll in with a blink reveal out from Zai right as Amar comes in for the stunts. They're not able to play around that. Immediate stampede to try to retreat. And maybe a little bit of miscon. BZM's already up on the ramp. He's just trying to go for it by himself. It just kind of gives a bit of a freebie out to Liquid.
Yeah, he could have probably retreated there, but this fight was super nice for Liquid. It was a nice choke point for the Tombstone as well, giving all the vision that they needed. Now they got the Aegis, so that's perfect.
Where do you want to head now with this Aegis up for the side of Liquid? Like, is it just going to be that farming Aegis that we've talked about before? Is it going to be an aggressive kind of Aegis where you want to try and force the fights? What should Liquid be doing right now?
I would like them to group up again soon. I think they have really big timings right now. They got the big items. This Drow is not a hero that cannot fight. This Drow is very strong right now. I think they need to involve him. He has the Aegis, so he doesn't have to be as afraid of centaur jumping. So I would like them to group up, try to take back the map.
I think just going back to how farmed Taiga is, he's got that blink up along with the Aether Lens. We're trying to rush into the Axe along with the Ghost Scepter. So you do have that reach, you do have that follow through to set up for Amar maybe, and just kind of try to run that Drow down. You don't have anything defensive yet for Matu.
Liquid, they don't see the side of OG moving in, but they do eventually find Misha, who does go into the Invis, but it won't matter. BZM, he's a bigger target. The Leshrac once again being slowed up, controlled up, and taken down. Liquid. Perfect fight for them as they find a double once again. More importantly, finding the mid Leshrac, and well, now they're onto the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I love how aggressive they're being. They're just grouping up as 5. They're going for a smoke off the back of that. Their position very well known, but Amar's pretty far forward if he's not careful. Might back off. Still, that opens up the map, right? It's forcing OG away from just pushing out waves. It's allowing you to take control and potentially maybe line up for a tier 2 if you find even more.
I like the way they're splitting them up. They're just letting their Lina play more as the boss 1, since he has the travel, so he can always connect. And just move together with your Drow, take them up with the less mobile hero.
Mike almost getting caught out there, but does manage to blink away just in the nick of time. So Liquid moving very aggressively across the map, trying to take those farming positions of OG. So OG now have grouped up, maybe trying to think about a fight, but these last couple team fights just have not gone their way. As Liquid, they'll be the ones to back off. They don't have the vision to fight here. Gets them down eventually, but now Liquid, they will play it safe. It's still anyone's game. Like, you've got a 1k net worth lead for Liquid. It could go the other way very, very quickly. In with the Aegis up as Liquid, they'll try to make the jump in onto ATF, but a quick link up is going to make sure he's just fine. And I suppose with the Aegis, maybe you could try to pressure this bottom too.
He's stuck for you.
Centaur TP out.
SD, go.
You heard that shouting. Lesh is the call. I suppose that's all you need to say sometimes. Just get the mid Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean, again, the positioning there, not quite where you'd want to be alone.
ATF, big initiation in. He's found the Drow range, but Matumba's being protected by Boxy. Can they get the Drow out for now? There's the multi-shot. ATF dropping low. Boxy still manning up here against Yuragi, but eventually will drop to Matumba. Somehow still alive onto BZM, but he's dropping real low now. The Aegis, it will go down. That's the first life. Mickey, who can he turn on? ATF, he's found the target. That's the one they wanted. Matumba, he'll get the soul rip, but it doesn't seem to be enough. OG able to punish real hard for Liquid as they keep going. Tiger, he's got the purge out. Mickey in big trouble. He's another great target, and OG have found it. In fact, they're not done just fine, but can they get Zaya out of there? And the Pango will get him the tree line, but the gaze is there. Lock him down and take him out. OG, they will punish the side of Liquid even with the Aegis up on Matumba.
That's the perfect situation for OG there, managing to really split up the fight. We saw, as you mentioned, you connect the Lina in with the travels, you come in with the BKB, but the saves coming out from Taiga, the investment in the Shadow Demon, with that disruption out, if you can't land the stuns, you don't really do much in that window.
Yeah, we could also see the strength here of the Lich armor in this fight. The Lash is a lot tankier than you would expect. We know how good this Bloodstone is, how much he heals, but in this fight we can really see this Lich armor adding up, and this Lash is just walking in. They're not afraid of the Aegis. They took a nice initiative on the fight, and it really paid off here.
Yeah, you can see right there, Matu just tries to focus in, gets a good Hurricane Pike use, but with a Frost armor up, he's just scratching BZM. It just doesn't do enough.
Very, very tough here for Liquid, trying their absolute best. But when you catch the Drow out, it's just so hard to try and turn the team fight. And ATF, as usual, just doing a fantastic job with his initiations. Always finding the target he knows OG needs to get before they can really force the fight. And with that now, OG, it feels like the ball's back in their court. They control more of the map. Bit of a net worth lead here with 3K. Liquid, again, it's still a very, very close match between these two. It just seems like it's almost like a tennis match. The ball's just going one way and the other over and over again. Dota plus-wise, though, 73% the way of OG. Though I say that, it may change very soon because Yuragi is going to be spotted for a moment, but just with the Drow and the Undying, it doesn't seem like you could really make the jump in.
Yeah, I think the issue right now for Liquid is holding Yuragi down. He managed to farm up the Axe. He's caught up here on the Slark quite nicely above off Matu's Drow now in terms of farm. And just with all the pounces available, we've seen how much of a struggle it is for Liquid to catch these heroes out with the saves, and now the mobility of Yuragi. I don't think you're going to be able to slay this Fishman anytime soon. What's the solution to kind of keep him locked in with how far he's come after such a slow start?
Yeah, the downside of OG's draft was the early game and the lack of initiation. They had total centaur blink, but at this point, the Slark might just go out of control. He got his items up. They have super good defensive supports to protect the Lash. It's quite tricky for Liquid to take a good fight now. They need the fight to be slow, play around the Tombstone, let the Pango control them. So that might be happening.
OG, 5-man smoke up, they'll move in. Insania, he does get the Tombstone down just before he gets caught out. Yuragi will happily get to work, but there's Zai with a very nice rolling thunder. BZM, he'll get disrupted. They'll try to save the day for this Leshrac as he does BKB up and run. Somehow Insania in the middle of all this is still alive, keeping the Tombstone up on BZM. He cannot TP in time. In fact, Yuragi, he was left behind. Boxy will try to chase, but won't be able to keep up. They will let the Slark go, but it's still a great team fight now for Liquid.
Yeah, they work. The smoke comes out, they get the angle, and OG, they feel confident going in there. They're the ones kind of trying to be aggressive, but if you can't kill off Insania, even if he dies there, the Tombstone is already down. Liquid were ready to collapse on top. They managed to get a good stun out from Mikael, though.
Jump in, that's a big target, BK. Gonna have the invis though, with the Glimmer Cape as they go onto ATF, they'll try for the Centaur. Do they have the damage for this tanky man? ATF still taking through it. Matumba, he's been jumped on. Yuragi trying to do it all by himself. He'll get the Shadow Dance off. Yuragi's not done yet, but might have to back. He doesn't have the defensive play anymore. Liquid, they will do the same. Decent job of kiting out of that fight. It doesn't seem like you're quite at the level yet where you can actually deal with ATF to start off the team fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Amar has nice itemization as well. He has the Halberd against the Drow and the Lina, which counters these heroes really hard if you get it off first. And the Lina could just not hit there for a very long time.
Yeah, it's holding off that damage, and I think that was the big issue as well in that earlier fight near the cliff ward, where you were disarmed on Matu when he had a Aegis life, and he just couldn't hit. Even if he was hitting, he wasn't doing that much damage anyway. And just all the armor coming out now in Amar, like you mentioned, Mike, if you do try to jump Amar with a Frost Shield up, with a Plate Mail on top, with a Vanguard, he does last a long time. It's really disruptive. You have to watch out for him because his constant hoof stomps are just annoying.
I think the longer fight is what Liquid wants to look for. The fight they won earlier where Insania pops his ult and Tombstone, and the fight is a bit slower. They play around the tomb and the Pango roll. These are the fights that they can win. They are not weak at all. But if the fight is too quick, it's very hard. They cannot burst heroes. There's too much defense on OG. If they could somehow kill these supports first, would be the best. But it's quite tricky for their backlines to get that close.
It's interesting you say that they want a longer fight as well, right? Because you're against Uragi's Slark, which I would assume, with the essence shifts just being stacked up, I would assume it would kind of go the other way. In fact, hold that thought, because Zai is going to make the jump in onto Misha. They've got the dust stops, so the Glimmer Cape not going to do enough. Tiger is there with the disruption, though. Meanwhile, towards the north, ATF, they're going to try once again onto the Centaur, but he is going to be able to stampede away towards the south. Who have they gone on? Boxy, he's going to BKB run. Mickey trying to chase. They want a target. They found a couple. They've got Tiger and they've got Misha. 2 supports have dropped from OG. This is the fight Liquid want now. Problem is all the cores have already left the building.
Yeah, it's the targets you mentioned. You know, they managed to take the supports. They tried to collapse on top from OG. It doesn't feel like Liquid can do too much with his opening, though, but they do manage to take control back of their jungle. And I think, ideally, this is what happens at the start of the fight, right? Just find these 2 supports and go from there.
That's the dream for sure. This fight is very nice now they have control of the jungle. The Roche is alive, and they're looking to capitalize on these supports being dead right now.
Roshan, such a big target to go for here. Would try to get started. Iragi is going to make a bit of a jump in, but Camtown's out still. They are going to chase with the gust. It will connect, but they don't have the lockdown. Iragi going to be okay. He's just trying to slow down this Roshan timing. Problem is, it's so hard to fight against that Tombstone. The Iragi, he's going to pounce in. It's too early, though. He's still going to try and force the fight with the Shadow Dance, but they're not aiming down Roshan. Or are they? Disruption's there, but Matumba, he's got the Aegis up. Uragi still alive somehow, gets the pounce away. He will make it out for now as Misha will be the target they go from. They even found BZM. In fact, ATF, he got left behind as well. It's a decent attempt, but maybe it's a little bit too early, and Liquid, they just play around it very well.
It just goes back to that AoE, right? You feel so confident on the Slark with 2 pounces around. He dances a bit. He gets caught inside the pit with a toss back, and the roll just comes in. His team was pretty far to try to save there.
Yeah, it's quite tricky. It's a very nice attempt. He didn't even die there on the Slark, but he kind of forces his team in there. It's a very close fight, though. If it goes a little bit different here, maybe Centaur picks up the Aegis and the fight is different, because the Slark did not die here. But these fights are very hard to say. It's a very small thing. If Centaur gets it there, maybe the fight is different. It is on top of a Tombstone, so it's a really nice spot for Liquid to fight, because it forces the OG supports out of position if they want to get in there.
That's one thing I didn't notice as well. BZM was just caught out the whole time by Mickey and just bursted down on the left track. So you kind of had your eyes on Uragi, but BZM had just been caught out right in front of the Roshan pit. And without that added damage and control of the left track, it's a bit rough to try and fight into the side of Liquid. As speaking of Liquid, they've got Gaben's Blessing, a double damage rune at the bot rune spot. It doesn't seem like they spotted out in the end, so it will be left for now. Right after Roshan, of course, as is standard, as is tradition. If they had that double damage, it'd be a very fast tier 2 tower, but again, they just don't have the vision for it.
Yeah, it can still be a bit risky. There's some counterplay once the respawns are up from OG. And again, just back to that list that Sully mentions, even just frost armor on a tower slows down your push massively. You're not going to be piercing through any armor on that as a drow. So you just kind of have to throw your bodies forward. And this is stalling out really good for OG. They've managed to get the respawns back up. They can go for a defensive fight if Liquid forces an issue. For now, we'll just kind of keep that farm game up and keep holding up here.
Liquid has a long time left on his Aegis. He'll probably try to use this timing. Mickey is going for a very cool build. He'll go for the Pike now. Bit of a later Pike. He just bought the Dragonlance. But it should be very, very effective against OG's heroes.
Upside, they do find Uragi. They're also having a look around north for the Shadow Demon, but he is going to be able to TP out. So Boxy unable to close the gap to find his position 5. Boxy and Zaya eventually just going to back their way up. I think you mentioned there's plenty of time for the Aegis to expire, so no real rush for them. They'll just take a bit of farm here, farming time for Liquid. 11 to 22 though, 4K advantage the way of Liquid. Still feels like an extremely close game between these two teams. But for now, OG definitely on the more defensive side.
Yeah, it will come down to how these fights go. If it's a bit of a longer fight where Liquid can stall out the defensive spells from the OG support, it should be very good for them. OG can get the jump and focus the right target in a short amount of time. It all comes down to the initiation right now, who they can jump. But for now, OG should look to just stall out this Aegis, farm up more items. It's still a very good Slark game. The more items he gets, it's going to be very scary for this Lina and this draw.
What's the right target for OG to find? I mean, we've seen Amar get some really big jumps. We know Taiga can kind of set up and save as well. But what's the priority when you're OG dealing with Liquid right now? Who has to go first?
Yeah. Backtracker lands Mickey. Perfect start out. Gonna keep moving him, but the halberd was there to slow him down as ATF. How can you get out of this one? Stampede is there. There's no way ATF. He's trying to run, but the shield crash slows him down, and eventually he will drop. Very nice stun from Mickey.
That's a big one. Just checking the tree line, man, just to find him. And again, without the Centaur and with Stampede popped as well, you've got the window here for Liquid to play without Aegis. Push more objectives, maybe just take control of the bot jungle, look for a skirmish if you so feel. OG not going to stay clumped up for that, just work the map as best as they can. And for OG, as you mentioned, it's all about stalling here, Celery. Any big items immediately available for Uragi that you'd like to see to kind of help him deal with these cores?
Not an expert on the Slark items, he had Basher queued up, but
Uragi, jump in, he found Matumba. Still very confident is Uragi. With that Shadow Dance, he'll keep going for a little bit more. Take some stacks away, just pounce his way back up. But Liquid, they're moving back in. Tiger immediately bursted down. The high ground defense gets more difficult as Liquid, now in a 4v5 situation in their favor, will continue onto the T3 tower. And we keep saying it, but while the tombstone's up, it feels just impossible to try and fight into. Amar, he'll still jump in. They do find the Lena, but Boxy, he's in with a double stun once again. Misha, he'll gate the Chain Frost off, but it's not going to matter. It will bounce around and do nothing as they found Uragi. BZM, he's going to be able to TP up, but Liquid, they're still onto that tier 3 tower. I'm not sure if OG really want to try and buy back for this.
There's no pressure, right? Like, tier 2 still stand, you lose a lane or axe, trying to go for the end game here with the respawns, not really within the zone for Liquid, but you have an amazing time on Liquid's end. You still have the Aegis, gonna be expiring soon. You take one set of racks, you find that punishment. Like Amar, he tries to find that angle, it just doesn't pay off. For OG here, Celery, you saw that the way that fight unfolded. You mentioned it's all about initiation. Who is the priority for Amar? Because it's feeling a bit tough.
Okay, again, it seems like that's the priority, though. ATF, he can start all he wants. The problem is he doesn't have the backup as he's getting slowed up here. The Stampede, it's already over. All the stacks of hypothermia from Matumba Man just going on to Amar as he's trying to run with the Glimmer Cape, but they keep slowing him down. This Centaur just cannot walk away as BZM. They're going to try. It might be the last time here for the side of OG to try and give this a crack, but how do they get it done? It doesn't look good. They've got a couple buybacks, but with the racks under siege now, they'll be holding on to one more unless Liquid want to keep going. They could certainly try for those tier 4 towers if they wish, but will they? Uragi, he's going to back off. Mickey, he's trying for the tier 4 towers. The Frost Shield is going to slow them down just a little bit, but that's all they can pretty much do here, OG. There's the buyback from ATF. That'll be enough for Liquid, I think, or will it be? They'll keep going onto the tier 4 towers. It's still a 4v5 situation. BZM is not available yet. Matumba, he's the target. He's got the BKB up, though. It's too hard to take the fight. Uragi in that Shadow Dance, in big trouble. Misha already down. Uragi controlled up. He is gone. GG is called. Liquid, what a dominant start to this best of 3 series. It was a bit back and forth as the game went on, but it seemed like Liquid, after they got that secondary Aegis, they just took over completely in this game 1.
Yeah, and it was a pretty slow start as well for OG there, right? Like, the lanes didn't quite go out the way you expected. Uragi had a really rough time. We saw that 5 kills from Zai, all on Uragi from the laning phase. And it was just tough. For OG, what do you feel like needs to be changed up a bit here before game 2 of Celery?
We should also give props to Liquid. These last few fights, they really played well around the 4 steps. This Lina at bottom, he turned around at the perfect time when they jumped him. They forced him out, and they set up the fight perfectly. It looked like a really good jump for OG, but these 4 steps disrupted everything. I think for OG, they should pick a little bit more early game. I think their draft, they actually got off to a good start, but it might be tough in the next time. In the next game, if they go for a similar style.
Well, with that, let's head over to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have a lot to say about this game number 1. Of course, Team Liquid took it here. We'll be going to a second game to see if OG can force out that third. A lot on the line. I don't need to tell you guys, but I will tell you anyway. Top 6 if you win the series, and otherwise you'll be left behind at 8. Here to break the game down, we got Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, it started out with Liquid doing fairly well in the early game.
Fairly well. I think they completely popped off in that early game. And honestly, Boxy, throughout the entire tournament and in this game, just played such a good and aggressive roaming support. He was constantly mid, constantly bottom. Felt like he was everywhere in those first 10 minutes, really giving Liquid the start that they needed. Because Lina had this Marcy to play with, Leshrac was never too much of a threat in terms of keeping up in farm or being strong enough to really exploit the Lich armor strat that OGs really wanted to play with. Because if you look at OG's draft, they picked the Shadow Demon, right? And it's kind of an unusual Shadow Demon pick because the only thing that it really synergized with was to set up the stun on the sideline with Centaur, but it was more so a deny pick so they don't get their armor purged off. So I assume that potentially they were looking for something where they could pair up an illusion carry with the Shadow Demon, but they ended up going for the Slark and they pivoted completely. So for OG to have won this game, they really needed to just win the side lanes really hard and try to stall for as long as possible. And honestly, it looked good for them at some points, but Liquid were on today.
Yeah, Mickey on Lina, constantly on top of the network. As Effie mentioned, Boxy did enable him with those earlier rotations. But like, Mickey is a type of a player that, he's gonna take the farm, take some of the kills, and then dominate the game from start. He was on top of the network from the beginning until the end of the game, and I loved his itemization. This Falcon Blade from mid Lina does allow you to constantly spam your abilities and stay on top of the network. But I also want to point out Zai Pangolier. Pango was not a hero for a long time that could be played on the offlane to be successful. Like, people did try it out, but every single time, I think offlane Pango at one point during the group stage was 0-7, maybe even 0-8.
I believe I heard this stat before. You're right.
People figured out how to play Pango because, like, you need to have decent matchup. He's not a strong laner, but I like the items that Zai went for. Going for this Wraith Pact and just a casual Blink Dagger, because you have a Shield Crash and the Wraith Pact, you can be in top of the fight, middle of the fight, and you're not going to be taking literally any damage.
Yeah, it was a strong game from Team Liquid. There were a couple of records close to being broken for Matumaman, because his draw performance, obviously very strong. He has a good team to back him up. Had a very good time. We got some statistics for Matumaman on his, basically on his TI performance, because his Drow Ranger got him there here today. He is now
That's
second.
right, Cheever. This is the most all-time total kills. I thought it was Roshan kills we were gonna. Okay, that's way more.
He's not second. I lied.
This is a way more impressive stat than Roshan kills, which I think we're gonna look at. I'm spoiling a little bit.
No, it's fine. His Roshan kills were at 80, but I thought that this one was a little bit more interesting.
That's a spicy one. This one is. it actually kind of goes hand in hand in the sense that the carry wants to get that last hit on Roshan, get that little extra influx of gold. One thing I did want to mention about this game, just because I couldn't get out of my head watching it, was that crit interview where he was basically saying that kills don't matter as much and in Dota, and it seemed a little bit like that at the start, where OG was making no moves, they weren't farming, but they were still out farming, while Liquid was making all of the moves but getting nothing from it. Then they eventually took the Roshan, and then that made the game look a lot easier for them.
They really did make the game a lot easier for them. They were able to capitalize on it. And at the end of the day, it was OG, maybe also with a little bit unusual draft. We had not seen them play Leshrac yet, for example. And speaking of Leshrac, I believe that is a hero that Purge would like to talk to you more about.
That's right. Leshrac is one of the big heroes of the main stage so far, and the hero wasn't super popular before this, and he's still just decently balanced. But the big issue is the item that he uses. It's the Bloodstone. Bloodstone gives Leshrac almost everything that he needs. It gives him HP, it gives him mana regen effectively. When he pops it on, deals AoE damage, covers that base. And the third thing, it gives him really strong team fight, and at such an early time, while also providing the other things. He can walk into fights like this, pop Bloodstone, eat CM ultis, and it looks like he's taking 0 damage. So now you don't even have to worry about an enemy team exploiting your BKB less timing. And much like Shadow Fiend, a lot of teams have been pairing these tanky magic damage dealing frontliners with defensive heroes, so that Lich armor helps keep him alive in the only way he can die, which is burst physical damage. The other hero that I really want to talk about that's still being trending, it's Crystal Maiden. We didn't see it this game because the slightly better supports got in instead, but she's just so effective at winning lanes. AoE nukes is going to apply damage to 2 heroes, secure range creeps, lower attack speed to make sure that trading goes better, and she also really applies really well kill setups, and in those mid-game team fights, she's great at setting up kills and providing really nice roots and other disables to ensure that you get some core pickoffs later on. And a lot of the cores as well, not very mobile, making her more survivable. So those are the two heroes that I think are worthy of being added into the Hall of Heroes to join Marcy, because frankly, they have lots of appearances since the main stage. Maybe the group stage, they weren't the most popular, but I mean, maybe it should be like a bloodstone on a pillar instead of Leshrac, but this is fine too. Leshrac, you count. You have a great item just for you. Nobody else likes it. So yeah, that's it. That's the Hall of Heroes. So 3 heroes, many more to be added. Heroes of the tournament so far.
Heroes of the tournament for sure. Thank you very much, Purge. And the one that already was inducted earlier is, of course, the Marcy. I mean, yeah, they think that's going to get bad next time around. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Boxy knocked it out of the park with that one. And yeah, we're going to find out, of course, what's going to happen in the second game of the series. But before we're going to do that, we are checking in with Slacks and Casey.
Yeah, we are continuing our journey through the audience to find as many people as possible. You're being a little creepy about it, though. I don't know if you've noticed that.
What are you talking about? I'm not creepy.
You
Am I
can see
creepy?
from a mile away.
I don't know.
Yeah.
See, he said he doesn't know. Okay, that's not unfortunate, but you know what's not creepy, my friend? Our cool-ass tats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I found a bit of a celebrity here. Show the boys a holy moly! Straight from Dark Creek Prison. What is your name, sir?
Richard.
My goodness, that is the biggest, coolest tat I've ever seen. What prompted you to get the Slarky Malarkey?
I don't even play Slark, just looks cool, so you know.
Well, you're damn right about that, son. It looks cool as hell. Now, that's not the only one, right? We got another one down here. Oh, my God, the Bloodseeker as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people cosplay. This man's cosplaying every goddamn day. This boy, give it up for him. Real Dota fan. Oh, thank you very much. You know, I actually have a tattoo myself.
No.
Is that not good?
Back to you, back to you, back to you.
Take it easy. Come on.
Back to you.
The people want to see.
No, they do not.
Come on.
People don't even want to hear. Get out of here.
Okay.
Get out of here. Thank you very much, Casey, for preventing eternal trauma, I think, on a lot of people's...
It could have been a ban as well, I think, the channel. We could not be coming back to you here.
Close to a ban with the Slark tattoo, which is top-notch, by the way. That was high-quality tattoo for sure. And Slark, we also saw, of course, in the previous game just now, did lose. But we don't get to see Slark in the meta that frequently, so I think a win is a win. You got him on stage. That's as far as it's gonna get for now. Maybe Memegaming is also a very good Slark player. That's how he got known with them. Anybody remember 4 anchors and a sea captain?
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Was that the Finnish stack?
It was a lot of Finns. Yes, it was a lot of
That was
Finns
a
for sure.
play on the 4 friends plus Krilly, right?
Yeah.
that was the original.
Rings a bell. But I feel like Slark was not able to, like, do what he's supposed to do in the game, because he was never, like, this new build on Slark works really well when you get to the point with the Aghanim Scepter, recent changes to Pounce, or you do get your Essence Shift stack instead of doing the damage, and then, like, you want to poke, you want to go in and out, picking up the shard, so you want to reset the fight, but there was never really, like, a follow-up, because the rest of the team needed to go in, use the BKBs, and, you know, just play with the team, and didn't just shoot the way that they needed to play to be able to win that game. And like also having some AoE control as well. Pango does quite a lot, and so does Lina with the LSA. Like they did manage to control the Slark.
But not only that, right, in regards to the Slark, he bought a Midas, and that's typically what a lot of Slark players have been doing, and you do see it work out. And the problem with the Midas is that you're going to slow down really hard versus a team like Liquid, who are going to look to exploit those timings. And because you're playing with a Centaur and Shadow Demon, those heroes don't do that much damage, honestly. So when Amar did get the Blink Dagger, there was that one really great fight in the top lane where he set up for 2 kills, and it looked nice, but that was about it for a while, right? Up until the point where Liquid overextended all the way to the bottom of their jungle early on, there weren't really any fights that looked great for them, and everything was just too slow. So I didn't see the innate synergy in that Shadow Demon within the draft, right? I have more of an issue with that than I do with the Slark.
Now, we know that OG has got a good support system around them, so when we're talking about potentially coming back, forcing that 3rd game, it's not going to lack on speeches, Jenkins. I think they got that covered.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing for OG is we have heard from Amar in the past that he does indeed not listen to those speeches, and they're a bunch of bullshit, basically. But, you know, OG, they have a lot of ideas when it comes to drafting and how to, you know, play the game better. I actually think that the Lina plus Drow looked really strong against Leshrac. It's just two heroes that you run into on Lesh, you're like, I'm gonna run in Bloodstone, and it's like, okay, we'll kill you. You're not even gonna Bloodstone off of us. Their range is too long to Bloodstone off
that's
of
why Terrorblade is considered the counter to Leshrac to one extent, because before, you know, people thought, oh, I'm just gonna pop that, you know, my ulti, run in, but Terrorblade, like, he hits his timing, especially the Scotty timing, where you're unable to get close to him. He just outranges you, and if you have an extra hero like they did, Drow Ranger plus Lina, you just take way too much damage and die. And we can hear in the comms also just yelling Lesh, Lesh, Lesh.
Lesh, and that Lesh died quite harshly. It was, of course, first phase pick coming out from OG. We're going to find out soon what will be the openings for our second game, as we are seeing the teams taking their places back on the stage here at the Suntech Arena. It is a lot that they are playing for. I want to highlight again the friendship that they have. I think that is forgotten at this moment, though, because there's only one thing that counts, and that's the game. They're going to be full focus coming out on this one with, of course, Matsumaman. He is, we're going to see at least 2 more games guaranteed for Matu. So that's always good. You know, we're having Faith Beyond, of course, also in the lower bracket, another player that has the retirement looming. And the longer we can get to see them, the happier we'll be, Effie.
I mean, it's just really sad, right? Regardless of which team wins, there's no way we're not going to be upset. I mean, today is just a really brutal day.
It is. It is. I mean, we can only take 4 teams with us to finals weekend, and there were 8 teams remaining at the start of the day, so we need to cut it in half.
I mean, that's the nature of TI. The teams that you love, the players that you love to follow are going to be, you know, brutally crushed, and they're going to have their spirits broken, and so will you as a fan. Except for the winning team, and nobody knows who that's going to be.
Unless you hate 19 teams, you're going to be sad like at least 10 times.
That's really, yeah. There's obviously more teams losing than winning. That will always be the case.
I would hope so.
There's many more teams that lose than win, but I really think about it, it's really brutal because all of these teams come into this competition with these enormous dreams and these enormous hopes on their shoulders, and they're all feeling that's such a what if it's us this year, what if it's our year, and when it isn't, when you suffer that loss on the main stage, it is so crushing.
Absolutely, because we did have so many underdog stories throughout the TI history that, you know, even coming in prior to TI where you didn't do like as good as maybe you expected, but in this TI, you're like, you have a mindset that you're going to win the whole thing, otherwise you're not going to win it.
Yeah, that's the most soul-crushing thing about it, is that if you don't believe, you won't be good enough, you won't be confident enough to beat the people that do believe. So that makes it all the more soul-crushing when they lose.
That's deep, Jenkins. That's really deep.
But speaking of confidence, something we briefly touched up on earlier, but didn't really discuss at length was...
Well, it is time. Hold that thought, Effie, because we're getting into the draft for the second game of the best of 3. Let's get started with that.
Liquid versus OG. Game 2.
I think the majority will agree that we would love to see a third game between these 2 teams, as they have been playing some very entertaining Dota, and it would be sad to see either of them. And in this case, OG, of course, exited in a 2-0 against a team they are so familiar with. We know they can do it. It would be soul-crushing if indeed they don't do it.
Yeah, she had a really good point to make here.
Okay, go for it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Effie.
No, Jenkins, I really want to hear your really good point.
What I wanted to say is... just kidding.
Lacoste, please say the thing. Nothing?
Do a joke. Do a joke, Lacoste.
I do have to point out, by the way, Marcy is still in the pool. Sorry,
Effie, as you were. As you were.
And not anymore.
Okay. So, the thing is, you look at OG, I don't think we've given these young players enough credit yet just for how they've played on this main stage, because you look at OG, and this is a 2-time TI winning organization. So, you look at it as if it's just a veteran team sitting on the stage, but it isn't. It is not. There are 4 first-time TI players here, and they're all so young, and they all must be so nervous compared to Liquid, who are all veterans. I mean, I really do think that...
I'm sorry.
Look at his stack of papers. Why does he have so much paper? I know it's an OG meme, but does he need that much?
Softly on camera, it's so distracting.
And also, what does he do to the papers? It's not like
He can't even see anything on it.
There's some,
He's for real, though. That's the thing. He's for real. I remember Seb telling me at the major that or actually Amar told me he sleeps for only 4 hours because sleep is a waste of time. And then Seb was like, please tell him to sleep. Please, I've been trying to convince him to sleep for 8 hours. He won't do it. This is real. These are actual draft papers.
Hey, it's got him to top 8 at TI. Don't make fun of the boy. And he is one of the youngest players here. This is incredibly impressive that he has that much prep to begin with.
Yes,
James, I don't see any papers.
I don't see any papers like yours.
I'm not making fun of him. He's like an eccentric billionaire type. You know what I mean?
That's true. That is
He's like just does these crazy things, but he's so good. That's what's funny about this.
That's very true.
It's like this is a bit, but it's not. This is real. This is his real notes. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
Good for him. We respect the grind over here.
We do.
But he should.
You should take a note, Jenkins, and do the prep next time.
Go ahead, Effie.
I don't even know what I wanted to say anymore.
They got the Leshrac Tuskar combo. Tuskar hero that we were seeing a lot more. Wow. Okay.
Tuskar and Huskar.
Yeah, that's an Amar specialty right there. I'm going to see some offlane Huskar today. Looks like.
It is an Amar specialty. I gotta talk about this because the start of the tour, the start of the season, start of Tour 1, everybody's like, OG picked up these youngsters, Misha as a captain. We only saw him as a coach until that point. Taiga joined them and was like, how far can this roster go? And then this Huskar came out for Amar and he crushes with it. It's one of his best heroes.
He definitely knows this hero to the limits and how to play it. And we see this all the time in these game twos, these potential elimination games.
Comfort.
That's when the comfort pick comes out. The pick that you've won so many games on. You just ask for it and you go for it. We saw it with the sniper yesterday. We've seen it with Pudge. Now we're going to see it with Huskar.
Yeah, we heard Fate Beyond also talking about, this is the potentially last game of the tournament. We better pick our comfort heroes. They did pick Axe for himself. And it worked really amazing. So this is what OG is doing here. Maybe it's time to get rid of Pudge Jenkins. Pure damage against the Huskar, Aghanim Scepter, reducing some healing. They did ban out Shadow Demon and Ancient Apparition, so for now they are protecting this Huskar pick.
I'm very excited for this.
You know what else is good against Huskar? Bit of sniper action.
That is true. That is very true. And both Sniper and Pudge, Liquid does like him.
Team Liquid sometimes at the same time as well.
True.
And I'm more confident in this Leshrac on the side of Liquid than when OG do play it, to be honest. And they got Boxy, one of his comfort heroes, the Tusk. We saw how effective he was and his ability to coordinate with his mid laner last game, so I expect to see a lot of the same collapses on mid happening. And depending on how well this Leshrac does, I think that it could be potentially very easy to just take that mid tower and potentially translate into kicking Huskar out of the triangle. You don't necessarily have to divert your attention if you are the Tusk and the Lesh this game to invading the jungle early. You can just choose and opt to park that triangle and not give Huskar again.
What I like about Amar and the way he came into the scene is not caring about what he's playing against, because he's gonna first face Huskar and he's gonna get tested. He's gonna have this is good, this is bad matchup, but still he wants to play it. One of the reasons why he's so good, because he knows how to play from behind as well, and he knows the matchup. This man just grinds Dota.
I do have to say though, Huskar, also a greedier type of hero.
Yeah.
He can't play that blink initiator type of role up until he gets items later on, especially Ag Scepter, for a very long time. He needs to sit down farm. He needs a somewhat advantageous lane, and he needs his team to be able to play without him for a while, especially if that lane goes badly. And of course, it's not a Wraith-backed hero. Again, OG don't have that hero to build the auras for them, so they're going to need to pick some very macro-intensive heroes for the rest of OG. I think Bezium's Invoker yesterday was incredibly impressive. I mean, to this day, I think that was one of the masterclasses of Invoker and how to play on a bigger scale, not just how to click your buttons.
Yeah, he had 2 games where his Invoker was just insane, like 0 deaths.
Yeah, and also, first phasing Huskar does put a lot of pressure on the other team. Because whatever you planned to pick, like, you're definitely not gonna go for it. Because there's this X hero on your screen that is screaming, oh, we need to
counter it. Yeah.
If you had like 3 different options of what you want to go for, probably you gotta throw it in a bin and just scratch it and start all over again.
But it seems like they're comfortable going for picks that they have already been playing, right? They bring out the Crystal Maiden that they've also played to success. The Ember comes out. Interesting. So this does play more of a macro game as well, but it is kind of dependent on the lane matchup too. It can't necessarily have a really bad lane or die a few times, and it can't do anything for Huskar in the case that does happen. So OG have to make sure that no gotcha pick comes out here from Liquid.
And I really like what Effie was saying too about what both of you were saying about like the way to deal with Huskar. Okay, so this is great because not only do they counter it in lane, which I think is a place that you can punish the offlane Huskar, it's also something that benefits from this guy being low HP for the entire game. Bloodseeker's going to be constantly hasted. Once he gets that BKB, none of these OG heroes will really deal with him. So that's like a perfect pick.
Yeah. And
also, just the early rush that Huskar is to go for, Huskar teams try to set up for with the armor toggles and whatever, you will get vision of that from the Bloodseeker. So it exposes a lot of the map movements that you try to do there.
You also do have decent roach-taking lineup with yourself. Having the tag team, Crystal Maiden, you know that heroes will have enough mana plus Leshrac. So if you take a fight near Roshan, taking away Aegis from Huskar is kind of a big deal. But to go back to OG's side, they are drafting against this Tuskar or potentially rotations. And so you have a cookie, you can get through the shards, so you can get a toss back. But a lot of those abilities are movement abilities. I'm not saying that Bloodseeker has, 4 rupture charges, but if someone is ruptured, like Huskar, this is not going to save them. This is going to deal a lot of damage to them.
Okay, so a hero that could stand and fight against the Bloodseeker as a carry. Sniper, he's still in the pool, but I don't know. It's weird. It's a little bit weird with these other heroes that OG has. I almost feel like you need a playmaker just because your offlaner is a Huskar. So
OG's are greedy. They have these 3 cores that always do get a lot of farm. I think having Tiny plus Snapfire, you can always do something around the map, especially Snapfire, because this hero scales so well, and also Ember Spirit. He is a hero that can easily rotate, so I think you can fit in something greedy in here.
The thing about Tiny is that in the past, it felt a lot easier to play this Tiny and get that early blink and get those kills, because the way that you play this hero now is most 4 Tinies just buy the phase boots and they try to fight for the blink dagger. You will never get a lane, and a lot of players now know how to counterplay a Tiny. They know to not get tossed back in the lane. They know how to kite around it. So Tiny's job becomes a lot harder, and they are a little bit dependent on this Tiny's blink dagger timing too, if they're going to have the 2 supports be the crux of their map movements.
Yeah.
So I think somehow maybe if these 2 supports can play on mid and try to secure Ember's game, then that could probably be OG's best approach into opening up the map for themselves, because you can't play for this Huskar early on, and I don't really think that you can secure this carry matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Like Ember, if he's got a good game, then he can be all of the playmaking that you need. But if OG does want to go for something that's a little bit less greedy for Yuragi, they actually have played him on the Broodmother. They've played Nature's Prophet, so there are options for him that are... SF is still unpicked.
But also kind of has a really bad win rate on the main stage.
Yeah, but you want some kind of fast-paced sort of carry that will win lane.
I would be very scared for them if they went SF here, honestly. I think there's a lot of ways to get on top of it and punish it early on, especially when you have a Leshrac too, who can easily move to SF's lane early on, kick him out, and take his tower. And the problem is, OG can't secure this pick because Liquid have last pick. They have the last pick offlaner for whatever they go for.
Yes, so they need to show. I mean, if they need something that plays a little faster, Monkey King is an option, a hero. The problem is you don't know the lane matchup. And they did ban out Beastmaster, Death Prophet, because they are not the ones with the last pick. So like that Prophet could suit in easily, especially with the Tusk combination. So this one makes a lot of sense and would give even more momentum to Liquid. So liking this last ban from OG quite a lot.
Really thinking about this one.
They really are.
And this one is really rough. Because there are still a lot of Zai's heroes open in the pool. Obviously, the Q1 and Enigma being taken out and the Beastmaster, but they can still opt to go for the Tidehunter route.
Nature's Prophet coming out. We've seen Yuragi play it against RNG in the group stages, and they did come out on top for that one.
I think this is probably the best thing that they could have done, because this is a really strong laner. It's going to be hard for them to give this hero, or give the last pick hero on Liquid a good lane versus Nature's Prophet. Very few heroes can say that they have that. They can also join in the fights early on. We were talking about how OG needs to enable this Huskar to sit back in the triangle and farm, so they need a more active style of carry that can just teleport around the map, take towers, play with this Tiny if he does rotate to the mid lane.
It's fast-paced.
So, go ahead.
No.
Sorry.
Primal Beast is still
in the pool, but I'm thinking about maybe Tidehunter. Something. I don't think you need to match up the team fight. It's cooldown dependent. On the other side, these heroes can fight all the time from OG, but I feel like maybe just pick it for the lane, because you're playing with Tuskar. A lot of these ranged offlaners have been banned. Some heroes that Zai did play don't really fit into what they have right now.
Or a ranged hero like Viper, potentially.
I see a lot of smiles on this camera, by the way. And some good vibes being spread around on the team.
Yesterday they said they wait as long as possible.
They have their pick figured out already.
And they like to troll not to, so they like to wait as long as possible with the reserve time. I think potentially they could go for some ranged offlaner with Tusk, maybe a Viper.
They go for the Brood. Ooh, that's an unexpected one.
Into Ember, which cleaves through all of the spiders and sleight of fist for about 30 seconds straight.
And the snap with the kisses and the Tiny, there's a lot of wave clear for the spiders.
But good in lane.
But Brood can do a lot in terms of moving around the map, like especially connecting her webs from whichever lane side of the map she decides to take over to Roshan.
Well, let's find out how it's going to get played out. We're heading over to Slacks first for an interview with the coach of OG. It's Chavash.
Thank you so much, Sheber. I am here with Chavash, of course. Big emphasis on the laning phase in this draft. It looks like that Huskar came out, but they answered with the Bloodseeker. Are you nervous at all by that counter pick? Do you think that might cause some issues?
Only Brute make me nervous.
All right. Does it make you nervous at all?
Just a bit.
Okay, just a little bit. Now, I was sitting right next to you when you saw that Broodmother last pick. Typically, coaches will go, like, oh no, it's Broodmother. But you, Stone Cold Giga Chad, are you worried in any way about that Broodmother?
A bit.
Okay, a little bit. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if OG can take this one out and get us to our end game. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our casters.
Thank you so much, Lex. We do get into it. Game number 2 here between Liquid and OG. OG have brought out something different. Of course, Amar the Filipino, the 16-year-old with 60 years of experience. John, talk to us about this hero.
It's the Filipino Huskar coming out. Amar the Filipino, of course. Gonna have to live up to that TI legacy that happened last time with the Huskar. So, keen to see what happens. You know, it's a bit left field coming out there from OG. Going to be interesting to see just how much they can get. Of course, we have seen Amar play that Huskar multiple times before. So they should know what to expect. You know, it's really aggressive. They've kind of kicked up the pace here on OG in comparison to that game 1. So do you feel like the corrections here in draft are enough to kind of play this fast-paced game that Liquid has been bringing out?
This is still OG style draft, but it's a lot quicker and better in lanes. So I think they did a really good job. The interesting lane is probably going to be Huskar against Brood if they lane it like that. I'm not sure how that lane is going to go. Brood really wants to hit, but Huskar has it his arm, so that should be very, very interesting.
I wonder if there's level 1 team fight to come out. Looks like ATF is not interested whatsoever. Liquid, they might be more than happy to oblige with a level 1 team fight, but with OG's heroes, it doesn't seem like they've got the greatest level 1 team fight for now. Just with those Broodmother stats, not bad at all. I mean, 64.3 and 57.1%, 60% overall wins. You heard Chu talk about it as well. It's the one hero that frightens him just a little bit. It didn't react too much to it, but it is still very scary. And as you can see, Zai, 100% win rate overall here on the Brood.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic time with a lot of heroes. Like again, yesterday we saw his Enigma take its first loss. It was on a massive win streak as well for Liquid while he was on that. So Zai's just been kind of setting that pace. I'm more interested to see Boxy back on that Tusk because he had an amazing time. Although
Tiger tossed up, that's a good start. Mickey, he's going to try to run. Shards are out as well. Boxy, he's very good on this Tusk. We saw it yesterday. It's going to be a lot of damage out onto the Tiny, but nothing to write home about. In fact, they even denied off the banner rune here with Yuragi. In the end, how many banner runes did they actually pick up?
2 for 1. Nice 2 for 1 start in the favor of OG, so they're going to be feeling a little bit better going into those lanes. Just have a little bit more to play with as we do take a look at that mid. Mike up against BZM on the Ember. You mentioned this, Ellery, it's not the worst laning matchup, right? Like the Ember can kind of dance around this. Do you reckon that overall BZM should have a better time, or should it draw kind of close to even here?
I think some Leshrex can win this lane when they're an expert at this matchup, but overall it should be a free lane for Ember and Lesh. They should both farm, and it's a really, really good Ember game. So even if he would slightly lose the mid lane, I think OG is perfectly fine with this, since there's almost nothing to lock him down in the mid game.
Bot lane, damage being dealt to Matumba, but can we no kind of jump in. Tiger, no angle here for the toss back into Amara, and it doesn't seem like he's more than happy to get fighting yet. Meanwhile, Boxy, a nice little creep pool going on here. I'm going to reset the creep equilibrium on his side. Just let one creep through his bottom lane. ATF going to take a fair bit of damage, but is going to be okay in the end.
Yeah, he starts to drop low, and this is where the Bloodseeker starts to feel good. You don't have the thirst up yet. We do have a lot of early damage and slow is coming out from the side of Liquid, whereas for OG, with a Husker and a Tiny, it does feel like you need a lot of EXP, a lot of levels to really start to play here, doesn't it?
This bot lane is going to be very interesting, I think. If the Bloodseeker and CM get on top of this Husker, they might just kill him. But if they don't kill this guy in time, and they get some suspects on CM with the disarms, it could go either way, I think. I'm not sure how this lane should go or what's going to happen.
Nothing. The top lane, perhaps. We haven't really talked about that one at all quite yet. You can have Boxy there on that. In fact, hold that ball. That's a lot of damage coming out onto the Tiny. We can have a look at the top lane, though. Boxy once again pulling a creep wave over. Misha unable to really slot down, but just try to get the aggro of the creep wave. Oh, he's got it as well. Very nice play from Misha, but what a great shards out from Boxy. In the meantime, Tiger does end up going down. I love the shards plays from Boxy. He's always got some kind of concept, some idea to try and get the advantage. And once again, we do see the pull work out in the end.
Yeah, they just get that EXP they need on Boxy, trying to get that build up, get the space they want for Zai. Yuragi, I mean, he can kind of twack away, but when you're in that field, when you're in the webs, Zai's not going to feel too scared of trading. He can always run up with Insatiable as well, especially if Misha's dragged away without anyone to stop the Brood. She can kind of get on top of that NP if you're not careful.
Yuragi could be a fair bit of damage. He's just trapped up, standing his ground, trying to TP away, but the snowball is going to stun him up. Yuragi, he cannot make it out. It is going to be a very strong kill for the side of Liquid.
Very nicely done. This Brood is a lot stronger in lane now than what everyone's used to. With this insatiable hunger getting a lot of buffs, and the more levels it gets in it, the harder it's going to be in this lane. We'd think it should be a chill lane for Frin, but they have a lot of kill buffs.
See, he never stops this bloke. Boxy's always going. Snowball not going to connect on Misha. They will still chase with Zai, but Misha is going to be okay. He's getting a little bit greedier there with the snowball from Boxy, and sadly for him, it does not touch the snap fight.
Just trying to go for both targets, maybe shove Yuragi all the way back once more. Does give some room to go back for Misha, but it's all the way back to the base for him. Having to TP home, has to walk up with regen. You have that window for Liquid to still maintain that aggression up against OG here.
I think overall, it looks like a pretty good start for OG in the lane. The Ember is having a really good time mid. He's going more than even. He was doing a really good job on the first few waves. He really wants to get one water window. Looks like Liquid is not going to give it.
They certainly are not. Mickey does take it. How important do you think BZM's going to be here for the side of OG? Like, is he the guy that needs to create the space for Amar and Yuragi to kind of get that farm going? Or is it all on ATF to get that farm going? Does Yuragi just kind of join the team early?
I think this Ember will be making all the space. I think the Husker and the Fern will be farming up. Fern will be ready to connect at any time. And this Ember has a really good game. So once he gets his level 4 in slide, I think he'll walk around the map with his supports and cause havoc.
Yeah, think that's the big one for OG. You have a lot of aggression that can come out. And in comparison to game one, where you were farming a lot more, trying to get that build up on Lush, you're not as worried with Ember. You just need a couple of items up, and you should be good. Although Omar kind of being surrounded.
He certainly is. That's a lot of damage out. ATF, he's going to drop. Mike with a nice rotation as Yuragi top lane. Also going to go down. Once again, Liquid just dominating every single side lane of the map. We saw this last game as well. OG just off to a slower start.
And that's a bit worrying. You have a bigger snowball start that can come out here from Liquid with this kind of draft. Right? You've got Boxy back on that Tusk. He's got some good timings to meet as the support. And considering how good his lane is, he's probably going to have a pretty decent enough blink timing in this game if he's just allowed to kind of have this impact. You already have Yuragi going into the jungle. So you're just ditching out that Broodmother lane. But considering the space for Zai, and that's a lot of utility that he can just build into here.
Yeah, Chu said he was a bit worried about the Brood. Now he's a little bit more worried, I think, from the start. But the good thing OG has, if they can get some good power runs on this Emperor, he can probably shift towards the Brood lane, and the Furin doesn't have to sit there, because it's going to be very scary for Furin.
Yeah, it can be really annoying. We're already seeing him shoved away. He's really behind in CS as well here for Yuragi in comparison. You just have such a dominating lane coming out from Zai. They are still trying to poke and prod down bot. You mentioned not quite knowing what you'd expect from the Husker Titan lane. Do you think this is what you were expecting, though? Like, Matumba is still kind of finding farm. ATF not really able to stop that too much.
I guess it's kind of 50-50. They got a nice kill because Bloodseeker's getting a lot of speed from the other lanes. But I guess I didn't really snowball. I thought there was some snowball potential for OG if they got some good toss backs. But it seems like the nukes from the CM and the Bloodseeker are enough to equalize the lane and just keep on farming.
Liquid, top 2 net worth on the board right now. Easy, or rather, Valeshrak, Mike, and Zai, so strong at the start. See what they do get going. Like you almost expect another side lane gank very, very soon from the side of Liquid. But now they are paying respect to OG. Mike just getting his own farm up. No rush for him. Zai just completely controlling the top lane as you do want to do on the Broodmother, and I imagine it's going to be quite a fast T1 tower to be taken here by this Brood. It doesn't feel like you've got the greatest ways of defending, but they are grouping up the bot lane. ATF in trouble once again as Matumba going to move in, but there's a split team fight going on. Top lane, another fight going on as well. ATF's going to be fine. It seems like Foxy's the one to drop off the top. BZM able to secure one. Zai unable to secure the snapfire kill. Instead, he will be forced to try and run away from BZM. But he's going to be just fine. OG, they do at least get a Tusk kill for their trouble.
Yeah, the more important thing is, now this tower would have already been dead if the Ember didn't go here. So he's going to slow down the Brood, and it makes a lot of space on the map. If this Brood gets his tower too quickly, he'll go to mid. They'll take over the entire map.
Sharks. Gonna lock down Tiger once again. No way out, surely. He'll toss away. Matumba, he's got so much speed though, and Mike really just there to make sure they can knock it out. Matumba able to pick up another kill here on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, you're feeling good in the blood. Matu's got a pretty free lane. Maelstrom being built up. Javelin already on hand. Bottom net worth of his own team in terms of cores, but he's pretty close to Zai and Mika's farm, which is almost kind of really up there. Just not contested, especially Zai outside of that rotation up top. 5-1 start. Liquid, I mean, you mentioned that push potential coming out here, Celery. Top tier 1 still stands. So OG is still managing to find farm. You mentioned the tempo coming out from BZM, though. He does have the over-corrosion up. It looks like he is going to the Maelstrom. Is that all he's going to need? They are clumping down bot, maybe for a bit of a shove in. Matu is alone.
Avalanche there. Cookie is there to follow up as well. The Bloodseeker, a massive pickup here for OG, and it seems like Matumba has no way out of this one. Very nice setup here from Tiger. ATF very happy to secure that kill.
Yeah, very nice map movement. They're not trying to fight on mid. It would be very, very hard to take a fight there. They instead just killed a carry, and they just gave this tower that Liquid brought a lot of heroes from. Liquid is not slowing down though.
They certainly are not. Cookie away from Misha. Avalanche going to buy some space in the shards. Off the mark. A bit unusual here for Boxy to miss like that as Misha might still run. Mike in the end going to be able to close the gap though, so it won't matter. They will still secure the snap fight.
Even though Liquid was off to a very good start, OG is doing good jobs splitting the map, just farming up their items, not worrying and trying to overreact. Ember deals with the Brood. Husker and Furin farm their timings, and once his Huskar hits his armlet, I imagine they'll try to use that for the smoke and potentially into Roche if they're going to pick off close to.
BZM, bit of harassment up top, but he's just kind of playing around with Zai here, just taking more Spiderlings away from the Brood Mother. Voice has a Remnant to go back to, though Zai really wants to try and bully him and try and make him use that Remnant. But now he's going to be forced to back off as Tiger and Boxy both rotating up towards the top lane. So they are going to back their way out. The BZM going to move in. In fact, hold on a minute. They've got Insania on the CM and Boxy. Also going to drop as well. OG able to find both supports here.
Yeah, they get some punishment. A bit of a forward foray coming out from the side of Liquid, trying to scout around, maybe drop some vision forward, and they do get punished. OG finding a little bit of a foothold, getting that build-up they'd want, especially on BZM, who is going to be kind of setting up and dealing with Broodmother's early timings with Maelstrom almost done. For the side of Liquid, and it does feel like they're also more than happy to just kind of farm a little bit here, though.
Yeah, they probably feel a little bit awkward about this Ember, because they really want to help their Brood and get this Ember out of there, but they just do not have the heroes to do it.
Tiger, mid lane, Avalanche will be out to try and dissuade them from going any further and work out in his favor. Back his way out just fine. An ATF around the corner just in case they need it. Speaking of ATF, his farm, it does feel like it's suffering quite a bit. In 4.3k net worth, he's got the armor up, so maybe he could try to fight with his team, but it's a little bit too far behind, I think. Well, OG, do you think they need to group up now and try to get these fights going, or is it okay for them to just sit back and maybe hit another kind of timing?
This Huskar hero is very tricky. Usually, if you don't know this hero that well like me, I think he has armlet, I guess it's time to go. But this hero is one of the quickest farmers with armlet. If he gets to just farm his triangle, just farm some camps. So Liquid does not want to let him just farm these camps. So if they can close down the map, then that should be really good for them. OG does want to use this Huskar at some point. Either let him farm a lot right now, or where he can move into the Roche. But it's looking pretty hard with how the map is set up.
Yeah, I mean, just the movement of Liquid. They've taken over the top jungle. They're starting to pressure onto mid. There's no real space for OG to farm. In fact, Taiga
gets caught out. Better than ATF getting caught out, though. He'll tank the gank here for the Huskar. ATF going to stick around. In fact, there is some rotations coming in. You've got Meisha on the side. Just making sure they protect that tier 2 mid tower, as you do have a Leshrac and a Broodmother after all. You can take that tower very, very quickly if you are Liquid. But for now, they'll be satisfied with the Tiger kill.
Yeah, it's not the biggest in the world, but again, they're getting so much space out. They've taken over top jungle, the webs are all down, Zai can dance in and out there. Triangle, it's not somewhere that they have really gotten to. OG does have wards watching, but they're not also able to stack up as much and build the resources up for their own build-up. Right now, Yuragi's just kind of farming in the opposing triangle anyway, and just trying to avoid as much, but it's only him that can kind of go out there. Everyone else stuck with dealing with getting what they can from the creep waves right now.
Yeah, the OG cores are not suffering too much. They're doing a really good job. One hero that's really not having a nice time is this Tiny. He's very, very low level. Getting up this blink is going to be near impossible. There's nowhere for him to farm at all.
Tumble. Bottom lane, going to move in. ATF, he'll cop the rupture. He's kind of forced to man fight this one out, but there's surely no way. He will try with the life break, but it's going to be nowhere near enough. Mickey able to secure the kill. More rotations, BZM chains out, Matumba, here's a big one, and they will find him. The Bloodseeker is going to drop his OG, looking for a bit more. With the Mortimer's Kisses, they'll find Insania on that Crystal Maiden. That'll be a second as Foxy now, trying to TP up at the chains, with the toss in, is going to work out in the favor of OG. It's Liquid, they do find one, but they give up 3.
Yeah, that's a huge swing coming out from OG. Seeing that opportunity to punish, still having that TP point to play with, and just managing to know that Matu's really vulnerable there. Doesn't have Rupture to threaten with. His teammates all kind of use their spells as well. They've got the opportunity to push off the back of it. There was a bit of a split push going up top from Zai, but not as fast as what OG's accomplishing down bot. And this does open up the map a little bit more to get some more gold flowing their way.
That was a very cool move they did. They pick off the Huskar, and Liquid felt very safe after that. The Bloodseeker is just farming the lane, but OG is just ready. They're not afraid. Their Huskar died, but they're just there. Snap did not even have 6 yet. He gets 6 from that kill. That's super good for it to come back for them.
Mid lane, Nikkei, all alone right now. They're going to move in. That's a lot of damage coming out with the snowball. It's going to buy a bit of time. Nikkei going to try and turn here, but there's surely not enough damage. He will drop. Matumba going to try and punish. Misha is down. How far can you go? They find another. BZM, he does take down Foxy, and it's going to be another successful team fight the way of OG.
This Ember is popping off right now. He's getting all the kills. He's involved in all the fights. And they just have no stuns to kill him yet. It's going to be quite hard for them to deal with him.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it does feel like a fairly free Ember game here. And every single time that BZM just shows up, it doesn't feel like they can handle him. Maybe you could try to rupture the threaten, doesn't feel the best against the Ember, and your supports are going to have to try to focus in on that highly mobile target, maybe try to set up for Mika. And again, it's not an easy task. Even game on the kill board, 9-9, it does feel like Liquid, they've managed to drop a little bit of some momentum. OG, they are starting to ramp up off the back of BZM. He's got travel sub. He's ready to just be all over the map.
That's a very cool build. You don't see that very often nowadays.
BM taking on the devil. Does get caught out. Bloodright is there. He might be gone, and he will be. Oh, that's a bit of a caster's curse there from you two. That wasn't my fault. I'm out of this.
Frostbite just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, and that's the one hold, right? If one of the supports can be on top and you've got some sort of follow-up, you've got the space to kind of get that done. With that kill, Liquid straight into Roshan here as well, popping everything to take out that objective. OG not quite in the position to contest without that Ember.
Yeah, that's a massive kill for them. It's true, the Frostbite can still control the Ember. If the Ember has any fight in any vision, he will have free reign. It was amazing. The pickup was next to Roche. They get to take the Roche, and now they should be able to control. They need to deal with the lanes first. They shouldn't go on the enemy jungle yet. Just push out the lanes and potentially group up again after them.
That's where the Nature's Prophet really shines. Yuragi is just applying some pressure, trying to force movements along.
Nice shots out. They're going to find Tiger on the Tiny. We'll try to toss away Boxy, but it won't make a difference. Tiger's still caught and will drop.
Very interesting build by the Furion as well. He went to drums first and then a mage layer.
Yeah, it does feel like he's focusing more on maybe just trying to split push control into a Bloodtorn for some more damage output later on, and just mitigate whatever Liquid might want to pump out here, and maybe instead relying on the damage coming out from Amar, coming out from BZM with a Husker and the Ember, and just kind of play more of a secondary role, buying out space in map, eating up that split push when he can, and just slowly but surely ramping up those resources for down the line. It does feel like this kind of build might not show as much in one of these rotations though.
Oh, Misha, wrong place, wrong time. He's going to get caught out, the Spiderlings will get to work though. That is a lot of damage coming up. BZM just stealing all the Spiderlings away is now Foxy still trying, but they will eventually find him. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Zai needed to back off earlier on as he just didn't want to deal with the whole side of OG. So it's just going to be a support for a support trade.
Interesting. Taiga is not even trying to go for the blink. He was getting somewhat close, but he just opted to buy a Veil instead and fully play around the Ember, not commit his hero too deep in the fight.
Yeah, I think they realize they've got enough jump in.
He's got some.
Yeah. Try to save. Punish the finishing here. That's a flash. I'll stun again in 3 seconds. Oh, he's got some.
He did juice it lots on. That was a very good call. Very true.
Radiant will smoke up. Liquid. In they go. Foxy will front line. ATF. This is a big one. The Husker in trouble. Snowball will be there. The Split Earth is out as well. And ATF is just going to melt. No chance of survival for ATF.
They get a big one. Didn't even manage to arm the toggle. Good chain stuns coming out from the side of Liquid. And because of that kill, they have the security to force onto an objective. They've still got Aegis for 2.5 minutes here as well, but they're not even playing around with Mika. Just having Matu stand up front with the protection of his BKB and force OG to kind of make a choice. They're clumping around here, but it doesn't feel like they could find a clear angle if they're not careful.
Yeah, you talked about the Furion splitting a lot. The Lesh adjusted his build a bit. He had the overclap first, but he went for the travels to deal with the splitting.
Good. Still grouped up. Mid-lane BZM, Tiger, Nisha, they're all there. Shard's gonna give it a bit of vision. Dropshot immediately out onto the Ember, but he's just fine to back his way out. Tiger and Misha still hanging around, but outside of vision. Instead, they find Yuragi on that Prophet, but the cookie away is going to be enough as Tiger makes the jump in onto Foxy, but Foxy he'll jump right back in onto that Tiny. It should be a 1-for-1, but they still haven't got that Tiny down yet. In fact, now they do, and they found Yuragi on the Nature's Prophet. They even found Misha. dropping low, he can rush forward every single time. And OG, they're still not ready with the Husker.
The big thing for Liquid there as well is that Matu doesn't have to pop the BKB in these fights. He has a fresh 9-second charge just not being utilized because he doesn't need it. So the next time around, if OG wants to re-engage, they have a huge window where Matu is just going to feel too big. You're not going to be able to touch him. The Ember's damage is not going to be there. And Liquid, they just see all these opportunities. They're taking this map on really well. They've got a 5k lead up. We are seeing Amar kind of try to use the space to farm up, working towards the BKB. But
I think they spotted them with the daytime.
ATF, he does get caught, and he's going to get taken out. So close yet so far. Liquid, they are looking very strong now. 5k advantage, 17 to 11, and we get to see this Husker work.
Yeah, the impact just isn't quite there. He's still busy kind of trying to farm up. You mentioned Celery, once the armlet's up, maybe you're much more willing to fight. You just go back to going back farming. Again, that unfortunate timing on spotting out the vision for the side of OG, but very fortunate for Liquid finding the punishment. For Amar, where do you go from here? Is it really just the BKB? Is that it? As they look for more.
They are going to look for more top lane. Tiger is going to get caught. Matumba able to pick up his 4th kill. As in they go mid lane. Misha trying to cookie in. BZM, he'll join the fray, but can you actually fight this? It doesn't feel like it. Boxy's too tanky. Zai, he'll keep chasing, but BZM will run it away. So they continue to chase. The slow is there. BZM, how do you juke your way out of this one? He'll just run south. He has a remnant north. Liquid, they're going for tier 3 towers. They know how strong they are right now.
The Ember is still having a great time, but Liquid realizes it's only the Ember. They do not have to be afraid of these other 2 cores yet. They didn't hit any timings, and this Ember cannot 1v5. He's not big enough. Liquid is really high network with all their 3 cores.
What's the condition now for OG? I mean, Liquid have been playing fantastic, but for OG, how do they hold? They're going for a smoke play. Is it pickoffs they need as they look?
Yeah, speaking of pickoffs, Boxy, they're going with the snowball. A nice blood ride set up from Matumba. Does he want to fight this one? He got the silence onto BZM, so they might be able to afford to try it. In fact, that stuns out as well. He bashes the perfect time into the split earth, but it's not right on time. Very close from Mickey. Great attempt. At least for OG, they do get away with the support kills. Now, Mickey, pretty deep, does get caught out, is getting blocked as well by the Treants. Will still move back in onto Tiger. They'll find the Tiny. In they go onto Yuragi. Through the BKB, they've got the Rupture. Yuragi surely can't find his way out. He'll get back shot. Into Misha they go now. Liquid, they won't keep going. ATF does show up. The buyback will be expended as BZM does at least find Insania and Tiger. He'll get back into the game, but this buyback, it doesn't feel like it amounts to much.
The tricky thing is, getting back into the game is quite hard right now. They really want some skirmish fights and some pickups, but the Tiny doesn't have a blink, so they don't have any tossback potential. The Huskar is getting closer to his BKB, so they might just have to try to wait for it. He might have a little bit of space to farm it right now, but Liquid is not slowing down, so they might just take back the map very soon, once Lesh's BKB is ready again.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any big reason for Liquid to back off. They've managed to force out some buybacks. They haven't really taken any objectives just yet as well. The high ground still does stand. So you still have a lot to go for in these lanes. Maybe wait out the security of next Roshan. Only a few seconds left until we see that respawn timer, though.
Yeah, Zai's still very, very confident. He will lose the Spiderlings. BZM even picking up a Battle Fury now, just really trying to abuse the Sleight of Fist against those Spiderlings. You can see how easily he clears them off now. I suppose the Battle Fury build very effective as well for the high ground defense.
And now they have a nice comeback potential. If all these spiders are stacked with the heroes, he just gets a rampage in one slide.
I mean, they're going to have to clump up pretty tight, but, in a tight spot like the high ground course could be a possibility coming out there for OG. Really good switch out from BZM. How about the other heroes, though? Like, you mentioned it's only really BZM having that good time. Anything else you'd like to see out from, say, Yuragi, ATF, all DKB, no?
Like, again, he's been focused so much in this game. They do not want to give the Tiny a game whatsoever. Tiger's still trying to bomb up the blink, but just can't get anywhere near us. Now Misha is also getting caught and just taken down. Both supports once again gone for the side of OG, and Roshan's up.
That's the big one.
Liquid just taking over the map, taking the second Roche now, which is going to be a big timing. Fosca will have his BKB ready after that, but it's going to be hard for him to get impact even with this BKB. If they realize he has his BKB now, they will just rupture him in the fight, and if they kite him a bit, his BKB will just go off without being able to do a lot.
Yeah. And you've got, again, that second Roche with a shard ready to go here for Liquid. So they could look for the high ground play now. You can see all the spiraling scurrying around on the mini-map, just getting some vision out as they collapse onto the mid. And for OG, I mean, this high ground hold, it feels really difficult. You can clear the creep wave. BZM has to play an insane game. And maybe eventually, as you mentioned here, Celery, if they do get a blink up on the Tiny, there's some counterplay there. Along with the BKB, of course, Audemars being freshly built up.
They've been doing a good job splitting the map, so they're not falling behind that far on their course. The big trouble is this Tiny just never going to have his blink. But if they can hold long enough with this Ember Battle Fury, and the Fury gets more items up, this hero does skill really well.
OG only being given a 10% chance here to win out this game by Dota Plus. A very rough affair. Liquid 90% at the moment. You can certainly agree with those stats. I mean, with the Aegis up, it doesn't feel like they've been contested for so long now. And Ozai is keeping tabs. OG are smoked up. They will find the Brood Mother. That's how they'll get started. They haven't got so much damage yet, though. Zai, he's actually quite tanky. And now BZM, he does avoid with the Remnant, but they've got another target. It's going to be Tiger, who does get ruptured up, and once again is going to drop. It's just so hard because it feels like Tiger, he wants that blink up to be able to find some kind of toss back and make a comeback happen, but they are not giving him any breathing room.
He's just had a rough time, right? Like, ever since going for that Veil, just trying to amp up the damage coming through, it's just completely counteracted by the pipes and that Wraith Pack coming out from Zai. High ground doesn't take too long here, too.
Liquid is not going to give them any space to breathe. Just force everyone at least back in base and potentially just commit on this. They have really big timings right now. They have the Aegis. They got everything they need.
Here we go, Liquid under the high ground once again. The tier 3 tower not going to last very long. The Tumblr's just hitting so hard along with the Leshrac, but a nice cookie. No, it's not going to land. Tiger still with the avalanche toss is there. Mickey falling low but has the Bloodstone. Will take down the Tiny once again as Uragi. Boxy in the back line is at least going to drop, so it might force Liquid to reset and come back another day. They still almost have 3 minutes of the Aegis up, so they can afford to do this and just wait out their task. Maybe not. BZM, he does get caught on the Ember. He is gone. Oh boy.
Oh man, no buyback out in BZM either, so they can just, again, go back here, multi-objectives from Liquid's end, and they have a full minute where they don't have to worry about their creep wave being cleared out, but they don't have to worry about the Ember just kind of looking for that back line, these softer targets, and just try to melt them away. You do still have the chance for Uragi to kind of, go to a lane and try to work it into OG's favor, but it's tough.
Bottom lane, in we go again. Okay, it's traveled in. Bottom racks, under siege. They'll force the cliff out. OG, been very patient with trying to force a fight, but they've got to get it done sometime soon. Got it.
It's going to be very rough to hold on to this right now. I think Liquid might even force for the third side right now. They still have this Aegis. They don't have to wait for anything.
Rupshot is there onto ATF, just making it hard for him to even think about jumping in. It's now mid-tier 3 tower under siege. Liquid just so calmly taking these structures, knowing the advantage they have. 17k, Aegis up for another minute and a half. OG, they're going to try and fight now. They'll start with Mickey, try to find the first light, but the Wraith Pack is going to be out. It is denied off by Misha. Liquid, they are not backing though. They want to keep going. Mickey just so confident, but may lose the first lights now. No, in fact, never mind. Forstaff will be there. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think the one bright side here for OG is that they didn't have to kind of expand anything or lose anything here, but you're at the point where even just going outside your own base is very annoying. Full ags up on Zai. These little traps are just going to give a lot of information out and just make it so hard for OG to try to make something happen. Say if they wanted to smoke outside, it gets a lot tougher with just getting trapped up in the middle.
Yeah, this Lesh picked up the Hex as well now. He has the Blink Hex, and the Ember realized he is the one that is having the free game. He cannot go too defensive, so he doesn't have anything for this Hex or for a silence. So this might be getting close to the end if this Lesh can get a good jump.
Oh, there it is. They jump in. Cookie was there. BZM! Oh, he was the one caught out. Matumba, he keeps bashing on command.
BZM, he's down for 90 seconds. Minute and a half without buyback available on the Ember. This could be it. He doesn't have the gold right now. Liquid, there'll be 2 Raxes up. OG, they are trying to split push the best they possibly can, but the creeps are still in their base. In fact, never mind, backdoor will kick in. Liquid, they won't have the time to go up to the tier 3 yet, but Amar trying to fight Mickey. Has he gone too far? ATF, he's going to fight Boxy. Onto Mickey they go. They might have the left track, and they do. OG, they'll find another bit of Matumba. He got the rupture off. He does pick off ATF. He's got the Husker down, and now the bash is coming out again. Yuragi, he cannot escape Matumba, man.
It's so difficult for OG, and they're trying to make space. This is what they need to do, try to stall out, force the back door to kick back in, but they don't manage to hold it. The creep wave comes back in, they lose some very big heroes, and they don't have a solution. Buybacks are ready on the respawn of BZM, though.
They're going to try something. OG. See the buyback up from Yuragi. That's going to be enough for them to back off. Rather Liquid, that is. Could immediately just out of there.
Tiger's trying to make some magic happen. He got rid of his veil to pick up the blink now after all. And this is what they need. With some potential, good prospects, they still have a chance. You always have a chance until the game is over. So you just gotta keep your head high, keep trying.
Yeah. Look for that opportunity to drag someone away. You've got the damage follow through to play with anyway. It does feel like your investments here onto Amar, onto BZM can pay off now. Like they do have some good right click on hand. For Liquid, I mean, your 2 racks is up. You've taken the tier 3 top. Do you reckon you try to force something here, or do you just wait for Aegis once more?
I think first of all, you don't want to give too much space to OG, so potentially just do a move to take back the top side of the map. They already have a nice ward there. And if they do get any pickoff, they can just insta-go to the base. Maybe they feel strong enough, they don't even have to wait. They can just go right now, get a good team fight.
They've got to be careful. Liquid moving up. They're already in. Mickey, he's right out onto the support. In fact, BZM, he barely avoids the stun, but Misha's already gone. ATF gets shredded here by Matumba's Yuragi. Is he going to get out? Just barely. No bashes for Matumba. But there's 2 down. Amar does not have buyback available. There is only 1 lane of barracks left in Liquid. They're going right for it.
Just nothing to stop them. BZM, he's got to dance around here really hard, but not even the tossback potential's at play. No buybacks available. Respawns are short, though.
Oh, BZM, he's been sniped by Stop. This could be it. Liquid will take him down. He has the buyback. He's going to commit it, surely. They'll hold for now. Hoping Liquid may back off, but Liquid, they're looking for those tier 4 towers. Such a dominant series so far for Liquid. OG, they've got 1 last chance. They'll wait for ATF to respawn first, but they've held down Misha. Once again, the Snapfire is going to melt. No buyback available. Yuragi now getting caught in front of his fountain, but they'll move back towards the tier 4. They'll see ATF moving in on this Husker, trying to find a way, but Zai's making it so darn hard to close the gap. In fact, he's even TPing towards the CM, trying to find at least Insania, but the Glimmer Cape, they don't have the detection. Instead, they go onto Zai on the Broodmother, but Zai, he'll man up. There's the disarm out from ATF. Meanwhile, on the side, BZM, he's going to drop to Matumba, man. Zai still running, just can't get caught. They'll toss him in. ATF still trying his hardest, but it's not looking good. It seems like Liquid, they might have this series in the bag. There's 4 down. GG's called. GG is called. Liquid, they've done it once again, this time 2-0 against OG. And OG, I mean, they're a fan favorite here at TI11, but Liquid proving to be way too strong here today.
They played really well, synchronized so well. They kept the lane shut down very nicely, and Zai just managed to pop off really well in the Brood. There were no solutions coming out there from OG, and Liquid just played a clear game. For OG, I mean, this squad's come far. I think at the start of the DPC year, new roster, expectations were kind of middling, then they go to the major. They've got a lot of promise, but for today, Liquid just comes out on top, the better team.
Seems like Liquid out-strategized them today, and I don't think OG played bad at all. I think both teams put on a good show, but the strategy part made it quite hard to play the game. Both teams can be happy with their performance, but someone had to go today.
Absolutely, and great sportsmanship here on camera as both teams just hugging it out, obviously very close with each other, these 2 teams. With that, we are going to head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, and yes, welcome back to the panel. OG are going to be leaving us today, and Team Liquid won't let Matumba Man retire. They're like, we need a few more games. They're going to get every ounce they can out of him, and a fantastic performance by Liquid. How's it going, guys and gals at the panel?
Hello.
I'm enjoying these moments as well, don't worry.
Yeah.
Here we are, we're a little bit back in. There's Zai. He got to play the Brood on the second game. Seems so stoic when he comes off matches. He's like, yes. You know, he takes it very seriously. He's like, this is my job.
Especially after you play a Brood, you know, you have to play it cool. You have to play like you're not a total, you know, playing that Brood, just dominating last pick.
The way you deviated after total there. But Liquid, a 2-0 win. Was this expected? Because actually in a previous interview, I remember Liquid just saying, you know, I think it was Matthew was just like, well, actually, we kind of didn't expect to be here, so we're just happy. He was just happy he's still playing. And now he's got another match today.
Probably not expected to be as convincing, right?
Yeah, no, I feel like each time they're playing right now in this low bracket run, it's like they're ready to. They obviously want to get to the finals for Matu. As soon as they lose, Matu's going to retire. We're going to lose him from our scene, at least competitively. So I feel like
it's a blessing, right?
So yeah, like it's actually scary to watch them play because like I don't want to have to be on a panel when we're like talking about Matu's retirement. So I'm hoping that they do, you know, one more series. Maybe I'm not working that series, so I don't have to talk about him and, you know, his exit from competitive. But
I have a heartwarming clip ready for that panel, so just, you know.
Okay, so
I'm good. Put me on it.
No matter when it happens, it's a heartwarming story, and his career is filled with success, right? So.
Yeah.
So what about this game? Because BZM got off to a great start on the Ember.
The problem is, it's the only hero that got off a good start, right? It's the BZM from the mid lane. The mid lane kind of evened out, but he made some really significant rotations to bring them back into that game afterwards. But it doesn't matter. Your top lane is getting crushed. Your Nature's Prophet is literally in the jungle minute 5. He's being destroyed. Misha gets his level 2 way too late. He doesn't get that cookie to get him out of the shards. Bottom lane, T-Gov didn't go any better, right?
Yeah, unfortunately not, but you have to give OG a lot of credit for what they've been able to achieve throughout this DPC year. You know, they're the different players coming in. Of course, OG before this was a lot of big names, and everyone was like, kind of going, oh, is this OG going to do well? Now they get to their first TI, they lock in a top 8. Sure, they didn't get to go further, but it was still a very impressive season for OG and what they've been able to do with new talent, new players and stuff. So again, commendable stuff on that front.
Yeah, a top 8. Do you think, I mean, obviously not going to be overly thrilled with it, but, you know, do you think they brought everything they could to each game, Sheeped?
I'd like to say so. I think, like T said, I mean, OG's had a really good year winning the majors, giving them that confidence, because that was something they did lack. And as younger players, of course, this has been the whole story of them throughout the year. OG are just, you have to be proud of where they've gotten to. And next TI, you know, they'll have improved even further. You see Amar this tournament expanding his hero pool, right? It's something that before it was just, okay, he's the Viper, the Timber, and the Razor guy, and now he's busting out his other stuff, Sand Kings and so on. And yeah, like they just need more time to grow, and they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, they definitely have the flair, like being so young, the young blood coming into the scene. Also, who else picks Huskar on the offlane? It's not something that we see very often. And in an elimination game.
You know what's worse? He's actually, his entire time being at TI, he's been playing Huskar on EU servers. So he's playing on 200 ping from Singapore to EU, playing offlane Huskar. I had to play against it in a pub, which I inevitably then lost to, which was really sad because I knew he was on the ping. But yeah, so I think, yeah, it's just fun seeing what they can do. And yeah, look forward to them bouncing back in the next season, keeping their heads up.
Yeah, there will be, I'm sure, more from OG next season. But we get more from Liquid now because we're going to go over a winner's interview with Boxy.
Boxy just walked off the stage and an incredible 2-0 performance. What was the first thing you said to me? I said, congratulations, you must be so happy. And you said it's a little more complicated than that.
I mean, of course I'm happy, but I felt like they didn't really get to play their best. I think the pressure kind of got to them in a way. I feel like the OG we played maybe 1 month ago felt a lot stronger than this. So I'm sure I know how it feels like to lose without playing up to close to your full potential, and that feels really bad. So I feel bad for Tommy, but I'm of course super happy we won. You know, you never know what to expect. We of course respect him a lot, so it was in some way easier than I thought it would be, you know. But yeah, I don't know, happy. We have another game today, so I'm trying to not get too relaxed, I suppose.
There is a weird sense of having to balance everything, and I know the confidence level has to be tough when you start in upper brackets, and then you've got to get knocked into lower bracket. How did you guys, it feels like you're playing back to your swagger. How did you guys kind of regroup as a team to do that and play so well?
I mean, I think the best we played was probably during the LCQ for like qualifying to TI.
Yeah.
I think these games were better. I think our games against Aster, we were a bit timid, pressured maybe, a little scared. I think they're obviously a good team, and you know, every team has like strengths and weaknesses against each other. How we bounce back, I don't know. It sucks to lose, and you kind of do like some more soul searching. There was a lot of like trying to realize why we lost against Aster in such a poor manner, and to apply like things that we need to do better in the other series. I think against Entity it was not as clean as it was today, so hopefully we'll keep like the trajectory upwards.
Awesome. Well, I thank you again for talking to us, and thanks for always showing why Dota is so amazing. You're like happy for yourself but sad for your friends because you know what it feels like, both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more sad for a team I know could do better, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, for Tommy too, but like the rest, you know, I don't know.
Who cares about the rest of them, my guy?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll see you again in just a little bit.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, Liquid inch closer to making it into the finals weekend. They've still got one more match coming up later today against Thunder Awaken. But now we're going into a all-Chinese affair, and this is going to be very interesting. I have a lot of experience, love it over there. I've always had a good time in China. So please welcome out the first team. It's PSG LGD. PSG LGD are going to be taking on Aster as they come out to the stage. Winning this will put them into the finals weekend. But as I said, their opponents are going to be a tough one to beat. Here come Aster. So far have had a flawless tournament until yesterday's loss versus Tundra Esports. Let's see if they can pick themselves up and go back with a little bit of momentum. But of course, they're playing a team that they are very, very familiar with. And talking about familiarity, Sheeped, what have you got for us?
All right, I have a little story. So back in Tour 2 of the DPC, Aster 2-0'd LGD. And in a post-game or post-series interview, Pichu, the Pulse 5 of Aster, was a little bit flamey. He used a rude nickname to refer to Arme, and he said he looked forward to LGD coming back and stomping them 3-0. So we go forward to the regional finals of that tour, and LGD 3-0 them. And it was very funny, and Arme comes out in this interview of his own and is very cocky. And this is a guy that when he speaks in his pub games, people call it a medical miracle because he just doesn't speak. And he comes out here and says, yeah, we gave them those 2 wins in the DPC. He knew that they could beat them, and he wanted to remind them who they were after they got a little bit too cocky. And it was just a really cool show of personality between these two teams that I like to see out. And like Pichu himself on Aster, he is a bit of a troll. This is the guy that during the Arlington Major, he was the one that called Amar ATM. And this actually even has links to the Chinese community where Chinese fans, when Arme starts to feed, they will refer to him the same way, ATM, but with an E on the end to be closer to his name as well. So I love seeing that kind of banter and trash talk come a little bit to the stage.
Do you think it's kind of nice, fun trash talk?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you actually think these teams are like, you know, we actually don't like each other that much?
No, there's no way.
So these two teams are definitely true rivals. Like, having worked Chinese DPC for like 2 years now, they're definitely bitter rivals up on top. At the same time, though, like, they've been instructed on how to conduct themselves on the interviews, which is also very interesting. Like, they actually had some lessons on how to present the team and everything else. So it's even more interesting when Shippo shares the story in which he's a little bit banterish.
But also, it's like then we follow through. Like I was speaking to Leon Arthur. He's like the Western Dota community's connection to like the Chinese memes and stuff. And basically, we're in agreement that this isn't kind of a happy series for China at all. You know, the fact that you have Aster, a team that it used to be a little bit more memed on in the scene, but recently with their performances and kind of stepping up at TI, they've kind of gained the respect of the community. PSG, Faith Beyond retiring after this one potentially. they don't want to get them knocked out. So this, what could have been more of a meme game, at least in the community, in the current kind of meme game, it's like, no, this is a somber series. This is like, we don't want anyone to go out. We want them both to go as far as they can, but they both deserve, at least in their community, to get to the finals.
All right, and I got good news for you guys, by the way. Just being told we can't find Sunsfan and Cinderin, so we might be doing the draft. It wasn't this schedule, but it's improved my day. I'm sure they actually might be found, but we will be going and doing the picks and bans here. And I know you really wanted to do that, Sheeps, because you've been following these teams a lot. But going to PSG LGD, what's the kind of storyline with the players? Because there's an uncrowned king, people say.
Yeah, the uncrowned king called Ame or at me, like Shippo said. Sometimes, like he's always getting close to this TI championship. He's always getting close to the crowns of the ages, but it kind of eludes him. At least in the last couple of years, it has.
Is it 3 times? He's been 3 times finalist, but never won.
Yep.
TI. So yeah. And we also have another kind of retirement storyline here with Faith Bian.
Exactly. It's the fact that potentially this team, I think they have the most games played as an active 5 roster. Beast Coast was second to that. Of course, they're not like top. I think first place is like the Loader Alliance stage back in the day. But the fact that this team, they've been together for so long, they've been trying to find that success, and like they have had incredible success, just not got that Aegis.
You ready? I'm ready. Here we go. It looks like we're ready for game number 1.
PSG LGD versus Team Aster. Game 1. PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Oh, hello. Sunsfan here with Cinderin, and we got my boy Celery here from Gaming Gladiators, who I don't believe you talked about this in the previous cast, but you'll be donating all of the money that you're making at TI for an animal sanctuary. This guy is legit human being. Animals are better than humans, right?
I think we're also animals, right?
No.
It's got to keep it equal.
He's an animal, that's for sure.
We play Dota.
That is very true. As we have a very important match, there's only going to be one Chinese team left at TI after this series, General. What are your thoughts on these two juggernauts going at each other?
So, inside the Chinese region, just internally, I want to say the last year and a half maybe, most of the time Aster has been one of the juggernauts, and then when they've come on the international stage, they've kind of failed to produce the same results that they have back home. So in a way, the fact that Aster have, picked up international steam and they're doing better in international competition, and the fact that they're facing a Chinese team here might be good news for them. It might be a good matchup because against LGD they've been looking pretty solid online for most of the time.
Yeah, LGD also played one series today, so that could be in their advantage. They're already warmed up. They're feeling in the zone today. But if Aster prepared well, maybe they use the rest. So we'll have to see what the draft brings.
If you were Aster in this instance, how would you prepare? Would you be like, would you literally just pub beforehand?
I would let the players just play a pub, maybe a scrim, just to relax a bit, just warm up, and the coach can look at the game. I don't think the players should look at the game, because watching takes a lot of energy. If you're watching seriously and you're looking at what is happening, and then you're also tired, but you didn't even play. Yeah, so I don't think that's a good plan. I think you should chill.
10 seconds
just be ready when the game starts.
We get to see Primal Beast, who has been banned seemingly every game for the most part. Is he still as strong as we thought he was, or is there a reason he's getting through?
Well, he was very good yesterday when you had Ace play it, that's for sure. That was a pretty standout performance from him in that game. Despite Emma, did you have it twice?
We had it only once.
You had it only once? And that was the game that it was kind of counterpicked too, right? They got multiple counterpicks against it, and you still made it look really good. So
yeah, the cool thing about this hero is you can always flex it on offlane and mid, and even on 4 if your players can play it. And this hero doesn't really lose many lanes, unless it's almost impossible to pick lanes where this hero cannot farm. You can almost always farm. You can always play +4 and roam. This hero, it's just very, very nice to start the draft with.
Very old school combo in the Shadow Demon Lina that used to be the old Dota 1. Actually, it was Sven Lina as well, the two of them. But get the disruption into LSA. An immediate Ember pick, despite the demonic purge being able to purge the Flame Guard.
10 seconds.
How much do you think LGD are going to be playing into the idea of Primal Beast as a flex? Do you think they're going to hold it the whole way until the end? Or, like, at what point do you feel like the matchups you see are enough information? Like, right now, I look at the Shadow Demon Lina, I'm like, I'm pretty happy as Primal Beast for now, as a core. Do you think there's any concerns yet? Because usually you don't start with 2 cores, right? If you're locking it in like that.
Yeah, I guess they're very confident in their Ember, and it is good against these 2 heroes. He's gonna have a free lane against the Lina for the most part if he plays it well. But with the flexing of the Primal, they don't have last pick, so they'll probably hold it till their 23rd pick. They'll just see if they put it offlane or 4. I'm not sure if they've run it on 4 before, but Xingqiu seems like a guy that would enjoy this hero.
He played Spirit Breaker earlier today. It's like the same hero, just faster, right? Not quite global. Not quite. Yeah. They're actually very different, but they both charge, so we'll say it's the same hero.
I think Primal Beast doesn't actually speak a language, to my knowledge.
That's also true.
Spirit Breaker does have actual.
Do you know who wins the charge, though, if they charge against each other?
That's a great question.
The Primal wins. He's
really?
It's because he stomps this guy to the ground.
Got bigger AoE, right?
Well, his body is bigger. It makes sense. Yeah, physically speaking.
Yeah, Dota's known to be really realistic in that way.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah. So we're going to see Silencer being taken out along with the Brew and Lifestealer. Lifestealer, kind of this hero that has had a bit of a resurgence here at TI. Well, I feel like the most part of the year it's been kind of ignored.
Do you feel like this is
semi-recently?
Is this kind of a tell that they want the Primal to be a core? I'm assuming this is one of the better matchups against Primal. You have Rage against Trample. Primal generally gets very tanky, so Feast becomes valuable later on. And I wouldn't say Lifestealer is a particularly good hero against Ember, right? So it does seem like they're maybe trying to set up for that, or that Lifestealer maybe counters something that LGD are planning for second phase.
It does look like they're banning for it to be offline right now. They could just still keep it open, but there are not that many post 4s they would probably want against this SD Lina combination, so it would make sense if they just pick some hero like a Tusk in the second phase, and they don't want to leave it till last when most of these heroes will be banned.
Speaking of 4s, there's a couple of really popular heroes that have been totally ignored here. Both Nyx and Marcy getting no love.
Marcy fully ignored.
Marcy's been first phase picked or banned in most games we've seen. And it was interesting to see Aster opt for the Shadow Demon Lina combination, because I feel like when I think of Boboka, I think of a roaming player, right? That sets up plays and is super effective. He's very known for his 4 Ricky when that was a thing, Earth Spirit. Marcy should be perfect for this player, like as a stereotype, right? So the fact that they're not doing that into Primal, maybe they think it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, they got the chance to still pick it up here with a ban.
Yeah, they could.
Morphling Ench, the last 2 bans of the second phase for Aster and Mars for PSG LGD. We're going to see Murat. So more setup for the Shadow Demon.
Interesting.
So you got the arrow, you got the LSA, doesn't matter what lane they go to, as long as Shadow Demon is there, they can set that up.
Something I feel like I've been noticing over the last, I want to say 2 days, is I think teams are learning quite a lot from especially Tundra. I would say Tundra has been playing these lineups that have a lot of skirmishing potential with like 2-3 hero combinations that just have stuns, have burst, and also have the scaling. Tundra was one of the only teams to play Chaos Knight, for example, as a carry, because they just seem to utilize it so well to enable their other players by having him on that carry hero. And when I look at this Aster lineup, it kind of reminds me of something that I feel like I would see Tundra pick. If their next, like let's say their safe lane carry now also has a stun, there's just so many ways that SD, Mirana, and Lina can find moments around the map, as long as you don't compromise on teamfight too much.
These heroes are all very good as well against the Primal. I think at this point you might want to think about putting it on 4, because it's going to be quite hard in these lanes to get on top of anything.
Visage, okay.
It looks like they will lane the Visage of the Primal.
Well, when you guys were drafting, I mean, Cinnamon brought this up early, but you had the Primal Beast hard countered, and it was an early Primal Beast, and you still played it as position 3. What was the thought process going into that? Did you just feel comfortable doing it, or... Because when we looked at it, we're like, wow, this Primal Beast is going to have a really hard time. And he did initially, and then he literally took over the game, it felt like.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what we were thinking. I think the main thing of this hero is he's always going to have a pretty decent lane, even if you try to counter him, if he's not countered in the lane. And yeah, I'm not sure actually. That's the interesting part where I don't do the draft and my coach does it. I was just chilling a bit, waiting to see what happens, and then, it's offline.
Okay, good to know.
There we go.
The inside dynamic there for Gaming Gladiators.
So we are going to see the Pango come out, and Aster will save their carry pick for last. This is usually, if you feel like at this point when you see Visage, Disruptor, and Primal, that you can kind of lock in what type of lane at least LGD are playing in the offlane, which we both think is going to be Visage Primal depending on who gets the farm priority. We don't know that yet. This did feel like a spot that you could have picked your carry in, so why do you think they opt for Pango first?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess they're very confident on this offline Pango, and they feel like it's going to get banned if they don't pick it up now. And it is a pretty good Pango game. If he gets going, if he has a good start, maybe he can even go for a bit more core build with the diffuse instead of the flats and offline.
Very quick bans here from LGD. They knew exactly what they wanted to get
keep
rid
in
of.
mind, these two teams have played a lot against each other throughout the year. Maybe not that much recently, but I'm sure they have tons of scrims as well behind the scenes. And I wonder who that's actually going to benefit, really. Because LGD, obviously the team that has more success on an international stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the intra-regional experience kind of fades in comparison to the meta of the tournament itself. I think most of the time it's about who adapts better to what proves to be powerful in the events that you're at. So I personally don't put very much stock in. Let's say Aster had an insane win rate against LGD Online for the rest of the year. I don't think it's that important. What's important is how these teams have looked in their last few series, how they've adapted to what other teams are throwing at them. And when I look at this Aster draft, I don't see Aster picking specifically something against LGD, right? They're just
mentioned this hero.
Yeah. Now that,
my goodness,
is not something I would have expected.
What position is this Ricky?
It should just be carry.
Probably carry.
I think so. We're not going to see the weird like shard into whatever the hell he doing this here.
I mean, he might buy it later. It is a pretty cool Ricky game if he gets on top of any of these backliners.
Smokescreen is pretty damn good this game, no doubt, especially against Pango, which means you're going to need to buy 4 staffs, which you wouldn't want to do normally.
Wow. In the past, we've sometimes seen teams pivot from mid-Ember and putting it safe lane, but I don't think I've seen that a single time this tournament. Usually it was paired with Magnus when you did that, because you could compensate for Ember's lower levels by giving him Empower. Do you think there's like any world that this Ricky is not safe lane and Ame's playing Ember? There's not, right? Like it has to be Ame on the Ricky.
There's definitely a world, but not this world.
Because that gives Aster quite a bit of information for this last pick, right? And they're going to opt for a Drow. This is a hero that Ricky can relatively easily get on top of, actually.
I think it might be a really rough lane for this Drow and SD, I imagine they paired with. Primal and Visage. I think they might destroy this lane.
It's a form Primal on Jinkyu, so they will give the farm priority to the Visage.
I'm excited to see some Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, me too. This hero is super hit or miss, in my opinion. I don't think I ever see a game where I'm like, oh, this Ricky did okay. Like, he either sucked or he crushed, you know? It's very, very polarizing hero, especially on a professional level, because he can fall off really, really hard.
It's either going to catch on and more teams are going to pick it, or it will literally never be picked the rest of the
game we see in the main event, yeah. Is this the first Ricky game of the main event? I think it is. I mean, surely. I'm pretty sure it has been picked in groups, but I want to say it's been less than 5 total games. So.
Oh, you probably just didn't see it.
Well, Celery, appreciate you coming on, making fun of Cinderin as always. We really appreciate that. You can have the rest of the day off, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Over to Mr. Sir Action Slack, so I believe it's with Lan M.
Absolutely, we have, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Big Draft Lanham. How you doing? And Jen, our translator right there. So, you've let through Primal Beast, something that many are not brave enough to do. Was that part of your plan? Did you expect them to grab that instantly?
首先欢迎有请BP 大神国土，然后就想问第一局你们放出了这个兽，然后这个兽也是本届 TI 一个很兽，就是每个人都想要的一个英雄，已经很少有战队敢把它放出来了。你这边这么采取这样的一个 BP 的行动，是专门有计划来针对他的吗？还是怎么说？
肯定是想好的，因为有些东西那个不好说嘛，对吧？就是有些东西能放，有些东西不好放，就选一个放嘛。
Well, it was all according to plan. Obviously, for us to make a draft like this, we obviously would have some sort of strategy against it, and we can't reveal it for obvious reasons as well. But sometimes it's all about picking the lesser poison, so to speak.
I see. And very quickly, Ricky, did you see that one coming?
最后一个就是力挽，你有预测到会选这个英雄吗？
没有。
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, we'll see if it works or not here. All will be revealed many puns on this one as we throw it to our casters.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. So yeah, they did not see the Ricky coming either. Can't say that's too big of a shot. I mean, we did say that they played a lot against each other, so this is something they've obviously been hiding, and it is Ame playing it. So it will be a position 1 Ricky, and you know me, when we see a weird hero like this, I'm going to probably talk about it for the next 15 minutes or so.
You're going to obsess over it for 60 minutes, and then we get 5 neutrals, and then that's the one thing that will get you more excited.
That is very accurate.
Ricky has a tendency to not go 60 minutes, though. This hero is not really a late game. I mean, actually, he is actually a pretty good late game hero, to be honest. But generally speaking, because of the nature of how it works, right, usually either crushes and takes over the game, or he falls flat and you kind of get crushed a lot of the time on a professional level. So I'm very interested to see this hero. And I also got to say, I'm a bit surprised to see Ame be gold tier on it. He passes the Amar test just barely here by being gold tier Ricky. So has the permission to play it.
I mean, doesn't want to get reported. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Don't have the low priority experience.
So usually the build on this hero, if you want to cover it a little bit, because we can talk about whether that's going to work in this game or not. Most Rickies, when played as carry, will go for a Diffusal Blade into either Manta or BKB, and then you can consider 2 paths with either Basher or Ags, where you play around teammates, or you can try to go something like Scotty and really make yourself very strong with the Manta. In this game, I feel like the primary purpose of LGD picking this hero and what they're aiming for is to have a carry that just breaks up the fight and makes the supports uncomfortable, right? I think his goal is to get on the Shadow Demon, is to get on this Mirana and just kill them, force them to buy Force Staffs, and then in case they get Force Staffed away, they have the Glimpse to bring them back. Ricky is going to give that vision for why to really get a lot of value out of Disruptor. So, yeah, very interesting stuff. And most of the times, Ame has been, hard carrying his own. Sven earlier today, we've seen him in heroes like Terrorblade, Morphling, this kind of stuff. Ricky is different. I don't think. I mean, is he gonna just go Battlefield Farm?
I would love to see that, actually.
He has a Ring of Health queued up. I'm just saying, like, if he actually commits to this build, he might.
The build for a while, I mean, I don't know how long ago this was, but it was Battle Fury into Ags, right? Like maybe 3rd item Ags.
Yeah, I think so.
But since they, again, this is kind of old changes, but we haven't seen Ricky, haven't really gotten to talk about it, but Diffusal not that long ago, maybe a year ago, they made it a lot cheaper. A lot of people thought that Ricky would be a little bit more popular, which I think he was initially, but has completely dropped off. And we're gonna see this game if it was a good pick or not. But I mean, in theory, like we talked about, Smokescreen this game is very good. Drow is obviously going to itemize with like a Hurricane Pike or whatever, but Pango, XXS is going to have a lot of trouble. I feel like against this hero, but we'll see.
XXS eyeing up the rune. He sees another hero, and then he's not eyeing it up anymore. So 2-for-2 trade, pretty standard. Both teams are covering their respective safe lane halves of bounty runes. And yeah, let's have a look at what Ricky's facing, because this hero, as we talked about, has very polarizing performances. This time around, going to be playing against Pango Mirana, so not a very traditional Mirana pairing, right? You don't have any sort of reliable setup to hit the arrow, so Bobaka has to more or less do it on his own. If he wants to gank mid, there isn't something like Astral to set him up from an OD, which would be classic. It's Lina, so both heroes kind of want the setup. So I think Bobaka has to do a really good job here to find major impact on the Mirana early on. Mid lane, Ember against Lina, covered that with Celery, says Ember should be just fine here farming. And then in the top lane, Visage and Primal Beast. Celery thought that Primal Visage was going to take over this lane. So with that in mind, maybe Aster, a little bit worrisome how the lanes have been set.
Yep, only time will tell. And like you said, Ori playing in the mid lane as Lina versus the Ember Spirit. Usually that ends up being kind of a wash to some degree. But what kind of gank potential do each sides have? Because obviously I mentioned ad nauseum with Siamese Cat playing the Shadow Demon, a lot of the setup that he has available to him if he was able to roam, but he's going to be stuck in the safe lane for quite a while. And he's going to get jumped on by Jin Q.
I was trying to get the range creep secure there, but it did get denied by Monet before he got there, so a lot of damage though.
A bit of damage.
Yeah, don't underestimate Onslaught as a level 1 spell. It's 110 physical damage, and obviously positions you right on top of the hero, so packs quite the punch. These heroes in the dire safe lane, both 3 armor only.
Back on good damage. But why? He's the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. Swashbuckle blocks him as well. And why? He does
use his health salve and lives, but it gets instantly canceled. So a lot of economic damage here on the side of Aster.
I think what Boboka should do now is go courier hunting. Ricky and Disruptor have 0 tangos left, so if this courier delivery fails, I think they can start winning the lane on harassment. XXS on that tango will be able to sustain quite a lot longer with tango plus salve against these heroes, and the stick that he's going to get charges on every time there's a blink strike, every time there's tricks, every time there's thunder strike. Very great stick lane here. Both of them obviously running that immediately in these heroes. Disruptor currently ferrying out 2 mangoes, so they're not even sending down a tango pack.
We should also mention, since we don't see a whole lot of Ricky, but his base regen is kind of crazy. I think is it 5? It's 8 right now.
He has a flag bearer.
That's what the town is.
No.
So when the flag bearer dies, we're down to 6.
Now the extra one from the, so it's 5 base.
6
which is still really high, really high, and he has high armor as well. So
this lane is predominantly going to be in their tower, I think. So I believe Ame will be sitting on the 6th region most of the time, but now Boboka has opened up the big camp.
Onslaught onto Siamese Cat here on the Shadow Demon, as Jin Q using the new set for Primal Beast. It's a lot of armor. You would think that would add a little bit of extra damage to his Onslaught, but he doesn't need it. He's first banned most games. So, but Monet off to a pretty good start, 15-6 in the CS, and you can see in the mid lane, 17-3 for the Lina on Ori, as nothing to say. Pretty close with 15-2, so kind of what we expected, a wash overall. But back to the original conversation with how much roaming potential each side has. Right, swashbuckle, and that ends up being first blood. Going away with XXS. Ame still very healthy though.
This is what ends up happening when you don't have tangos for a minute and a half. Like, eventually they're going to waddle you down so much that you're in killing range, and Ricky doesn't offer much in the way of defense for his support. He can't really cover or anything, so yeah, good start there for Aster. Going to be very happy for them to get that on XXS. He's also going to get himself a nice little flag bearer creep there. Opting to currently eye up. Wait, what is he buying with this?
LSA connects, but limps back. Ori taking a lot of damage. TP is coming in from Boboka, but the last right click is enough from wide, so big kill for LGD here in the mid lane.
Yep. Great way of taking advantage of dying there. He gets the full refill and comes straight mid and finds a play, so good read from wide that is a possibility, punishing Ori in that lane. Looks like Pango's going Vanguard, by the way, to answer that, my own question from earlier. Good item against the Visage, obviously. Pretty decent against Ricky as well. Wonder if we're going to see him build the full Crimson.
Yeah, possibility. Not the most common items these days.
It is nice for, I think the logic of buying items on Pango that protect Drow is pretty sound in this game. I think for Aster to find success in the later portions, this Drow has to have some sort of freedom to stand her ground and not just get run over by Ricky, by Primal Beast, by Ember.
Slot in with the trample. A lot of damage coming out onto Siamese Cat. Monet can't really do much, as that's going to lead to another kill on the Shadow Demon. So Jin Q now getting kited as Monet. Does he have actually enough damage here as a pause comes out? All right, what the horse happens now, Cinderin? Do they get the kill on this Primal Beast?
So Mane does not have multi-shot. Jin Q does not have any stick. So yeah, Jin Q's dead.
Okay.
There's 2 Visage illusions hitting him.
Technically, I didn't give you any options. I said if he would die or not.
Okay, so. Is there another one?
Server crashes. I don't know.
I think that's the lower chance one.
Yeah, I think that one's a Hail Mary for Jin Q here.
Yeah.
But they've killed the Shadow Demon now. Actually, it's only the first death for Siamese Cat, actually.
Yeah, I think overall, if you get this trade as Aster, you're very happy. I think this is a lane that's very scary, the Visage Primal Beast, and trading support for them should be just fine, especially with Mane getting the kill. So Jinkyu was the one who got the kill before, and arguably PSG could have maybe got this kill without dying.
Okay, not to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
You're not. Well, okay, we're going to restart this thing. It's been a while since we've done this. What the horse happens here? Okay. Jinkyu lives, Jinkyu dies to Monet, or Jinkyu dies to Siamese Cat.
Oh, that's true. The Shadow Poison and 2 Visage Illusions.
That's right, sure.
He dies to Monet, though.
He dies to Monet, okay.
Yeah. One more hit, the Visage Illusions are going to attack as well. All right. Maybe that's what they're discussing as well. Who's getting the kill?
Very important, of course. I mean, obviously, they would like it to go to Monet.
Yeah.
But in terms of a Drow game, overall, how does this feel for Aster?
I mean, they've
mid to late game.
They've got to be confident, right? They last picked it. They saw everything here, and I guess the good news for Drow is, first of all, she's empowering her own Lina, right? Which is it's going to make Ori's game a lot stronger if he goes some sort of physical build instead of the build that we've also seen with the Ags burst. I think he should go a physical route probably with Drow. You have the Pango for the front line, and you do have SD for the defense. So I think it's a solid Drow game, but it's also dangerous. It's one of those situations where if you get the right positioning, you're playing against Ricky, Primal Beast, and Ember, and they've used their mobility, you just crush them from range. But if they manage to get on top of you and say Shadow Demon is dead, you're kind of fighting for your life from the beginning of the fight. So I think it's
okay. Well, with that in mind, since we're talking about the
very situational
for Ame on Ricky, he already did get the Ring of Health that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Will he actually turn this into a Battle Fury, or is that too greedy?
I don't know.
Because again, Diffusal is a lot cheaper than in years past when Ricky was a little bit more popular.
I mean, let's look at it from the perspective of why else would you buy a Ring of Health? Right.
To live.
He already has really good base HP regen. He has good armor, and he's playing against a lane that's not that strong. So I don't know if he needs the ring for sustenance in the lane. I'm
hold on.
Vibes.
He will die to Siamese King.
See, so here's the thing. He got the passive block there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a factor we didn't consider. He was going to block.
When you say
crowd
we, you mean you. You
did not consider it either.
Faithbeyond getting kited a bit more now by Monet.
Good damage. He might actually kill him here.
He could. Multi-shot is there, and that's going to be enough. TP is coming in now.
That's what you asked, right?
Q, onslaught. Gets gusted. Immediate cancellation. That would have been option D. They killed both of them, and they split it.
All right, so every prediction we had was actually wrong.
That is correct.
It's not even
Ori, he's going to get glimpsed back, but
nice disruption
is there. Searing Chains, not available here, but Ori will drop nonetheless. That has nothing to say with the Sleight of Fist.
Oh, and he's even going to get a regen rune here for his troubles. Just needs to wait until the Shadow Poison runs out, and they can pop it. They could dive here. I think, did SD see this rune be picked up by the... He did have a ward on it, so Pichu should be too
has made the trip over as well, and he's hungry for some Shadow Demon. Disruption on himself. But this is going to just delay the inevitable here as another kill goes the way of PSG LGD. Ori does connect on the LSA. Paboka's here as well, but they don't have enough lockdown.
No arrow
as
ready.
Ori was he's not quite level 6, so no Laguna Blade would have been enough.
Important for LGD to be winning this mid lane because this top... I think this top lane went better for Aster than you could have hoped for. Monet being level 6 now against level 4 Visage. Close to level 5 at the very least for Faith Beyond, but let's say a full level advantage. I don't know if this kill... Okay, with Primal, it's definitely going to be possible. Yeah, they're getting a great angle here in Monet.
Inside the kinetic field, all he can do is pop that multi-shot, and it looks like, oh, okay. Gusted away, but back with the glimpse, and Monet falls to the ground as PSG LGD get another valuable kill.
Yeah, that's what happens when Shadow Demon has already rotated mid. He's not there for the immediate cover, and they grab that nice kill. I wonder if Monet is even going to go back to top lane now. He might just go jungle. He's level 6. He has Tread's Wraithband. He farms pretty quickly in that jungle. You give the top lane to another hero and just accept that once in a while there's going to be some sort of dinosaur bus just driving by and killing your SD, and it's like, oh, well, whatever, you know. He'll go bottom for now with a dust. So looking to gank on his Drow minute 7, a classic play we see all the time.
Yeah, that is very interesting. As Ame, we can see, is just going to have to watch that tier 1 tower fall.
Such an early tower. They didn't have a siege creep remaining either. There's just no resources for LGD to hold on to this.
We got the Searing Chains. Ori's in a lot of trouble, and there's the trample onslaught combo as Jin Q able to help finish off the Lina. Laguna Blade was used, but not to much avail. So PSG LGD kind of all over the map. They do lose their tier 1 tower at the bot lane, though.
So far, their gank timings have been pretty pristine, right? Not only have they been successful in killing Ori 3 times, but it's all 2 out of 3 kills, I believe, have been exactly around the power rune timing. So nothing to say. Got the 6-minute regen after the first kill, or the second kill, and now he got the illusion rune top after the 3rd kill, minute 8. So very, very good rotation, especially from Jinkyu here on that primal. And Faith Beyond, because of the kill they found top beforehand, is level 6, so you can kind of leave him alone here. There's not many heroes that want to stand against Visage in the Dire team. Shadow Demon doesn't enjoy it, Mirana doesn't enjoy it. Pango can. That might be what they're opting for once he gets the Vanguard. Maybe you just park XXS to try to defend that tower for as long as possible.
And nothing to say. Going to the high ground here onto Aster's side. He's going to find him with a couple other heroes here from Aster, but the LSA is not going to be able to hit, so he just walks away casually.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunication there, missing the swash.
Disruption, but the slide of fist to buy some time, and the Remnant away, nothing to say is A-okay. And that bought the space for Faith Beyond to take the Tier 1 tower. It was a slow one, but essentially soloed it. All right, he said the Vanguard now online is Monet. He's going to get gone on here with the tricks of the trade from Ame. Kinetic Field's going to keep him in place. All he can really do is multi-shot, but gets the gust off. They had a little bit of vision, but ends up going away. As we're going to see a Laguna Blade used in the middle of the jungle here. That'll lead to a kill onto Jin Q.
Nice escape there from Monet. He needs to be patient there with the gust. Just chill, get away. And he'll TP in with a bit of a helping salve here from Pichu. We have an answer, by the way, of what Ricky is going to use the Ring of Health for. What do you think it is?
Nothing.
That is correct. Fine Diffusal.
I mean,
right.
Is there any reason to go Link into this game? Not really.
I mean, ultimately, you will turn this Ring of Health into an Abyssal, right? But it's quite...
Okay, it's like super late game.
It's quite far away. I have to say, I love this hero. I've played it quite a bit, but almost exclusively as support. I cannot explain to you why this Ring of Health is that valuable that you must buy it. Maybe there's some sort of logic to how you're able to farm when you're not laning, like if you can sustain better in the jungle, or maybe he just had a different read on the lane, that he needed it. I think now that we've seen the lane play out, it didn't really feel necessary. I don't know.
Yeah, that is true. We're going to see the jump here onto Siamese Cat. Instant disruption as Jin Q looking on the sideline for the bigger kill on Monet. Pulverize is there. They're going to be able to get the support right off the bat. The trample comes in. I think the gust actually missed here from Monet. He's going to get glimpsed back, and that is going to lead to a very valuable kill, although it goes to Y. Either way, PSG LGD going to be very happy with this.
Yeah, they're going to still have their Static Storm intact, and Pulverize obviously a super short cooldown. So this support duo now of PSG LGD has insane playmaking potential. Static Storm 90-second cooldown, Pulverize a measly 32. So a lot of opportunities to just go around, look for picks. As we've already established, they're very good at killing the enemy supports, but also the Lina. I think they would love to find Ori once more. And as long as they're playing together with nothing to say, I don't think there's any limitations for finding kills. The defensive possibilities that Aster have through the means of Moonlight Shadow, you just cover that with the dust, and the Shadow Demon Disruption most of the time will just set up a Static Storm, right? So you've got to be really, really careful as Aster now with how you play the map. Every time these heroes are missing, it's kind of a minefield.
XXS still in the mid lane right now, just chilling as his Vanguard, and will be going for instantly pretty much the Crimson Guard. And the most popular item these days, but against the Visage makes a lot of sense.
The prize is mine.
And I mean, they have a lot of damage on this team, so maybe he doesn't really need to go what you would usually see on the Pangoliers these days.
And the thing you could argue is that, is Crimson Guard actually a better defensive item for his team than if he goes Force Lotus, for example, right? So you have multiple ways of repositioning away from Ricky, of getting out of Searing Chains on the Ember. Because if he's itemizing this way for his Drow's sake, I don't think most players would buy the Crimson here in this tournament. So either it's because Aster have an idea of a specific timing with this item that they're going to try to force a good fight once it's online around Roche or around the mid tower, for example, to try to gain some ground. Or he feels like if he doesn't buy it, the Visage Birds are just too big of a problem.
Another pause here, but in terms of the flow of the game, would you say that you would favor one team at this stage?
I do like the look of this currently for LGD.
Shocker.
Well, first of all, they have a slight gold lead, and
yes, of course.
I don't think I think this Ricky got off to a very good start, and as we've talked about, pretty polarizing hero. But with the start that he had,
Laguna Blade to follow, but
no backup.
The trade, the Moonlight Shadow giving cover for Ori, but allows him to initiate, but nobody to follow it up with. As Y taking a lot of damage in the meantime, the multi-shot is finishing off from high ground. There's the first position of the game from XXS. Nothing to say with the Remnant away. Now Monet has to be careful as there are familiars just completely surrounding him. Soul Assumption is there as well, and the last right click will do it. Now the Pulverize applied to XXS. All he can do, actually, mitigates a lot of damage to that shield crash, but doesn't last as long as it used to. Not able to get the stun on Faith Beyond, but the Searing Chains is there.
So 3 kills for PSG LGD.
We're talking a tenth of a second there from a totally different outcome, I think. Nothing to say, just barely gets off the activate fire remnant.
This is just the typical Ricky in pubs, man. Just hanging around, stealing some creeps here and there.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get a replay on that, because I thought Aster in the position that they were in were actually going to win that fight when I saw the primal or the Pango roll come out. So look here where Emperor ends up getting positioned now once the Pango comes out. So this is where Pango can usually find a perma chain stun, right? If that connects, I think they might take down Nothing to Say. And obviously the remainder of the fight plays out completely differently. He's integral in every single kill they get afterwards. So imagine the Ember dying there. Maybe Aster take a pretty meaningful win. Instead they lose 3. And as you said, Ricky not involved in the mix. He's going to get a Diffusal Blade now. And Visage gets the Wraith Pact as well. So huge power spike now
very big
for LGD's lineup. And they will look to take full advantage.
Will be taken out. Just curious what the build Ame is going for. So obviously maxing Blink Strike and then Tricks of the Trade. So only 1 in Smoke Screen for the moment.
Very standard.
The AoE, does it still increase with each one? No, well, it's been a while.
Yeah, you have a talent on 10 where you can take either that or the Blink Strike slow. I wonder what he's going to do here, because you can choose to go for a talent now. You can start putting more points into Smoke Screen. If I were to guess, he probably takes the Blink Strike slow so he can stay on top of the Drow more easily. But there is something good to be said. I mean, the Smoke Screen AoE talent is also pretty strong.
Well, so he's going to get Glimpse back. He is Moonlight Shadow, but they have the vision, and they have the kill again as PSG LGD looking extremely good at the moment. Sleight of Fist is going to connect onto 2 as Moonlight Shadow is about to end here. NQ just posturing at the high ground.
I'm looking at the game state right now, and Aster initiating into LGD's team. I just find it so hard to find the path. They're going to try here.
Urge to start with an instant static storm onto XXS, but is it going to be follow-up? Not really. It delays and perhaps just ends this engagement entirely.
The thing that's so tough is that if you don't have superior vision as the Dire, you're running in against Slight Chains out of Fog, Glimpse, Ricky, who could be anywhere if he's not showing farming the top wave as he is right now, and a Primal Beast from Fog too. There's just so many uncertainties, and your heroes aren't naturally tanky. Your only real frontliner is the Pango with the Crimson Guard. If Lina gets caught, she's kind of toast. If Drow gets caught, she also still doesn't have that pike.
Well, thankfully for Aster, they made that change. So Primal Beast, when he uses Onslaught, you can hear it.
Yep.
At the very least, the sound cue. But yeah, very, very scary to walk into this team for sure.
They will access their own jungle again, which is good news for Aster. They need a bit more area to work with. Also, Ori is going to complete the BKB in 100 golds, so maybe that's going to open things up a little bit more for them.
I mean, talk to me, again, back to the Ricky, as you know I'm going to go here again.
Yeah.
With a typical carry that we've been seeing a lot from PSG LGD, if you're up 5k at this stage, is that like extremely good news as a Ricky? Because he hasn't been involved at all. So I feel like this is just going to get amplified now as he starts to actually show up in these fights. As Siamese Cat looks like he's got to self-disrupt. Good arrow. Sassy wants to go for the roll. Taking it out here a bit. There's Nothing to Say. Does finish off Siamese Cat with that last Sleight Fist, but away he goes as PSG LGD. Very confident. Big glimpse into the Static Storm and Pulverize. No chance for XXS as he does not have his shard. Obviously, that is going to be the big counter to that.
Dire's bottom tower.
And we'll see if PSG LGD wants to try to go for the old Roche.
That's a good point. I actually think Pango should be buying the shard now. It's really, really valuable. But to answer your question from before, being 5k gold ahead is indeed good, yes.
Okay. That's just double checking.
Being 5k gold up at 15 minutes is good. And if Ricky was another carrier, it would also be good because he's ahead by 5k. So yes, that is correct.
It's a carry that hasn't done anything yet, really.
Yeah, if another carrier also had done anything, being 5k up would be pretty good.
All right, I see your point. Thank you, Cinder.
You're welcome. It was a great question. Always here to help.
As we're going to see a big smoke now from PSG LGD. Roche is half HP right now. They don't want to fight it. They don't want to take it out quite yet because everybody from Aster is up here on the high ground. But they're going to try to pounce onto Ori. He's going to run right into the familiars, but they're going to go for the D-Warps first instead. But there's the glimpse back. Instant stun. Here comes the Rolling Thunder from XXS. And how are they going to connect initially? There's Nothing to Say. Comes in with a big slight and the BKB proc to Ori. He's going to return the favor with the BKB of his own. Kind of a weird engagement here as XXS now.
They have glimpse again in 2.
The other side. but no deaths out of that fight.
That was a very clever way that PSG engaged that, and also a good response from Aster. So what LGD realizes, the one thing they need to not happen is that they get clumped up and get pango rolled, and then the artillery just starts going to town with the Drow as well as Lina. So what they do is they poke and force out the pango roll, and then they just disengage. And now that it's on cooldown,
no
they can go.
BKB or a soul assumption is there. Smoke screen as well. He's done. Monet gets a pretty good multi-shot. This is going the way of PSG LGD for sure. 2-0 to start it. Nothing to say, is not done here quite yet. Gets the searing chains up, but the disruption's going to delay this just for a little bit. Spaceon continuing with his familiars, but Monet just ticking down ever so slowly. Another gush, but there's the blink strike from Ame. Double kill for him. Tricks with a trade, but blink strike back into the fray, and that's a 4th kill going the way of LGD, and this should be a free Roche as well. Ricky is owning.
Yeah. He got his defusal, he came online, and he's joining. And yeah, you're starting to see part of the reason, or maybe the whole reason, that Ricky was the choice here for LGD. Among a plethora of options that would have worked against this dire lineup, they went for this one. And he's hounding those supports, and he's hounding that Lina. So again, with that fight we just had, as we see the replay here, that what led to this is effectively pango rolls and cooldown from the poke that LGD did at the outpost, and so is Lina's BKB. So you're I think Aster making a pretty crucial mistake here, even being positioned in that spot. I think they have no business trying to even look for a fight. Yeah. The pango roll is just too big a part of their lineup. When that's on cooldown, you got to play way more defensively than that. His hand is kind of forced when Ori gets caught. They're trying to help, but the help a friend syndrome effectively there just gets 4 heroes killed instead of 1.
Yeah, and by the way, for the Ring of Health watchers out there, it is now in Ame's backpack, so a very valuable spot right now. A little passive 0 regen at the moment.
He's banking on a little bit of a macroeconomic change here. Gold goes up in value, and then it is a gold ring, right? I think so. Close call.
It looks gold.
Yeah, so maybe it will increase in price. What do you think about that as a concept? What if items sold for more and more gold the later the game went? That sounds really terrible.
Then you can just replace your items.
Yeah, that's a really awful idea. Thank you, Action Slacks, for that. Goes right in the bag with Lycan Axe.
Now, Lycan Axe is cool. That was his,
Radiant's middle tower.
A broken clock is right twice a day. That's what I think of Slacks in general. So
I kind of like that. Whenever I have a really stupid idea, I'll just say it was Slacks, and everyone will believe me, I think. That's good.
Yeah, that's fake news right there. Fortification pop by Aster as they are at a 7K net worth, make it 8 deficit at only 21 minutes. This is turning into a shellacking for sure.
And the thing is, it's not only about the gold, it's about the flow of the map, right? Like, you can be 8K gold behind, but maybe still have some sort of a meaningful direction you can find in the game. It's just terrifying. I mean, look at nothing to say.
XXS, he's trying to get up. His Rolling Thunder, he does. If he just attempts to TP away, I doubt they will try to fight this. So Jin Q takes a demonic purge. Siamese Cat's dead.
Yeah, this tower's lost now because you don't have Pango. So, and another instance where it feels like Aster would have been wiser to not even bother to be here. I just think these fights are too difficult, and they end up just feeding over a key cooldown here on the Pango, as well as their Shadow Demon's life to no avail, really. As PSG LGD wanted to be there with their heroes anyway, so it's not like you didn't get any meaningful trade like damage on a tower or a power rune or anything of that kind. The Invis rune still sitting bottom, and gonna see who's gonna grab this. It is an interesting rune to take on, not Ricky, Shannon. You could take it on.
But the voice line is so rare.
That's true. It is a good voice line.
Trying to walk away here. Onslaught. Oh, he does see him, but gets gusted. But the glimpse back, that was just enough. Into the static storm. Trample is low, but Ori pops the BKB, gets the LSA to be able to cancel it. They do get the kill onto the Primal Beast, but there's a disruption to save Monet, but not for long enough. Down goes the Drow again. Demonic person has nothing to say, and his Remnant's going to be really slow as a result, but he has the cover of his teammates. Shadow Demon dead. Ori basically out of mana, and that means they can now initiate, but the Moonlight Shadow giving him cover.
It's running out now.
From XXS. Nice blink onto 2 heroes. Here comes a nice Starstorm as well. Nothing to say. Gets stunned again. Do they have enough? They do. Big kill for Aster. Need to get more out of this, though. Swashbuckle on the Y, but now they're going to control XXS as he is within arm's reach of the Ricky and the smoke screen. And down he goes. So it ends up being a 4 for 2. And the age is still intact.
Dire's bottom tower is
And in the meantime, off to the side, Ame did kill off Ori in the trees. Ori tried to stick to get the mana for a stun, but immediately got smokescreen diffusal burned. There was just no way out of that. So another... It's kind of interesting that LGD's gold lead is barely growing from that fight, but I guess the Ember kill was just worth that much. He was 6-0 after all. Maybe there, if Mane pikes the Primal Beast instead of forcing himself, perhaps this goes a little bit better. And I think he could have maybe killed the Primal from behind the tower before he got glimpsed, and Lina doesn't have to expend spells on this, but it's so easy to say, like, you're obviously going to go off a gut reaction there on what you can do.
We got the trample out of Invis from Jin Q, but Hurricane Pike, back to the glimpse and the Static Storm as well, but I don't think nothing to say can go any further as the pressure is being applied onto Y. Zexakas wants to finish him off, and they will be able to do so. I was going to say, has to pop the BKB now in retreat. By the way, I wanted to talk about Jin Q's build. He's going for Halberd on Primal Beast, which, I mean, normally we would see BKB. Is this a little, that doesn't feel like he needs it? Or is this because they feel like they're really far ahead right now?
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I kind of agree that BKB looks very strong. Because you do have some fight limited freedom against a hero like Pango. Maybe part of the logic is Demonic Purge just ruins you after you've gone in. So maybe he wants to have that extra utility instead to control the Drow with the disarm. In a way, or maybe he just wants to go in and tank, right? If the goal here is that he makes space for his teammates, if you go BKB on Primal, what happens a lot of the time is that the enemy team is not going to go on you because they can't kill you. With this, he has way more EHP because he has the evasion, and he has that active disarm that he can maybe force a BKB with, or rather not force a BKB with, but keep himself alive if he charges the Drow and just halberds her, or the Lina, and then just soak damage while his team just cleans house. It's a different approach.
They also
I think
have
almost everyone else would take, but I kind of like it here, actually.
Even if you BKB pulverize somebody, there's always the disruption possibility to save the teammate anyway. So
absolutely,
it's an interesting kind of. I mean, we joke all the time about Primal Beast and his build being basically like the first two items exactly the same every single game, and BKB is almost always one of them. But not to be. He's going to be going Halberd into Shiva's, it looks like. So we now have Moonlight Shadow by Aster.
It's also worth keeping in mind you have the luxury of thinking about the game entirely differently when you're a 4, right? The BKB is almost always a thing on the 3 Primal because you have a bigger responsibility to deal damage, but Jinkyu's role in this game is more of a controlling nature than a killing one, so he's just going to charge in, mess up the fight, make space.
LSA connects, Laguna Blade as well, Static Storm just for defensive measure, but it's not enough. Nothing to say is dead. Does have the buyback, not sure if he wants to use it in this engagement. It looks like they're going to lose their Primal Beast as well.
Okay.
Nice setup there by Aster, baiting the rune.
That ward, value for them, getting that Ember kill, and the Primal Beast trying to help out. Gives them a little bit of a bonus kill, and that's also going to be a mid-tier 1 tower. The good news for them is Roche cannot be up yet, so LGD will not be losing that, but they lose quite a bit of ground. This is the start of a potential comeback for Aster. This game. Do they get a meaningful item out of this? So Lina's going to finish Silver Edge, so they have that break now.
Monet BKB about to come as well.
Yeah, Monet BKB. That was a very important moment for Aster because of what it leads to now in terms of just a little bit of downtime and getting these 2 specific items now. Opens up a possibility for them to maybe make more out of this.
The prize is mine.
Ame closing in on his BKB. I was wondering if he was going to go for that or something else, but has opted to go that route. This is the kind of game where you could maybe justify not getting that magic immunity, but getting more in the way of like Basher, or I don't know if you want to be cute and buy Ags on the and jump into Ember or something like that.
I mean, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but I think you need more damage before that becomes meaningful. I think you want the Basher first most of the time before you do that. So
is that enough? You don't need like a Daedalus or some hardcore item?
I mean, it depends on the target, right? It feels really good because Ember offers you the immunity of the BKB, right? So you don't really need to worry about the protection when you go in. So you
Mindbreaker, though, pretty freaking good on Ricky.
Yeah.
Instant blink strike silence, so you don't have to smoke screen immediately. You have a little bit extra time.
He kills Shadow Demon in a heartbeat, basically.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Force Staff, so if he just jumps in, he's dead. Interesting, by the way, to see that from Aster. Nobody bought one except the Drow.
About what? The Force?
Yeah, so they're eyeing it up now on the Mirana. He opted to go for the Wraith Pact first, which is understandable. Like, that item is, of course, very, very powerful in this meta and the way teams are playing. But Siamese Cat's game is just that bad that he's not even close. He's going.
He's got the poor man's Force Staff, which is the
Tumbler's toy, which gets deactivated when you take damage. Not so helpful, maybe.
DQ.
DQ instantly silenced and deleted off the map. But he pops the BKB. But obviously, for the first BKB, not the type of usage that he would have wanted.
What is it with this game and LGD getting BKBs off with like no time before that would connect again? Am I missing something about that change where you can BKB between Pango rolls? Is it just me overhyping something that doesn't exist here? Because you remember that, right?
I do, and I'm forgetting the details as well.
So Rolling Thunder used to be a perma-stun if you stayed on top of the targets, right? So the internal cooldown was low enough. I think with level 2 Rolling Thunder, the stun is long enough because it scales up and there's no status resistance on the Riki. So I want to say that Riki and Ember can get chain stunned by a roll level 2, but you're the Pango player, so you can definitely tell me.
Yep, moving on. I can't remember.
I do think it needs to be level 2 before Cameron.
I mean, that was mostly for the change, for the shard, right? When you're Rolling Thunder and then you just shard on top of them.
Oh, speaking of which.
Yeah, that's going to be the deletion of XXS. LGD want to fight immediately. Shadow Demon's going to get, well, nice disruption on self, so it's going to cancel the glimpse, but he still will have to cancel his own life, and this could lead to Roche.
Aster just got a great comeback, and now they get caught off in the middle on their Pango, and this is just a free Roshan. I don't see what's stopping LGD from doing this well. They're going to T-ward first.
That ward looks pretty juicy.
Cover the area. AC on Visage should make this a lot easier, and you know, whenever Riki is with any sort of teammates doing the Roche, she's actually not the worst Roche killer in the world, because you get backstab on every attack until Roche randomly decides to target you for some reason.
Yeah, it feels like Roche really hates Riki. Yeah, that's for sure.
Just like the shard is going to go on Riki, so now we'll get that sleeping dart. Very, very good shard part. I mean, the primary reason that for Riki was actually even a thing after shards came out, because it used to be a thing before shard even existed, and then it just faded away from existence for like 2 or 3 years.
Well, the main build was sleep dart into Meteor Hammer, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that just going out.
Yeah, I don't think so here.
Oh, the Gust coming out. XXS gets the Blink Dagger off. Visage is taking a lot of damage. It's going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2 for nothing to start this fight, but Ori stuck inside of no man's land. He gets brought down to his knees. Buyback coming out on the Disruptor now, but look, the heroes from PSG LGD are very low. They're going to lose the Aegis pretty much right off the bat as well. Now he's surrounded, pops the BKB, trying to focus down the Shadow Demon. Disruption comes out, but nope, not going to be enough. Nothing to say with the Sleight of Fist. Double kill for Ame. So PSG LGD, I mean, I don't even know who won that fight. There was a buyback coming out. They lose the Aegis. It would have been really bad if they didn't have Aegis.
I think given the fact that there was an Aegis on the other team, I think Aster should be happy with this. And I love the way they executed it. They chain stunned and killed Visage 100 to 0. They recognize that there's no defensive tools to keep him alive for LGD, and he's the aura carrier. They get the Wraith Pact and the AC out of the fight by killing this guy. So choosing that as your primary target here, very, very good. So look at this. So Pango roll stun is going to turn there with the shard, stun again. And he's trying now to use the shard on Visage, but does just barely get killed. If that shard goes off and he gets Stone Farm cast there, I think Aster loses this fight horribly, because then the AC's in play.
Yeah.
And the Vlad's while he's immune there. So very, very important that they find that finish.
Not too shabby. As Ame now working on the Eye of Scotty. And actually not that far away.
This is a moment that Aster could be looking to do something with. They used Moonlight Shadow and have a bottled ED.
And there's a lot of inches. There's a Riki, there's Moonlight Shadow, there's Silver Edge, and I believe Aghanim Scepter soon for Visage. Sentries are going to be kind of game winning, I feel like.
I wonder if Axe is the right choice on Visage, if that's the best item he can buy here. Does feel like something like Hex could be valuable, or like does he have that much responsibility to do damage here is my question. Like when you're offering these 2 auras to your team already, maybe you can get more in the way of utility or survivability. I guess Axe is like a little bit of survivability, but I don't know. I'm not sure if Axe is the best choice.
Well, Aster do have their first 4 staff now, outside of Monet, of course.
They don't have Moonlight, so are they going to be spotted here? There's Glimpse.
Yeah, they're forcing back. Monet, he's going to get disrupted, so doesn't need to pop it. But Mirana is going to die for her sins. Monet pops the BKB inside that static zone. There's nothing to say. It's getting melted inside. Gets off the Sleight of Fist and able to remnant away. And now, Ame trying to focus on Monet, but has to reset. Buyback coming out of the Shadow Demon, as it looks like Jin Q falls to XXS. And the fight
ends up resetting here. 6K lead for PSG LGD. And in terms of the net worth swing, it's kind of even because of the buyback.
Astra are doing a great job after being under the amount of pressure we talked about and the type of lineup they're playing into. I think it's very admirable how they've managed to kind of stabilize this game in a range that seems very winnable. I'm going to point out we were talking about, at least maybe I didn't get to say that, but Ricky was considering a nullifier before, but he changed his mind, so Ami's not going to go for the Eye of Scotty. He's going to have more tank ability. He's going to have that reliable slow, which nullifier also offers, obviously, to an extent, but he's playing against these BKBs, so opting to get that Scotty so he can, maybe just for the sake of, I just want to stay on Drow. Like, literally just be on top of her, pressure her out of that marksmanship.
Don't forget the Ring of Health.
And he still has the Ring of Health, yes.
Oh, he just sold it. Okay.
It was an investment.
Well, he bought it and used it, I want to say, for 10 minutes. Is that an exaggeration?
Nope. That's about right.
That it's maybe we can get a little timer next time we see the Ricky pick. And
I was paying attention to, like, okay, when he's farming jungle, is he getting a lot of value out of the Ring of Health? If he didn't have it, I think he was full health the whole time, basically. Yeah. So it might have been fine either way. Well, at the end of the day, the Ring of Health only costs half of what he paid, right? Because he gets the refund. So
very true. XXS gets off a nice rolling thunder, trying to control the disruptor. Only gets the one stun though. As Monet pops the BKB, but said has nothing to say. He's all alone here on the high ground. Gets up the side of this, and the Remnant's able to find enough distance to live. And the rolling thunder continuing to go for XXS. Ame able to get the tricks of the trade off onto the low ground with the blink strike. They've lost their primal beast.
Aster stands so strong in this position. This is like the dream spot to play Drow Shadow Demon. You have the hill. Shadow Demon gets to play keep away in the back and get a good disruption out. You just need to outlast this BKB on the Ricky and on the Ember, and they can't fight you anymore. So LGD really trying to put that pressure onto Aster and get control of another area of the map, but Aster are just ready for it. They have good formation. Another great rolling thunder once again from XXS just took Disruptor out of the fight from the beginning.
Ori trying to delete the Disruptor, one right click away. They will find him. It looks like the force at the end. The Shadow Demon gets into Disruption just in time, and nothing to say melts. Ame gets the blink strike off. Make it 2 now as Faith Beyond kind of stuck. I believe he used the shard here to keep himself alive for the time being. That's going to set up a potential stun from the LSA. Now the rank clicks come, and that should be more than enough damage for Aster to eat through 2 cores for PSG LGD. And the tier 2 tower will fall as well.
This game, minute 22, gave Radiant 88% chance of winning.
And then Ricky started fighting, and suddenly
he sold his Ring of Health, and it's been downhill ever since. We're down to
technically true.
67% chance now for Aster. Not that the graphs are gospel, but it is looking very good for them. Ember no buyback. Visage half a minute. Aster going to try to squeeze as much out of this as they can. And this is what Drow lineups do when they win a team fight.
Indeed.
Bye-bye barracks. 5-second push to kick both of those out after the tower falls. Aster now taking control of the game, and you would imagine if they get this third Roche, they would be feeling very, very confident about taking the win here after a rough early mid-game. Just weathered the storm, had good positioning, and to me, once again, XXS Pango showing why they rated this hero as they did when they picked it.
Yeah, once he got really the Blink Dagger, he has been on point with these Rolling Thunders, no doubt. And he has a full Shivas.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Very tanky.
Gracious me.
Yep.
Well, at this point, what does PSG LGD need to do? Because it feels like they're trying to force these fights, and like you said, the positioning from Aster has just been on point. They've been ready, it feels like, for every little engagement.
I think LGD needs to be wiser about the areas that they fight in. I think the last 2 or 3 team fights they've lost have been on Aster high grounds, where they have tried to get in and get superior vision, but the Pango's just been ready every time and canceled out the Disruptor from the fight. Maybe you chill. Maybe you farm out this Ags on Y, and you try to use that to set up a fight later. You just need to cool down. If you start forcing now, like brute forcing more aggressive plays, I think it's just going to backfire even harder.
He is only 500 away from Ags.
It's close. Faith Beyond, by the way, went for a force step. He changed his mind away from that Axe himself because he's realizing, well, when they get on top of me, I'm kind of screwed. With this item, he can reposition away from the Drow and the Lina and try to stay alive. And arguably, this should have been on one of the supports, right? I feel like it's something I've been harping on a bit at this playoff. I think teams are buying force step too little. One of the teams that's been doing it very successfully a lot of the time, I want to say, is Tundra. They've been buying quite a lot of force steps in their games, if I'm not mistaken. And really take advantage of that positioning.
Oh, we got a smoke here from Aster. And you can see Ricky has the double damage. Static Storm immediately used, but again, the Rolling Thunder from XXX, but no, the BKB comes out from Ame, not able to get the double stun off here. So Aster might be wanting to retreat, as Baboko will live through this. We're getting some D-ward action down. Not sure if either team wants to fight again. Another Shadow Blade. Man, so much invis in this game. And Roche. This could be game deciding on either side, really. Imagine getting an Ags on, like, Ricky, for example. After going for this, looks like Nothing to Say went for the Daedalus, or is going for it now.
Do you think they'll give it to Ricky or to Ember, is my question.
Probably Ember.
The Ember one is also really valuable. I think Nothing to Say is running out of remnants.
It matters not. It's a refresher shard.
That was good talk.
Yep. Keep talking about it if you want, though. No problem.
Only 20 minutes and 30 seconds away from tier 5 neutral items, Shannon. Better prepare.
Oh, one of these days. You know, get it.
There's nothing you want more in Dota.
That's true.
And for pro games to go 60 minutes so you can talk about your items. And I think in all the time we've cast together, it's happened once.
Moonlight Shadow. Faith Beyond.
Another good Rolling Thunder.
Finally, LSC and the Laguna Blade. He's dead. No buyback at all as Ori. His right clicks are not something you can ignore. They are able to find the Mirana though, so it's a 1-for-1. But again, much more value kill coming out from Aster. And now Roche, they're going to see he's up. He's scouted out.
Just another amazing Rolling Thunder from XXS, and that time around gets connected on a max duration arrow into Ricky. Did not get force staffed by Faith Beyond. Out of that stun chain. And as we covered, no defensive tools really aside from that. Glimpse will send XXS away, but he's just playing zone control, getting that refresher over to Lina, and they would be like, you know what, XXS, your Rolling Thunder's been pretty good, so you can have a second one.
Yeah.
Give him the shard.
They don't really have the best refresher shard heroes, other than obviously the BKBs. Which
It's pretty decent on Lina, but I guess she can't support it yet with her item build. She doesn't have enough mana with the right click build.
Yeah, nowhere near. So, maybe she had like a Shiva's or something. But now the MKB online for Ori, so even if the BKB is down, smoke screen, you can just kind of ignore it for the most part. In terms of just right-clicking at least. Tier 1 tower is dead now, so Aster flipping this game completely around. What does LGD need to do? High ground defense time?
They're going to be forced into that position more than likely, right? The problem is their lineup is largely built around playing from ahead, right? You have Primal Beast who wants to charge in and take command of the fight and then glimpse heroes back, but once you're on defense, your heroes don't have the same kind of team fight impact, right? It's a lot harder for Disruptor to find the place that he wants without using an offensive glimpse. And as we've seen time and time again, he's been struggling to even get to play his hero. Maybe in the base, and with the Axe, they can, okay, they're going to sleep into the storm.
Yeah, Static Storm is there. Blink Strike as well, the BKBs, but Disruption buys a lot of time. And he's A-OK as Ori, he's going to get the instant kill on Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around into the Primal Beast. This looks like the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. They were down big time early, but ever since the Blink Dagger came from XXS, as the GGs come out, it was just one-sided. Just a crazy game.
Isn't it kind of ironic how we're talking about how Ricky either snowballs or gets crushed, and in this game he did both?
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
He was really impressive, and he wasn't in the fights. And then the instant he got the items to fight, looked really bad.
Yeah, I mean, credit primarily again here in this game to Aster, doing an amazing job on playing defense on their own high grounds. And you know, this is what Drow lineups can do. If Drow stays alive in the fight and she gets to play, and you have Alina just playing secondary artillery, they really needed XXS to play a standout game. So thankfully for them, he did. I think if Pango in this game does not play at the absolute peak level, this could have very well snowballed out of control way faster, and LGD could have grabbed the W there. So Aster, they have a good history against LGD. We said, is it going to matter here on the stage? This is not how they beat them in DPC.
No.
This is not the type of game they've been playing, but it worked that time around.
Yeah, so LGD down, I mean, this is the second time today they've been down 0-1 to start a series. Will they be able to come back is the question. And will this be the next game, potentially final game for Faith Beyond? That's another storyline we can continue to keep track of. But with that, let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about game number 1.
Hello. And welcome back to the panel. Thank you, Cinderin and Sunsfan. Yes, I wouldn't say... what are we smiling at? Is
Someone's pen just dropped on the floor.
Someone's pen. Is it yours, Lizard? Pick it up.
Get your pen.
I'll get your pen.
I'll get my pen.
We can't do...
There we go. There we go.
Can't be professional analysts without pens. A bit of a strange game, I guess, because it was PSG LGD. Looked really, really good coming out in the first kind of half of the game, you can say. But then Asta just took control.
Yeah, they did a really good job of it, actually, because they sort of understood that they couldn't take the fight to LGD. They had to punish LGD. When LGD are diving tier 2 bot, they are the ones punishing it. They are sitting on a high ground ward in their own triangle, baiting this bottom rune, which they get a really amazing arrow onto the Ember there and get killed like that. It's all of sort of letting LGD come to them and make the mistakes.
Yeah, and you see from these highlights, just consistently, Asta put themselves in positions where they fight, like Sheepus mentioned, in the high ground near the tier 2. I think PSG, unfortunately, they kind of played their hands a little bit too far, where they put themselves in this position where they couldn't actually jump the drow, jump this, and statistically, PSG